My fiancé picked me up from the club after I was assaulted, and instead of comforting me, he accused me of cheating because another man touched me without consent, then said I deserved it for dressing provocatively and going out. Posted by you/OKDay4024. I, 24F, and my fiancé, 27M, have been engaged for around a year, and I have been doing a ton of wedding planning, and so has he. I started losing a lot of hair from the stress, and he knows this, so he suggested that I could relax and he'd handle everything. My friends invited me to the club when they heard I was free for once, and I agreed. I did not tell my fiancé initially where I was going, but I assumed he'd guess where I was going because where else could you be going in revealing clothing at night? I know this might be perceived as disrespectful, but he has always been okay whenever I dressed like this, and I usually dress modestly anyway. He asked me where I was going. I told him I was going to the club with my friends, and he just said okay. My friends picked me up. We headed to the club, and that entire time, I did have a couple drinks, and I try to keep myself in check because I am an engaged woman, but my friends had me drink more than I intended. A man approached me whilst I was by myself in a booth, and he was trying to pursue me. I told him that I was engaged and to please leave me alone. He grabbed my hand to see my ring before he proceeded to reach his hand up my dress and force my hands on him. I immediately pushed the lunatic and called my husband to pick me up since my friends were nowhere to be seen. He came to pick me up, and I was frantically explaining to him what happened only for him to pull over and yell in an accusing tone what? At me. Obviously, I didn't think he was mad at me because I'd think my fiancé would be the last person to be mad at me for something that wasn't my fault. I repeated myself, and he started driving again and kept responding to everything I said with, "But why did you let him touch you?" I was in disbelief and told him I didn't let him touch me, and I told him to leave me alone. He tells me that I shouldn't have gone to the club wearing what I wore, started talking badly about all of my friends who went with me, and questioned why I didn't do more to protect myself. I cussed him out because what the heck? Then he tells me that he is the one who got cheated on and that I have no right to be angry with him because he was only concerned for my lack of self-awareness, then started to make his last point about how going to the club was already kind of cheating, and I should have consulted with him first. I'm seriously considering calling off the engagement, but we have been together for 4 years, and he has never done anything to hurt me. We rarely fight, and he's almost always very gentle with me. This is the first time he has reacted this way toward me. I definitely saw him being aggressive with other people that weren't me a few times. I don't know if I should wait and talk to him in the morning because, giving him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he's just as tired as I was from the wedding planning and isn't thinking rationally. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, do you guys talk about politics at all? Feminism? Did you read him as the type of guy to have this reaction/belief system? If this is out of the ordinary, maybe he misunderstood what happened. Other than that, girl, if this is how he thinks, you don't want to be with a man like that. Imagine the kinds of ways he would parent your daughter. As always though, things are always more complicated in real life. If you really love him, maybe try couples therapy? Ops response, I don't recall ever having any definitive conversations about politics. All I know is that the majority of his family are conservative, but he doesn't have a strong political stance, at least not that I know of, but he knows where I stand politically. I am absolutely not a conservative, might I add, and has never objected to it. He has always been very respectful towards me and doesn't really engage with other women at all if that says anything. And yes, maybe he misheard me, but I did repeat multiple times verbatim that the man had assaulted me, and he wasn't listening. I'll consider couples therapy. Not sure how it'll work in this situation since this is the only troubling issue we have ever had. Commenter 2, call off the engagement. This behavior only ever escalates, and you're very, very lucky to have seen it now before you are legally tied to him. He has just shown you that he doesn't give a single care when someone has actively harmed you. You called him for help, and he turned on you. What if you are assaulted again? We all hope it won't happen, but we know the statistics. What if you have a daughter and she is assaulted? What if you have a son? What will he be taught is acceptable? This man is not a safe person to be married to. He will probably apologize and be all lovey-dovey after this, but you've seen underneath the mask now. Those attitudes are dark, and they run deep. Commenter 3, oh dear. Apparently we need to do it again here. You are free. You aren't a property, engaged or not. You can dress however you want and go where you want. You don't have to ask any kind of approval from nobody unless you are still a child. You don't get assaulted. A man assaulted you. Your clothes didn't get you assaulted. A violent and horrible man assaulted you. Whatever stupid people with stupid insecurity and views can answer here because you are a bad partner, you are clubbing, yes, that is called liberty, and if other people don't know how to go clubbing without cheating on their partner, that is not your fault and doesn't define what you can do or not. To be certain that we are all clear on that, to all of whom think this way, get lost. Next, to your future ex, I hope there is no fatigue nor misunderstanding here. It's a way of thinking. Either he is a jerk, and he is, believe me, because of how he reacted, or he is a normal, caring man, and of course he won't be mad at you but at the other jerk who assaulted you and at your friends who left you there alone. But in no way, shape, or form could a good, intelligent man be mad at you for what happened. Please call off the engagement. Respect yourself because right now, you are the only one apparently who can do that. Your partner, friends, and this assaulting man, none of them did. Please respect yourself by calling off this engagement and find a decent man. Of course, not overreacting. Update 1, 1 day later. My fiancé, M27, left home early this morning. IF24, asked where he went, and he still has the same reaction to my assault he did the night it happened. I'm very confused on what to do and if I am doing right by considering calling off the engagement. Some people are saying I'm overreacting, and others are telling me I'm not. Last photo is literally the dress I wore to the club since people have questioned what I was wearing, which I don't understand how that's at all pertinent to understanding that I was assaulted. I stand by the fact that I did not cheat on him, nor was I being secretive about where I was going. I didn't mention it when I should have, but when he asked, I told him. Simple as that. You can't just be okay with me going to the club and then come pick me up, find out a man touched me without consent, and say that going to the club is in fact cheating. We are also very honest people, so if he did have an issue with it when I told him I was going to the club, he would have said so, and there was nothing to suggest that he didn't want me going. The texts. Fiancé, about switching to Garden Roses. OP, I need help. Fiancé, taking a break as you did. OP, okay, and that's fine, but it feels like you are doing this out of pettiness. Fiancé, whether I am or not, can you blame me haha, smiley face emoji. Fiancé, my soon-to-be wife got messed up at the club and allows another man to touch her. Being cheated on before my wedding does not feel great. OP, I did not cheat on you. I should be able to dress how I want, and you have always been fine with it. I didn't tell you initially where I was going, but I did tell you before I left. You had every second to tell me that you didn't want me to go, and I would have stayed. OP, and you know that. Fiancé, I let you go because I didn't think you would go and practically be intimate with another man. Fiancé, another man touched you, and that is cheating. OP, okay, so is it the fact that I went to the club or the fact that I let another man touch me? OP, tell me now because this is contradicting whatever you said to me the other night. OP, I can't believe you're still hung up on the idea that I cheated on you. Why is the fact that I cheated on you more important than my well-being? How can you, the man I love and trust with my deepest vulnerabilities, fixate on your wounded pride instead of wrapping your arms around the fact that I was violated? Please wake up. I'm furious but mostly heartbroken that you don't care to consider what happened to me. Fiancé, the whole point of you going to the club was to relax. I let you relax because I care about your well-being. There is no room to care now when you took my consideration and went and cheated on me. Fiancé, I apologize that it happened to you the way it did, but you go to the club dressed provocatively and don't expect a man to try to be intimate with you? Nonsense. Fiancé, if you had an ounce of respect for me, then you would apologize, and we can go from there. OP, I didn't dress a certain way to be assaulted. That sounds absurd and is extremely disgusting of you to say, dude. I dressed how I did because you nor I have ever had an issue with it, and I did it for myself, not for anyone else. I'm sorry, but I have been feeling very ugly these past few months given that I am watching my figure for our wedding and losing a ton of hair on top of that, so yes, I did go to the club dressed like how most girls would going to a club because it made me feel pretty. Fiancé, all the excuses in the world but an apology. OP, where is your apology? Fiancé, I did apologize. I'm sorry a man like that approached you, but it's not right to blame everyone but yourself. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you are going to have children with a man who talks like this to you? You might have a daughter with a man who doesn't respect women? If you don't love yourself enough to leave him, please at least don't bring children into this. What will he say to your daughter to shame her? This is not a man. A man should be comforting you, but of course you know that. You put up with this disrespect before your marriage. It will only get worse after marriage. Sincerely, a Gen X woman who knows how stuff turns out. Commenter 2, up, you will have a small, controlled life if you marry this man. And over time it will grow smaller and smaller, and you will forget what independence, support, and confidence feel like. You will feel trapped, and it will be harder to leave. End it now. This is not a person you want to spend your precious life with. You want someone who will help you grow and embrace experiences, not keep you isolated and insecure. Commenter 3, every single day I read posts on this sub written by women who are dating villains. Reading this and comprehending that you are in a relationship with this man and still arguing about your assault is insane. If your friend was assaulted and her boyfriend said this stuff to her, would you be supportive of their relationship? Would you believe she is safe? Clearly this guy's view of assault is warped. Who's to say he won't assault you while you're sleeping, saying you can't assault your partner? Op and women in general need to wake up and dump these people. You deserve better. You deserve respect. This man does not respect you or empathize with you. If you had a daughter with him and she was assaulted, he would blame her. Also, you'd stay home if he didn't want you to go to the club to have fun? Please. He is controlling whether you want to admit it or not. It's actually insane to me how this is even a question. You are young. Dump him. Staying in relationships with men like this lets them know it's okay, and that's how we get young men who are raised the same way. Young men and boys who think it's okay to assault girls in their classes or men who assault women in the club. Please do better for yourself. Update 2, same day, 3 hours later. Hi everyone, thank you so much for the advice, and I think I will be following through with calling off the engagement, but before I do, I need advice on where to even begin. We've sunk about $12,000 so far into planning out of an original $35,000 budget with a rough split of 60% from us and 40% from our families, mostly non-refundable deposits that are killing me right now. Breakdown of what we've paid. Venue, $4,500 deposit, 30% of $15,000 total, non-refundable after 6 months. Wedding dress, custom alterations already done, $2,800 total, with $1,200 paid upfront. Photographer, $2,000 retainer, 50% of $4,000 package, non-refundable. Florist and invitations, $1,200 combined, mostly sunk, as invites went out 3 months ago. Catering, tasting and planner consults, $1,500 in fees/deposits. The wedding was for 120 guests, so we've also got non-refundable travel booked for 20 out-of-town family members, flights/hotels totaling $3K, but that's on hold. Should I immediately contact each vendor to negotiate partial refunds or offer to transfer deposits to another couple? For resellable stuff like the dress or decor, we have $800 in custom signage. What's the best platform? FB Marketplace, Still White, or eBay? And how do I price it without undervaluing? Do I need a lawyer to review contracts for shared expenses with my ex? We're not married but some was joint, or is small claims court worth it for anything under $5,000? Also, any tips for breaking this to our families without a blowup? My parents are out $2,000 already and super invested emotionally. I am very lost, so any stories or advice from anyone who've been through this would mean the world. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I'm proud of you. Please move forward with breaking off this engagement. Even if you don't get 1 cent back that's been spent, it is worth it. And please remember that the wedding is off because of him, not because of you. This is his fault. Definitely call each vendor and try to negotiate refunds. I don't know if it will work, but if you're comfortable explaining what happened, they may have some sympathy and be flexible on their policies. I would write to both families and tell them what happened. That way you can say everything you want to say without getting cut off or pulled into an emotional exchange. Make sure you are explicit in saying this is not up for debate. Your ex-fiancé's response to your assault is not something you can get over or work through. The decision is final. You'll do everything you can to get their money refunded. You are so grateful for the love and the support they were giving for your wedding, and you know they will understand that you have no choice but to cancel the wedding now. It's not a matter of disrespecting them or not trying hard enough to mend fences with your ex. This is a deal breaker. I hope most of them will understand. In this day and age, it should be obvious to them. Unfortunately, you may get pushback from some. Do not let this make you falter. This will be a painful time, and unfortunately there's no way around that, but I promise you that with time you will get through and past it. Commenter 2, you're doing the right thing. Also, I'm an event producer. Here's my recommendations. Immediately contact all vendors and explain the situation with facts, not emotionally charged accusations, etc. You want to appeal to their empathic side, not try to get someone to choose sides. Not that you will, but this advice is from experience. You're trying to get out of a contract, so this may not get you far, but come across gutted/sad, not angry. Simply state, unfortunately, I've made the decision to end our relationship. Without going into details, I was assaulted this week, and my fiancé blamed me, so I've decided to call off the wedding. Can you help me cancel XYZ and discuss financial implications? For the venue, review your contract. You may be able to get your deposit back if the date ends up getting booked once your date opens back up. They may have a wait list. You can even offer your date up on socials and offer to cover $1,500, 10% of their overall fee. This way, you'll still get $3,000 back, the new client gets a discount, and the venue is still whole. If the venue tries to keep the deposit no matter what, keep an eye on the venue on your date. You have a claim in small claims court if you can prove they rebooked your date as long as they didn't rebook at a loss. It's a double dip thing. They were made whole. Photographer, florist, catering, planner, use the same concept as above. Florist and caterer haven't ordered product yet. You should be able to make an appeal with what happened and hopefully a full refund. Photographer could be harder since they tend to be smaller 1 to 2 person businesses, so try to help them rebook, offer to help at the very least. Dress, you will be eating the majority of the costs here because you've had it altered already, unless it was very minor alterations. The great thing is it hasn't been worn yet, and you're selling while it's still on trend, 2025 versus 2019, etc. Get it on the market now. Also, talk to the places you bought it. They'd be a great resource on the best way to sell it. They won't be upset to help you. It's altered. Invites, grab your besties and have a burn party. Legalities, you're not married, so no contract. Keep lawyers out unless absolutely necessary. It sounds like deposits have already been paid, so after speaking with all vendors you have deposits with, get a total, then make decisions. It's highly unlikely that family is going to ask for money back, but offer, making any refunds extremely equitable. Pay back family first, then yourselves. If his family gave $1,200, 10% of $12K, and your family $2,400, 20% of $12K, but you only received $1,200 in refunds, then give his fam $400 and yours $800. Let them turn the money down, but make the offer. This is you being the bigger person and will cause less hassle and a clean break in the long run. If he's a jerk, then track everything and go after him for what he owes in small claims. You may not get the result you'd like, but bring your receipts, sign contracts and money out, and see what happens. I wish you all the luck in the future. This is terrible now, but you're making the right call. Learn from this. Figure out why you chose this guy and don't do it again. You deserve better. Final update, 4 days later. Starting off by saying that I am so incredibly grateful for the overwhelming support and advice. Reading through nearly 4,000 comments wasn't easy, but I did my best, especially with the long ones. This is my final update as I don't want to prolong this discussion on Reddit. I informed my ex-fiancé of my decision to end our engagement. He was angry but didn't try to harm me, so I'm safe for those who were concerned. About 3 or 4 days ago, I told him I was questioning our engagement. His initial response was, "Are you joking?" And he ridiculed me until I confirmed I was calling it off yesterday. He brought up the money spent on the wedding and questioned how we were going to handle those who contributed and what we were going to tell them. I assured him I'd take care of it. He then ranted about throwing away 4 years, saying he didn't care who was the victim anymore and that he'd never make such a decision because he loved me. Ending with "This is crazy." I'll address some questions I was receiving, and yes, even those asked with less than kind intentions, and provide more context. The assault occurred 2 weeks ago on a Saturday. The first person I told was my sister the day after because I couldn't face my fiancé, nor could I bear it alone. I did not personally tell the rest of my family, but my sister passed it on to them for me. My mom called to discuss it and was supportive, though I do feel like there's still some disappointment from her and others. People were also accusing me of infidelity and saying I wasn't telling the full story because I didn't detail the assault and questioned whether I reported it or not. My focus was on my engagement, not the incident itself. No, I didn't report the assault. I was frantic and just wanted to get home. I repeatedly told the man to leave me alone before he touched me, but it happened very quickly. I froze, then pushed him off once I processed what was happening and left immediately. I didn't think to report it in the moment because I could not stand another second more in there. I will try to return to the club to request footage when I'm in a better headspace because I don't want this happening to other women, and I'm baffled people think that's what I want. Absolutely not. Here's the missing context I was hounded for. I didn't plan on going to the club. My friends, who are single women, suggested it after my ex-fiancé told me I could go out and relax, saying he'd handle all the wedding planning for the day. I was alone at the booth because they wanted to dance whilst I didn't. I haven't contacted vendors yet but am surprised and grateful for the logistical advice and support offered. If you replied under that comment, I likely saw it, and you didn't go unnoticed. Finally, this decision wasn't based solely on Reddit. I was thinking it before I came and told my story here, and Reddit only validated that I wasn't overreacting and encouraged me. I'm aware strangers don't fully grasp my situation to make such a huge decision for me. I know that. To those in my DMs calling me stupid or worse, who also seem to be mostly men, your disgusting misogynistic words won't change my mind. This is my decision. Thank you. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, so was it just touching and nothing else? Or was it more physical and you didn't go into much detail? Neither situation is right and is not cheating, and you are right to call it off. Like you don't even have to be dressed a certain way to be assaulted. He is out of touch with reality, and you deserve better. I would 100% go and press charges. Ops response, for your curiosity, I have said multiple times how exactly I was assaulted, and I guess that's up to you to interpret it the way you want, but personally, I was confused and terrified. It was not just touching to me. I was violated. I was also coherent and wasn't intoxicated to the point where I could make up my own version of events and dismiss whatever cheating anyone thinks I did. Commenter 2, can you have someone close to you call the club about saving footage? A lot of businesses delete footage fairly often. You shouldn't have to deal with it yet if you don't want to, but hoping someone can ask them to hold on to it. I'm glad you left. Wish you all the best. Ops response, this was not something I thought of, so I will try finding out if someone can do this for me. Thank you. Op responds to a commenter on clarifying who she told immediately after the incident took place at the club. Op's response, the first person in my family I told after I told my ex was my sister is what I meant. Obviously I told him first because my last 2 posts have already said that, and he is the one who picked me up. I no longer wanted to face my ex because he wasn't listening to what I was saying and repeatedly calling me a cheater. Is that clarification enough? Commenter 3, I'm very relieved to hear you are well, both physically and mentally. There are certain posts that haunt me, and yours was one of them. I hope that you request the footage rather quickly from the club, as older systems record over older footage. You have made a sound decision and sound strong in your process. Don't forget some individual therapy for the trauma, but also for the end of the engagement. Learning a bit more about your former relationship may divulge clues for you to avoid going forward into new relationships. Best of luck to you, Op. Wish you happiness. Commenter 4, I'm proud of you. This had to be very difficult. My marriage ended in large part because of my husband's reaction to an assault. It feels like such a massive betrayal. The person you love and want to feel safe with no longer feels safe in the very circumstance that you need them to make you feel safe. I would really strongly and gently suggest that you seek out a therapist. This is heavy stuff, and it has heavy implications in future relationships if you don't deal with it. I'm wishing you all the best. Take good care of yourself. My stepsister found my private journals where I write letters to my mom who passed away and read them out loud to her friend for laughs, so when I called her disgusting, my dad said I was overreacting because she's just a kid. Posted by you/saymxblue. Hey, I made this account just for this because I'm always seeing these posts, and I really don't want to ask this on Twitter or Instagram where my close friends could see. It's embarrassing to me. So my mom passed away 5 years ago when I was 12. My dad remarried about 3 years ago. His new wife, Stacy, came with a daughter who's now 12, and I'm 17. Stacy looks like she tried to be a model in a small-town catalog once and never got over it. She's loud, but honestly, I just stay out of her way. I don't have a close relationship with her daughter either because she's basically her mini-me. As for my dad, he has always been a keep-the-peace kind of guy, even when my mom was alive. He just hates any kind of confrontation, so he lets people walk all over him, which means he lets Stacy and her daughter do whatever they want. So yeah, we don't feel like a family at all. Anyway, after my mom passed away, I started journaling. It's the one thing that helped. At first, I was just writing letters to her, telling her about school and how much I missed her. Now it's just where I put everything, how much I can't stand Stacy, dumb stuff happening at school, the fact I have a massive crush on this girl in my chemistry class. They're literally my brain on paper, and I keep them in my desk drawer, never out in the open. So I got home around 3 days ago, and I hear laughing coming from my room. I open the door, and my stepsister and her friend are on my floor with my journals spread out around them. She was reading them out loud in a stupid, mocking voice. She was reading a part about how I was having a bad day and just wanted to talk to my mom. They were laughing their butts off. Then she flipped to a part about my crush and was like, ew, she likes girls. I really don't even remember what I said because I just started screaming at them to get out of my room. My dad and Stacy ran in because her friends started screaming. Literally, she was too loud, acting as if I was gonna hurt them or something, and my stepsister immediately started crying, saying they were just joking and that I was being crazy. My dad just tells me I'm overreacting and that she's just a kid and she didn't mean any harm, that I'm basically an adult and stuff. Literally before I could even explain myself, he already took her side. Then he told me I shouldn't have left my journals where she could find them. I was so mad I looked at him and said something like, of course you'd say that, you haven't given a darn about me or mom since they moved in. Then I turned to my stepsister and said, don't ever talk to me again, you're so weird and disgusting. Stacy gasped and dragged her sobbing daughter out of the room. My dad just looked at me with this disappointed face and walked out. It's been dead silent in the house ever since. They're all acting like I'm this huge monster who needs to apologize and kind of giving me the cold shoulder. I know what I said was mean, but I feel like she crossed a line that you can't come back from. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA. Your dad is your only parent left, and if he's not going to stick up for you, you don't have any choice but to do it yourself. Is what you said a little mean? Yeah. Will it get your point across? Also yes. Therapy could help you guys as a family, but everyone has to want to participate. Commenter 2, I am sorry you had to experience that. NTA in my book. Stepsister had no business reading your journals or sharing them with a stranger. Your family has no apparent understanding of privacy or respect for boundaries. Tell your father you want family counseling and respect for your personal boundaries. If he doesn't agree, perhaps you can talk to a school counselor. You have less than a year before you are an adult and can legally move out. So start collecting important documents like birth certificate, social security card, and any other documents to take with you that might help you with school or employment. Do you have any grandparents or maternal relatives you can reach out to? If so, you may be able to store your private things with them to keep them safe. Commenter 3, go to your nearest hardware store and get a lock for your room. If you're not allowed, get a chest or a lock for your wardrobe and keep your journals in there. If your dad throws a fit about that, remind him that he told you to keep your journals where the bratty stepsister can't find them, and apparently your closed drawers in your desk, inside your room, where she has no business being, isn't far enough out of her reach that she can't find them. So you have to take more care of keeping her out, as per his instructions. Focus on school, try to get a scholarship to a college far, far away. NTA. Commenter 4, NTA. Your dad failed you big time. No reason to apologize to the little brat. She hasn't apologized to you. I don't even think your words were harsh. Believe me, I could come up with a lot more harsh and pointed. Just stay silent. Live in your room. Focus hard on school. Make plans for how to get out when you're 18. Do you have a job? Get one, save every penny, somewhere the brat and your father and his wife can't get to. Find your birth certificate and social security card. You'll need them. Do you know what gray rocking is? Do that moving forward until you can get out. Complete information diet. Don't tell them when you're leaving or where you're going. Just go. Do you have grandparents or other relatives you could live with? Update, 4 days later. Hey everyone, hope you all are doing great. I want to start by saying that I'm genuinely sorry for not responding to everyone individually, but I read all of the comments, and to everyone who reached out in my DMs, you guys are great. Seriously. Not a whole lot has happened, but a few of you asked for an update, so here it is. First, to answer the questions I kept seeing, yes, I have a part-time job, and I'm saving up. The plan is to move out the second I turn 18. And no, my dad isn't homophobic. He was actually really supportive when I came out a few years ago. Stacy isn't either, surprisingly. Honestly, I think her daughter just did it because she wanted her friend to think she was cool for making fun of the girl kisser. Anyway, after reading all your comments and making sure I wasn't actually a monster, I just decided to stop trying. I'm not gonna be rude, but I'm not going out of my way to pretend we're a happy family anymore. I just act the way they deserve. Like 2 days after I posted, my dad came into my room and was like, hey, we ordered pizza from your favorite place if you want some. I just said no thanks. He looked genuinely disappointed and said he'd leave some for me in the fridge. I felt kind of bad for like a second, but then I remembered he's the one who let this happen, so I don't care. He's been trying to start conversations with me since then, but I just give 1 or 2 word answers, and he eventually gives up. Stacy made her daughter give me this super forced apology in the kitchen the other day. She was just staring at the floor and mumbled, I'm sorry for reading your diary and being rude. I just said thanks and didn't even look up from my phone. The house is quiet now, which is a massive improvement, to be honest. I'm just doing my thing, focusing on work and getting out of here. I did go see that new anime movie I was excited about with my friend yesterday, and it was awesome. Anyway, thanks again, everyone, for confirming I wasn't losing my mind. For real, it helped. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, sometimes you just need to match energy, give people what they give you. Your family didn't treat you like family, so now you don't have to do it for them. You probably have a bunch of Reddit aunts and uncles now who are wishing you the best. If you remember, please let us know when you get out on your own. I was also one of the kids who left the minute they turned 18 too. It can be stressful and isolating, but the peace it brought outweighed the bad immensely. Commenter 2, look your dad right in the eyes and in a very cold voice tell him that your mom would be so disappointed in him. Some pizza isn't going to make his spinelessness go away. Commenter 3, is putting a locking door handle on your bedroom door an option? I've done it at some of the places I've lived in, and the trick is to keep the original in a gallon Ziploc baggie in your closet so they can change it back after you leave. Something with a key that only you have a copy of. Not only will this protect your stuff, but it will make it very clear that you don't trust any of them, and you don't intend for that to change. Commenter 4, man, part of me wants to say that your stepsister is just a kid and kids do stupid crap, but the logical part of my brain tells me you're a kid too, who had her trust massively broken by the only parent you have left, and the little brat responsible is clearly not sorry for what she did. Nah, you were NTA in the previous post, bud, and you're NTA now. Definitely agree with other commenters though, save your money, keep your head down, and run as soon as possible. You're gonna be okay, kid. My boyfriend slapped popcorn out of my hands on my birthday because I was eating too quickly, then I realized he's been physically stopping me from doing anything he dislikes for months, but I thought maybe I was just being annoying until Reddit woke me up. Posted by you/Heathermost. I, 25F, think my boyfriend, 31M, is trying to train me? We've been together for 2 years. I don't even know what this is. Sorry if this sounds disorganized, but he's literally in the bed beside me right now, and I'm losing my mind. He has a habit of discouraging me from doing things he dislikes. Not by pointing it out to me, but by physically stopping me. For example, he hates that I bite my nails, and to discourage me, he slaps my hands out of my mouth. This is weird, right? Like I didn't notice how much he did this until he was visiting for my birthday, and I made popcorn so we could watch Stranger Things on Netflix. I eat quickly. I always have. He decided I was eating the popcorn too fast and smacked my hand away and snapped slow down. Like, what? It's the popcorn I paid and made for us. It's my birthday tomorrow. Let me eat popcorn? I feel embarrassed and sad and kind of stunned. I stopped eating it altogether because I was self-conscious, and he didn't even eat hardly any of it. He wasn't worried I wouldn't leave him any. He just didn't like the way I ate it. What the heck? I've sat and thought about this and realized he does this all the time. He tries to grab my e-cigarette because he doesn't like it. He tells me off and smacks my hands away if I eat snacks too quickly. He slaps my hands out of my mouth if I'm biting my nails and calls me disgusting. I get that these could be annoying habits, but am I wrong to be hurt by how he decides to go about telling me? I've never had any partner take issue with my mannerisms before. I feel like a dog. What do I do here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, see, our relationship has a lot of horseplay, so wrestling, tickling, playfully slapping, etc. isn't uncommon. How do you feel about this horseplay? Does it ever go on longer than you would like? Does it ever happen at times you don't really want it to happen? Do you ever get told you brought it on yourself? Does it ever get a little too intense? Do you ever have a hard time stopping him when he is horseplay, and you want him to stop? Have you ever felt like you're not quite able to breathe during one of these horseplay times? Has he ever accidentally hurt you with it? If he has accidentally hurt you, has he blamed you? Ops response, this is a lot to think about. Commenter 2, I can't help but comment that approximately 2 years is a very typical timeline for abusive tendencies to come out. Your boyfriend at the very least is being disgustingly disrespectful. This is the part where you have to ask yourself if this is brand new behavior or if he's tried to be controlling of things he doesn't like about you in the past. Perhaps not as severely. If my husband started doing this, I would insist we see a neurologist immediately. Because that's so far out of the range of normal and healthy that I would be convinced that he had a tumor or something if he did it. This is not normal. This is not acceptable. Respect yourself and act accordingly. Ops response, see, it's been happening for a while now. It's weird, but I just kind of overlooked it until now. I guess I thought that maybe it was annoying, and I should stop rather than maybe this is a totally inappropriate way of stopping bad habits. Commenter 2, he doesn't get to decide how you eat popcorn. In fact, all of the habits you list that he feels the need to smack your hand for are very minor and fall really hard into the who gives a darn category. I read your post to my husband. His response was to gesture wildly with his arms and ask if your boyfriend is mental. That's messed up. He's messed up. Who does that? Why did she put up with that crap? You totally have to ask her why she puts up with that crap. So at my husband's request, why do you put up with that crap? Ops response, because there haven't been any red flags before this, I suppose, but that doesn't make this okay. I'm kind of stunned still, so organizing my thoughts is a bit hard right now. Commenter 2, in my readings and experience with unfortunate loved ones, garbage like this never travels alone. There are probably other red flags. The way he talks, body language maybe. I hope I'm wrong. But as the owl lady from BoJack Horseman said, when you're wearing rose-tinted lenses, all of the red flags just look like flags. I'd make this a hard boundary at the very least. Don't ask him why. Don't have a conversation. Tell him straight up that he is not to swat your hands to stop you from doing something. He is not to freak out at you for eating popcorn. And if he actually tries to defend what he's doing and tell you it's okay for him to slap your hands away to stop you from doing something, then you should kick his butt to the curb. Because that is absolute nonsense. Edit, okay, so clearly the fact we will play fight as a couple doesn't make this acceptable. For people asking, there have been times where I'd asked him to stop, which is usually dismissed. Last night was the first time I felt ashamed of what I was doing, and I told him I really hate that you do that. He made a frustrated kind of noise, and then we both stopped eating it. So I have brought it up, sort of, but I need to address this further. Thank you for all your comments and advice. I really appreciate it. Update 3 months later. So it's been a while since I last posted, but a few people had asked for an update, so here we are. I read your posts and sat on it for a few days. I knew I had to break up with him, but I wanted to talk to my family first. I went to Portugal with them to a family wedding, and it was beautiful, and exactly what I needed to clear my head: alcohol, sun, and my giant Catholic family. I talked to my mom and dad, and they were both shocked. They asked if he had hurt me physically, and fortunately, I was able to answer no honestly. They said he used a long weekend away to really think about what I wanted, and it was great advice. I watched my cousin and his fiancée getting married in the most beautiful ceremony and realized I'd never have this type of relationship with my now ex-boyfriend. Because it wasn't just slapping things away from me, it was constant criticism. I was never really relaxed around him. He would get angry when I was too affectionate, i.e., more than a quick hug or a peck on the lips. He would criticize what I was wearing, my job, my house. Everything was under constant scrutiny, but when I would ask for verbal affection, he would just say, "Oh, that's hard for me." One time he laughed in my face when I tried to initiate intimacy, and I cried myself to sleep. I should have dumped him after that. So I got home and broke up with him. Unfortunately, I had to do it over the phone due to distance, and even if I had traveled to his house, I wouldn't have wanted to do it with his parents there. We talked, and I linked him to the last post because I had everything in writing there, and I wanted him to read the responses. He made so many excuses and promises that it would never happen again, and I'm not anyone from your past, referring to my abusive ex-boyfriend who liked to actually hit me. I feel like not hitting me hard does not excuse raising your hands to me, for constant criticism, for withholding affection after many conversations. I stayed firm, and the relationship is over, and it's honestly for the best. It sucked super hard for a few days before I stopped myself from wallowing and got on with life, which has been great again. I've started seeing someone who is in the same career as me, so he gets that we both could travel away from each other, and I think I'm moving to London for 2 years in January, which is like a dream come true. So anyway, I just wanted to say thanks for the advice and knocking some sense into me. I think I need to learn a bit more about what is acceptable in a relationship, but I have plenty of time to do that. Edit. I just wanted to say that the amount of supportive messages I've received both on this post and on the last have been overwhelming, also all the anti-nail biting advice, thanks. I'm working on it. It's been an eye-opening experience, and I'm glad that I had so many wonderful people here offering their encouragement. Thank you for everything. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I remember this. I'm actually really glad to hear you're okay and that you've had the time to really think about what's acceptable. The only advice I have for your going forward is to always respect yourself. And always demand that any potential partner meets that requirement, respect. Good luck, Op. Op's response, your comments were so helpful when I was trying to get myself together. Thank you very much for the advice and your patience in answering the questions I had. Thank you so much. Commenter 2, thank you. You just gave me a lot of perspective on my recent ex who dumped me because I stood up to her criticism and lack of affection. She was an insecure bully who acted a lot better than anyone else and, yes, was training me. She was also reminding me that she wasn't anyone from my past, but her behavior was. It was, so thank you for putting it that way. Respect matters. Op's response, if someone dumps you because you want them to be nice to you, then they're inadvertently doing you a favor. You're much better than that. I'm glad my experience could help you. We will both find partners who give us the respect we deserve.
My stay-at-home wife got offered a job that barely covers her own expenses but wants to uproot our kids from their friends and force me to transfer my medical practice, so now she's mad I won't fund her cross-country adventure. Posted by you/CareerVFamily. So, my wife was recently offered a job across the country, which requires relocation but also will have frequent travel obligations. My wife feels this would be a huge plus to her career, but the issue is we have 2 children, and my practice is here. What she will earn is not even half of what I currently make. She is currently not working, so I told her if she wants to take the job, she would have to help with childcare expenses, which would likely include a nanny because I sometimes work nutty hours depending on if I have a mandated hospital shift. She feels this is unfair because she would have to cover her own living expenses, and paying for childcare on top of that would leave her with very little. This job is not even providing a relocation bonus. She suggested we move, but everything we know is here. Our children have their friends here, and transferring my medical license is not all that simple. Her final suggestion is she takes the kids, I stay here and cover the cost of childcare and expenses because she claims childcare and cost of living is cheaper. Just not cheap enough for her potential salary to sustain me being a stay-at-home parent. I want to support her, but her suggestions seem half-baked to me. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA. I would understand if you were a stay-at-home dad. That would be reasonable. I didn't really get, are you completely against her going to work, or this one specifically? If this one, then you are completely justified, especially considering that there are kids involved. Ripping them away from their friends is rude and unnecessary. Ops response: I am not against her working at all, just not in favor of moving to a different state. What are the long-term prospects staying locally for Ops' wife? Ops response: in what she wants to do, not great. She can leverage her engineering degree to work at a civil engineering firm doing consulting, but she did that prior, and she hated it. Her current offer actually would have her working on infrastructure and work on something with meaning. She is a female engineer and sick of working in consulting. She wants to do something that matters, but it is a big boys club here, which is a factor as to why she became a stay-at-home mom. Commenter 2, NTA. This seems like a really strange situation for a married couple with children to be in. On the face of it, your wife thinking her taking this job as a viable option is crazy. It clearly doesn't make sense in all of the ways that matter logistically, financially, emotionally. The fact she suggested she take the kids and you stay is very, very strange. So it makes me wonder what else is going on? Are you happily married? Has she been a stay-at-home mom for a while? Maybe she's worried about not being able to get back into the workforce and thinks she has to take any opportunity she gets? Have you sat down as a couple to discuss her getting a job and what that will look like for your family, what's important, etc.? Are you willing for your career to take the backseat for a while so she can reestablish herself in her career? Etc. etc. Lack of communication seems to be the issue here, but also maybe deeper rooted problems in your marriage? Commenter 3, as a medical doctor, he could get a new job easily. He doesn't say this. There is more than one side here. Ops response: it actually is not that simple to just go practice in a completely different state. Where we would move to is not part of IMLC, Interstate Medical Licensure Compact. Also, I cannot just up and leave my patients like that also. Commenter 4, what is it about this specific job that has her willing to leave you on the other side of the country while she and the kids start a new life? Does she know somebody at this job? Or have connections in the area that you know of? Seems fishy to me. Ops response: from what she has told me, she was tapped for this position by her old professor and mentor from college. Op on if he has his own practice or works for someone else. Ops response: I have my own practice and also work and teach at our state learning hospital. Director of Multiple Sclerosis Center and Director of Neurology Residency Program. I specialize in MIS. I am sure many would understand, but many of them would be disappointed, and it would take time for me to find someone that is willing to do this, especially at the rates I take. Not many here take Medicaid. How old are Ops' children? Ops response: 5 and 8. Update: 3 days later. Brief update since I got some requests. Not much has changed. I spoke with our kids, and of course they like it where we are. They are kids. The reason my wife wants to take this job is because she feels, due to the nature of how she got the offer, her old professor/mentor, and that she is also a female engineer, she understands her position. My wife is free to do what she pleases. She does not need my permission, but by no means can she expect us to uproot everything on the drop of a dime. I would never ask that of her. I did suggest she tries and create her own firm here and find like-minded individuals who share a similar experience and create the work environment she wants. She is concerned she won't be able to break through that barrier of entry. I told her we could find a means to fund said venture, but logistics of moving does not make sense at this time. I would need at minimum a year to get my affairs in order. I'm working on research, working on opening an infusion center near the hospital that would take every insurance. This is a big one for me since many of the infusion centers near us do not take certain insurances since they pay so little. Looking to possibly expand my MS clinic with more providers who are willing to do this labor of love for our community. I cannot just drop all of that. I did tell my wife I have no intention of stopping her, and if she wishes to go, that is fine, but I would not be sustaining 2 households. If she moves, she would be responsible for all costs associated with the move. I will cover our shared expenses and primary residence, and that is all. I will cover everything here, and she would be responsible for her own expenses. I told her I would probably also lower or get rid of the credit cards also since I know her. She would live off credit if she had to. I threw out the option if she can request she works from home 3 out of the 4 weeks she is not traveling, and we can take it slow. See what the housing market is like, see what schools look like, normal stuff you do before moving. She was not in favor of waiting since allegedly they need her answer by October. I have no desire to divorce, but I am a child of divorce and was raised by my dad. Overall, his outlook on divorce has always been no point fighting if the person has already checked out. If my wife wants out, I will respect that. My wife has only been a stay-at-home parent for around 5 years. She worked when we had our firstborn and well into the pregnancy of our second. She took maternity leave. When that was done, she went back to work. A few months after her return, she was passed over for a project/contract she did the legwork to secure, which led her to quit and stay home with the kids. Our kids have been in daycare, under grandparents' care. My mom took 2 years to help with our firstborn. Her parents took off time for our second. Our second has been in academic daycare, as she puts it, since they were 3. So it's not like she doesn't get breaks or is always with the children alone. My hours can be chaotic, but I made her well aware of this when we started to date and progress. When we started to date, I was already vested in our community. My gut tells me she is going to take the job, and yes, it possibly will lead to divorce, and if that is the case, given how much traveling she will be doing, I suspect I would be granted primary custody. I would not take child support from her. I have no desire or need for it. Sorry for the stream of consciousness. It is slightly disjointed because this is a frustrating position to be in. I have no desire to be in this position, but I have other responsibilities I cannot just drop without proper notice. If it comes to divorce, that is the way it played out, and you just roll with it. As my parents told me, I will tell my kids just because they were no longer together does not mean either of them loved me any less. Granted, it was not a cross-country thing in our case. My parents lived blocks away from one another. It was a pretty easy transition on my part. I hope we can do the same for our kids if need be. The deal is far worse than I thought, but it is a small startup thing with a small team who won the project since they took a huge cut on their profits. So pay is actually a lot less than half what I make. More like 1/3 of what I make, if that. So I can see how she cannot afford to cover any shared expenses. She probably will barely be able to cover her own expenses. We will see, but all signs point to her taking the job, and we will just adjust, but if divorce happens, it happens. That is life. I do love my wife, but she is her own person with free will. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, so she wants to move across the country to take a job that wouldn't even sustain her alone? Ops response, she barely will be able to sustain herself, allegedly just a temporary thing until they establish themselves as a firm/company first. Commenter 2, if she takes the job, just be careful. See a lawyer about protecting assets in case of divorce, because my guess is she is by herself, across the country, no kids. It's like the old saying, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Ops response, if it comes to that, I would not fight it. I will give her half of what she is entitled to. Probably would also just buy her out of the house also. Not going to sweat the little things. She clearly does not like it here. She wants more. That is fine. Commenter 2, I was thinking more about your business and retirement. I hope I'm wrong, but also was thinking of doing it behind your back, not asking for divorce. Ops response, that is a good point. Was not thinking about that. Op responds to a downvoted comment on what his wife gave up when he was in medical school. What has she done to help contribute to the household? Ops response, we were friends when I was in medical school. We were not dating. She did not quit her job until our second child was born, and even that was after a year or so. Leaving my obligations on such short notice is not possible and far from professional. For us to move, I would at minimum need a year. Our kids have been in daycare since they were 3, and we had grandparent support for each child. She is not isolated or anything. Yes, I understand she wants a professional career, but this job by all metrics is a bad deal. Commenter 3, what are your hours now, and what will they be after you expand your clinic? You said your hours were already chaotic, so I'm just curious. Ops response, outside of my mandated hospital shifts, I am home no later than 7. So around 7 to 7. Once they go to sleep, I may respond to patient messages, review and update notes from 12 to 2 once a week. Sometimes I do work weekends since some of my patients are working parents, so that is the only time they can come in, but that is like 8 to 11 a.m. I only have a handful of weekend patients. That is a once a month thing. Edit, I know it is less than ideal, but I have my reasons for going this far. My grandfather had MS, and it was rough for him. Commenter 4, I would reconsider child support when the time comes. Your children are young. If you take the child support and do something towards their future, investments or such, it could dramatically change their lives. Regardless of how much you earn, save, etc., with young children, it seems like there will be many challenges that we didn't have to face, and a bit extra may make an enormous difference in their lives and future. Ops response, maybe ego or pride, but if we divorce over this, I will not request child support and let her use that money how she sees fit. Hopefully she would do what is best for our kids. I don't want to take money from her if we separate when she claims she could not afford it. I would want to limit my interactions with her as much as I can. If she does not pay, I don't want to have to chase her, request hearings if she does not pay, or deal with her possible adjustments. Thankfully, I've been saving for our kids from day one. I will consult my attorney if it does come to it though.
My daughter threw up at school, so they called me 16 times even though I told them to call her dad, then threatened to call CPS because I was abandoning her by being at work with no phone access, but plot twist, they lied about everything. Posted by u/les_roll4824. Our daughter, 7, started school last month. I told the front office under no circumstance should they call me if something happens to her, especially Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. I work, and I am not allowed to have my phone on my person while working. They were told explicitly to call her father, who works overnight but is home all day as a result. I get to my lunch break today, and what do I find but 16 missed calls from the school? I assume she's been hospitalized or there's been an active shooter. Something horrible that warrants 16 calls to the parent they were told not to call. I call the school frantically before even looking at my voicemail and find that they called me because she threw up. Threw up? Blood? Nope. Regular throw up. But because I didn't answer, this woman considered it abandonment and made a call to CPS. I asked if they called my husband. Nope. Just me. And I didn't answer, which isn't allowed. I called him, and he went to pick her up. There was a woman sitting with her in the nurse's office who was also there during orientation night, but she wasn't our kid's teacher or administration, so we didn't get introduced to her. As soon as my husband got there, she scurried off, and when he asked the woman at the front desk who she was, she reiterated that she had called someone about your wife abandoning your daughter. And told him if it happened again, it would be a lot more serious, and we should consider making sure mom's always there when her kid needs her. There is no way that a CPS agent is just hanging around the school at all times and didn't bother to stick around to lecture a parent who abandoned their kid when they showed up. I think they lied because they don't like that dad is supposed to be their primary point of contact. I'm going to follow up with the principal when I've calmed down, of course, but what the heck? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Is it documented that you are unavailable for those 3 days, or is dad listed as the primary contact? Ops response, both. It was all written down explicitly when we were filling everything out. He's the primary, and I'm secondary with special instruction. Her grandmother is the emergency contact and also wasn't called. Commenter 2. Make sure it's well documented. They need to follow the communication orders you give them. They don't get to decide that the mother must answer. I'd threaten a lawsuit if they continue this behavior and make false CPS reports. Ops response, it's all in writing and has been since we first started filling out the paperwork. If you mean the woman claiming she called CPS, unfortunately I only had that conversation over the phone call and not a text message. Commenter 3, CPS will provide you with a letter to document the investigation, and then another letter to confirm that it was founded or if no evidence was found. You can call CPS and ask them to confirm if you're being investigated. If the school didn't exhaust all means of contact, CPS is way too overburdened to send someone to investigate this. Sounds like nonsense to scare you. Ops response, I'm almost positive it is. There's no way an actual CPS person wouldn't have at least spoken to my husband when he showed up, whether they really believed this was abandonment or not. Commenter 4, I'm willing to bet it was a school counselor or social worker. If they did complain, CPS has 72 hours to follow up if substantiated. Ops response, that would make more sense. They definitely work there and aren't a direct teacher, and the counselors are split up based on student last names, so we met hers, but I know there's at least 5. To an idiot commenter saying Ops should have had her phone regardless of the rules, I'm including one comment from Ops because I liked it. Ops response, no. It is not allowed on my person, period. Nothing with a battery is that isn't distributed by the company itself, and our assigned pagers do not allow outside calls. You can look at your phone on your breaks. What do you think people did before cell phones? Do you think kids were just keeling over in the nurse's office because the home phone wasn't picked up and the office was too stupid to try anything else? Later in the comment thread to no job is too important not to let you have your phone for your kid. When the battery in the phone signal could disrupt the equipment or cause excess static and cause tens of thousands of dollars in damages, it is. Especially when that person has other family members who should be called first. Update, 7 days later. First off, thanks to everyone for their supportive comments, especially one commenter for the email template. It was very nice, although I did start off by sending something less confrontational. To answer the most common questions. The school had documentation to call my husband or his mother ever since we enrolled there. I double-checked our computer portal with the school website, and it's still listed that way, including that I can't be contacted for anything that might be time-sensitive. I cannot have my phone on my person while I'm working, period. My workplace has an automatic answering machine for public calls, so even if the school did call them, I wouldn't get the message for probably another half hour at absolute best. Even then, I work about 30 to 40 minutes away if traffic is good. Yes, I'm in a more traditional area, although it's never been too huge of a deal before besides having to commute to the city for work. This is not going to be the super dramatic update I'm sure a lot of people were hoping for. Sorry? First off, I did not jump straight to getting an attorney to threaten them. I did call and ask the local family law firm, and the person I spoke to told me if we did have to go as far as suing, it would look better to try to exhaust options on my own before threatening legal action, but they would be happy to look over any communications between us and we could CC them on any emails and ask me to get any information on the potential neglect/abandonment case I could while they looked into it as well. I started by sending a follow-up email to the principal and CC'd the superintendent and law person on it, asking for confirmation that they had checked our file for who to call, more details on who exactly was spoken to at CPS, any case numbers, and the name of the person who was sitting alone with my sick daughter, and did not speak to my husband or identify themselves. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, the principal was out of town for several days with some family emergency. After a day with no reply, the superintendent emailed me directly asking for more details, and I sent them an email outlining exactly what had happened from our perspective, screenshots from my phone, my husband's phone, and his mother's phone showing the phone calls and the lack of them. Monday the principal finally got back to us, and we got some answers. The woman sitting with our daughter was one of the school counselors, just not the one assigned to her. No one actually contacted CPS. There is no case open against us. That was just a straight-up lie. The woman who told me she had actually called the school's social worker, not CPS, who then sent the counselor to sit with her. Instead of, telling her that was ridiculous or going himself. The counselor claims she was under the impression that she was just keeping our daughter company until the parents arrived, since there was no nurse that day. But if that was the case, she should have at least said hello, right? And I'm not sure if he was supposed to tell me this, but apparently this is not the first time they've had issues with how she responds to fathers or male caregivers in general. Which I want to know, if that's the case, why didn't anyone do anything about it before? What the heck? As of now, she's been suspended pending investigation. Obviously, these aren't all of the details, but this is the gist of it. I'm sure a lot of people were hoping to hear I'd sued the school for defamation, harassment, threatening, whatever else, and gotten that stupid woman fired for being a misogynistic jerk. But this is what we've got. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. It sounds like the woman's behavior will be doing all the work of getting her reprimanded or fired. Ops response, hopefully fired. Commenter 2. I'm confused because in your first story, you said that the woman sitting with your daughter took off, but that it was the front desk person who lectured your husband about you abandoning your child. It sounds to me like both women need to have a level of discipline around the fact that fathers can be first-line caregivers. Ops response, no. I said the woman sitting with her was one we didn't recognize, who was not her teacher or administration but who we'd seen at orientation. Not that she was the one who called us. Commenter 3. If she has a problem with male caregivers, why not just call mother-in-law? Ops response, my only guess is she has a gender-neutral/somewhat masculine name and is listed as grandparent in the checkbox, so maybe they assumed she was a man. Commenter 4, who got suspended? The counselor lady or the lady at the desk? Ops response, desk, sorry. Although I kind of feel the counselor should have gotten some of that too for going along with this nonsense. But I'm not privy to every single detail of disciplinary action. My fiancé found out I inherited millions and suddenly wanted me to buy everything while he gets half ownership of my assets, but when I said no, he said final offer, take it or leave it, so I left it and kicked him out. Posted by u/independent_b_8517. My fiancé, Tom, 37M, and I, 28F, have been together 2 years. He moved into my house 6 months ago and proposed a month ago. I thought we were solid, but now I'm questioning everything. I inherited a fortune 3 years ago. It changed my life, but I live below my means. I work part-time as a teacher, travel, and have a nonprofit in the works. I budget carefully so the money lasts. Only my dad and sister know the full amount. When Tom moved in, I paid for everything except most groceries. He wanted us to eventually buy a bigger house together so his dad could move in. I said no to living with in-laws but suggested maybe a separate unit someday. He pushed back but agreed we needed to discuss finances first. Tom earns $10K/month and has $100,000 saved. I have millions invested and about $40K/month income from it. When I told him, he was shocked. He said if I have so much, why not just buy the house and cover everything? I explained that just because I can doesn't mean I should. I proposed separate finances, a joint account for expenses, and splitting costs proportionally to income. I also told him I wanted a prenup. That's when things blew up. He argued we should be equal partners, meaning I buy the house in both our names even if he doesn't contribute. We fought about this for days. Eventually, he gave me an ultimatum, final offer, you buy the house, we each own 50%, I'll sign the prenup, take it or leave it. I asked if that meant breaking up if I said no. He hesitated but said yes. So I left it. I took off the ring, told him it was over, and that he needed to move out. He backtracked, saying he didn't really want to end things, just wanted me to agree. He accused me of throwing away our relationship for money. I told him he threw it away by demanding I fund our life and give him half of assets I worked to protect. Now I'm wondering if I sabotaged my relationship. I love him, but I don't think it's fair to bankroll a grown man or accept ultimatums about my own money. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. The first dumb thing you did was tell him the amount of money that you have, because even if you all do stay together and eventually get married, he's going to be constantly thinking about that money and trying to find ways that he can get as much of it that he can. You all have got to learn how to stop running your mouth so much. I understand that you kind of got to let your mate know a little bit, but he did not need to know exactly how much money you have. Men can be just as greedy as women. Let a woman find out that a man's got a bunch of money, she's going to do everything in her power to get as much of it as she can. It's going to consume her. Men can be the same way. I think you breaking up with him was probably the best thing to do because your marriage will be all about money. Ops response, I agree with you. I normally don't talk about money or share this kind of information, but since we were engaged, I honestly thought it was only fair for both of us to understand where we stood financially. I realize now that it might have been a mistake, but at the time, I truly believed I was doing the right thing for our relationship. Commenter 2: It was the right thing to do before getting married. Legally, when you get married, a lot of financial and legal relationships kick in. You have to lay your cards on the table before making this kind of commitment. Unfortunately, large amounts of money can make otherwise nice people crazy. I also came into money, and I'm lucky in that my husband is a reasonable and honorable person as well as being the love of my life. No grasping or ultimatums. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Op. Your fiancé has shown you who he is. The money revealed his greed. I'm so sorry. NTJ, protect yourself from a lifetime of him caring more about your money than you. Good luck, Op. Sincerely. Edit: Wow, this post got way more comments than I expected. I'm sorry I can't respond to everyone, but I'm reading through as much as I can. I wanted to clarify a few things I left out in the original post because I tried to keep it short. When we first started dating, he understandably questioned how I managed my lifestyle on a teaching salary. I explained that I had a small inheritance which allowed me to buy my house and have some savings to live on. I admit I may have been wrong to be vague, but at the time we were just starting to date, and I wasn't comfortable sharing all the details yet. My house is nice but nothing extravagant, and during our relationship, we always split expenses 50-50, dates, trips, everything. When he moved in, I offered to keep covering the utilities since I was already paying them, and he would handle groceries. Things were fine until after we got engaged. I pushed for us to discuss everything openly before marriage, and we agreed on most things. About his father moving in, this isn't something he wants right away, but he says eventually his dad would move in so he can take care of him. I adore his father, but I personally don't want to live with in-laws. His solution was that we should buy another house together, so he would feel like it's our home instead of him living in my house. I understood that perspective, but the new house would also have to be larger if his dad were to move in, which I'm not comfortable with. About finances, initially, when we discussed buying another house, the plan was to contribute together. But once we started looking at what we could afford, we had to lay our finances on the table. When he found out my net worth, everything shifted. He said that if we split 50-50, we couldn't afford a bigger house, and since I had the means, I should buy the house myself, but it would still be our house. I told him that whatever amount he contributes would equal his share of equity in the property. Maybe I was naive, but until this point, I never saw signs of him being a gold digger. He never pressured me to pay for things and always split expenses fairly. That's why this change has been such a shock. Right now, I'm locked in my bedroom, and I told him he can sleep in the guest room tonight but that he needs to move out tomorrow. We haven't spoken since. That's where things stand. Thank you all so much for the support and comments. It means a lot. And just to clarify, this is a throwaway account I created for privacy reasons. Update 1 day later. Wow, this blew up. Thank you so much for all your comments and support. This morning I woke up, and Tom had made breakfast and asked if we could talk. He said things got out of control last night, and he wanted to explain his side. He told me he was upset that I had lied about my finances and felt like I didn't trust him. He said the money difference made him feel that I would always have more power in the relationship, and that he might be vulnerable to financial abuse. He insisted that he wasn't interested in my money but wanted to feel that I would choose him over money. He admitted that he handled things badly and should never have reacted the way he did or given me an ultimatum. He said he felt lost and frustrated. The only thing he emphasized really matters to him is his father eventually moving in. They're very close, and he wants to take care of him as he gets older. He apologized, said he didn't want to lose me, and told me he was willing to accept my conditions. I apologized for not being upfront about my inheritance, but I also told him I wasn't sure I could continue the relationship. His reaction last night felt entitled and manipulative, and I'm afraid he was showing me who he really is. I told him I love him, but I'm worried money will always be an issue between us. If he's already pushing for a house before marriage, what else might he push for later? I explained that the only way I could even consider continuing is if he agreed to 1. A bulletproof prenup stating that in case of divorce, he only leaves with what he contributed, nothing more. 2. Agreeing to buy a house together, but his equity would reflect his contribution only. I also suggested options like a guest house for his father or a condo nearby, but not living directly with us. 3. Creating a monthly budget where we both contribute proportionally to our incomes into a joint account for shared expenses, while keeping our separate accounts for personal money. 4. Going to counseling together. He agreed to all of this. Still, I told him I don't know if I can trust him again and need time to think. He agreed to go stay in a hotel for a few days to give us both space. Right now, I honestly don't know what to do. Part of me sees his point and wonders if he just overreacted. But another part of me is afraid that if I ignore his behavior, I'll be setting myself up for bigger problems in the future. I would really appreciate your help in figuring out where to go from here. Relevant comments. Commenter 1: Change the lock of the house while he's at the hotel. I'm serious. Like you said, he's untrustworthy at this point. If you have a sick family member, you and your family look after that person. Dragging someone you've been in a relationship for 6 months into this is very weird, inappropriate, inconsiderate, and enforcing of him. Ops response: Thanks for the advice. I'm calling a locksmith to change all the locks just in case. We've been together for 2 years, but only 6 months living together. Commenter 2: Please don't ever move a man into your home again. I know you were engaged, but next time look for a guy who owns his own home and has equity. I posted a few comments about people who marry to climb the property ladder. This guy has plenty of cash, or so he says, and could easily own a home or a condo somewhere. But he doesn't. He saw your nice home and figured he could marry you and get you to sell what you have, trade up, and he would be co-owner. Because once you marry and buy a new house, that's marital property. Don't do this again, please. You don't need to date men in your financial bracket, but find one who did what you have done, invest in a home for himself. The other issue is the age gap. He's 37 and doesn't have his own home? Red flag. His dad is living on his own now, but he wants him to move in? Dad is probably in his 60s and may be capable of living on his own for 20 plus years. I have a friend who is 86, a cancer survivor, and living on her own just fine. Find a man who shares your values and who is no more than 4 to 5 years older. 30 to 32 is a good range. If he doesn't own a house or condo, he's not for you because you need someone who is your equal, not in terms of net worth but in terms of financial values. Find a guy who wouldn't quit his job even if he won the lottery: high school football coach, doctor, university scientist. Look at values. The lottery is $1.8 billion today, and if I won it, I would still keep my job because I love my work. Update 2, 12 days later. Hi everyone, thank you so much for all the comments and support. I took some time away to think, talk to my sister, my therapist, and my lawyers, and I've made my decision. As much as I cared for Tom, I realized I can't marry someone I don't trust. What happened broke that trust, and I know it would always be in the back of my mind in our marriage. Every financial decision, I doubt him, and that's no way to build a future. A few days ago, I asked him over and told him my decision. He admitted he messed up and wanted to try couples counseling, but I told him we're broken up. I agreed to counseling only as a way to see if reconciliation is possible someday, but truthfully, I feel like I'm just delaying the inevitable. I had already packed his things, and he was hurt when he saw them. That was heartbreaking, honestly. I felt really bad, but I knew I had to stand firm. He left with his things and is getting a new place. This has been heartbreaking and draining, but I know it's the right choice. Thank you again for the advice and encouragement. It really helped me get here. For those who worried about me making him homeless, don't. He makes good money, and we live in a tourist city. Before moving in with me, he lived in hotels and short-term rentals for months. He hasn't paid rent here for 6 months. He'll be fine. He's not ending up on the streets. My boyfriend answered a FaceTime while we were together, but his childhood friend and her 3 drunk besties started screaming for him to show them his massive woodpecker, then claimed it was an accident even though they yelled his name like 6 times, so now I'm spiraling because why would grown women think that's okay? Posted by you/Throra76767676. So my boyfriend, Nick, and I have been together for 3 years. He's a super nice, caring guy, and I've never had any serious doubts about things until last night. As the title says, last night, while he was with me at my place, he got a FaceTime call from his friend M. M has known him a lot longer than I have, they grew up together, so I have always respected their friendship. I've also met M many times, and she was always super nice to me and super fun, and we follow each other on social media. I've never had any reason to dislike her or disapprove of their friendship, so in all honesty, her FaceTiming my boyfriend somewhat late at night didn't raise any immediate alarm bells. However, before he answered, he warned me that M was on a beach trip with a few other girlfriends. There were 3 other girls, 4 total including M. Without trying to get too carried away, I'd like to add some context. Obviously, my boyfriend, Nick, is 2 years older than me. M and her 3 other friends are all closer to Nick's age, 22-23, where I am yet to be 21. Including that info to also express the fact that M and these 3 other girls and my boyfriend all went to school together, all in the same grade through high school and maybe middle school as well. Point being, they've known my boyfriend for quite some time. They've also known he has been dating me for 3 years, as these 3 other girls also follow me on social media like M. I've met these other girls a handful of times, but he's not as close to them as he is with M. I guess the best way to summarize is they're M's friends, but because they all went to school together and are the same age, they're all fairly good friends. Anyways, he tells me M is FaceTiming him. He tells me she's with these 3 other friends, and they're at the beach. I told him he should answer then, they're probably having a good time and just want to tell him about it. He answers. M and her 3 friends all immediately start screaming my boyfriend's name. They then begin to scream his name, followed by "Show us your woodpecker." They were clearly hammered, but I was mortified. What the heck? My boyfriend seemed pretty shocked too, told them he was with me, and asked what the heck that was about. The girls all had a mix of explanations: they're drunk, they meant to call someone else, it was an accident. I think I'm really struggling with this because I'm just so shocked and confused. I feel as though I can't blame my boyfriend because clearly this was not his fault, but at the same time, I do not understand why these girls, these women actually, we're all adults, would think that was an appropriate thing to say to someone who has been in a committed relationship for years. It just doesn't make sense. I feel like I'm also struggling with this because it makes me wonder if my boyfriend has created an atmosphere where these women think acting this way towards him is okay. I feel like he would never do something like that, but I'm just at such a loss. Why would these women think that was okay, and why did they only stop when Nick told them he was with me? Also, for what it's worth, I'm obviously upset with these women too. We didn't hang out often, but I'm upset that the few times we did, they were always nice to me, and then they did something so vulgar and inappropriate. I just don't understand. I'm also upset at the fact that they did not produce a single valid explanation. Clearly, they did not mean to call someone else. They gleefully screamed my boyfriend's name half a dozen times as soon as he answered. And how was that an accident? This whole incident happened around 11 last night, and I fell asleep fairly shortly after. When me and Nick woke up this morning, we talked about it briefly, and then he left for work. M texted him and said something along the lines of, "Nick, you're being weird, we were just really drunk. Tell up we're sorry." They were hammered. That was obvious. I still just don't understand why they did it. I've been inebriated, and never have I FaceTimed someone's boyfriend of several years and asked them to show me their woodpecker. It just doesn't add up. Nor does it really add up that M said Nick was being weird. How was he acting odd? I think what the heck was a pretty standard response to that sort of thing, unless they're used to him acting a different way. I just do not understand. The only person I've talked to about this was my best friend. She knows Nick well, only through me though, so maybe there is some bias, and thinks that these women were probably just wasted. She said she agrees that while she and I would never do something like that under the influence, some women will. I suppose she could be right, but again, I have a hard time making peace with that simply because I would never do that, and these women are all 2 to 3 years older than me. I suppose I just can't understand why older women would have such a lower level of maturity. I'm sorry for the long post, but I'm pretty upset and confused. I would love to just be able to shake this off, but it really shocked me to my core. I just keep hearing all 4 of their voices and the choirs of "Show us your woodpecker," and I can't get over it. What the heck was that? So yeah. Any advice or other perspective is appreciated. I'm just at a total loss of explanation right now. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I think you're just feeling a little insecure and are reading too much into this. Sometimes, the demon rum makes people do really stupid things. Commenter 2, reading too much into this? The other women have zero boundaries and respect for neither Op nor her boyfriend. If they turn into jerks as soon as they drink, Op and her boyfriend would be better off without them. Even after getting sober, they guilt-trip her boyfriend because he was acting weird instead of owning their behavior. Op's response, thank you for this. Reading all the comments and starting to wonder if I'm overreacting, but this about sums it up. They didn't seem to have any respect for boundaries or our relationship and only stopped when told I was in the room too. It's just such a mess, but I'm glad others understand my perspective. I also agree that saying my boyfriend was acting weird the next morning was a bit of a slap in the face. What was he supposed to do? Whip it out on FaceTime? Update, 5 days later. Before I get too carried away, I would like to thank everyone who weighed in on this. I didn't expect it to get much traction, and I really appreciate the amount of you who commented offering your own insight. A lot of the comments made me laugh too, so thank you for that. I honestly don't have a crazy update that a lot of you seem to be expecting. I talked to Nick. I explained to him exactly why this whole situation made me so uncomfortable. Thank you for all the kind Redditors who simply suggested doing that. I also expressed to him that their lack of an explanation made me all the more uncomfortable. He said he understood exactly where I was coming from, and we seemed to get a better understanding of each other after the talk. He told me that M had apologized more throughout the next day. She had said that her and her friends were beyond smashed, and they thought it would be a funny thing to do to FaceTime all their guy friends and ask to see, well, you know. So, to those of you in the comments who suggested Nick was not the only one who got this call, you are correct. She also went on to explain that because they were so wasted, they didn't realize how awkward it was until Nick said Op is right here. Additionally, their mix of it was an accident, and we meant to call someone else. Explanations sort of make sense now when you consider just how drunk they were and the fact that they were, in fact, calling several other dudes that night. Also offered to call me directly and further apologize. All the contact her and my boyfriend had throughout this conversation was him texting her, and he showed me afterwards. I didn't really think that was necessary. I did not want to draw this situation out more than it already had gone on. I feel as though she's sorry enough, and she does not have my number anyways, for those who were probably going to say she should have called anyways. At this point, I kind of just wanted to be over the whole mess. I did, however, ask my boyfriend if he and or any of her friends, had any sort of relations prior to meeting me. He said no, and I believe him. Full disclaimer, I never thought I would be posting this on Reddit, but I met my boyfriend when he was 19, and he was not very experienced with women. Not even in the kissing department. So yeah, I fully believe him. He was even a bit insecure about his inexperience when we met. The rest of the girls, M's friends, never apologized other than in texting saying something to the effect of "we're sorry." Because I don't know them that well, and because they probably just feel super uncomfortable about all of this, I'm not going to ask for an apology. I will, however, think of them slightly differently, and probably prefer my boyfriend not go to any parties or social functions they might be at. No hard feelings. It's just the whole incident paired with them not really holding themselves accountable, unlike M, kind of rubs me the wrong way. I will say that because they did not make the call, they'd probably hold themselves to be less guilty than M, which is fair, but I can't help but feel like if I were in the situation, I would still reach out to apologize for the boundaries crossed. Oh well. For those of you who kindly suggested Nick may be cheating with M, I highly doubt it. I have been cheated on once before. Perhaps I should have included that in the original post, as it might have added more context to why this made me so upset. Anyways, I've been cheated on before, and I do not see any of the signs in Nick. I also think he would have to be pretty skilled if he were doing this, as M has been living in college for the past few years, ours away from us, and Nick and I have been together almost 24/7 the past few months because COVID is still so bad in our country. And above all else, I trust Nick. I do not think he would do this. And finally, to answer the question everyone has been dying to know, yes, my boyfriend is particularly well endowed. I don't know that I'd call it a soup can as someone kindly suggested in the comments on my other post, but yeah, it's fat. So their request to see his fat woodpecker made me all the more uncomfortable. When I finally worked up the nerve to explain this to my boyfriend, he laughed, and then immediately started blushing. Gotta love that guy. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, but how do they know about it? Ops response, he got the nickname Big Woodpecker Nick in high school. Wish I was kidding. Commenter 2, how did he get that nickname without much experience with women? Ops response, locker room? Male friends? High schoolers being instigating, hormone-filled individuals they often are? Or, probably the most likely, started out as a joke because it rhymed, then ironically proved to be true. Commenter 3, so I don't mean for this to come off antagonistic at all, and if it does, I'm sorry, but I have a question. You said you would prefer boyfriend not to go to any parties or social functions they would be at. Does that mean you don't want your boyfriend to be friends with this group of friends? Because he's been friends with these people for years, and it would be a silly thing to change or even break friendships over. I'm about the same age as you guys and don't drink or party like some of my friends. I've definitely gotten a drunken call or two where my friends have just been screaming random stuff at me. You're right, it's really annoying, but it's not malicious at all, and they're usually a bit embarrassed by it the next day. In your case, I get being more annoyed because they're asking to see your boyfriend's woodpecker. I think in any other scenario it would be really crappy, but in this, it just seems super innocuous. They're young, they got drunk and called a friend and were just yelling random stuff at them without realizing the implications of what they were saying. Honestly, I think you should just forget about it and move on. If this continues to be repeated behavior, or if you notice them doing other things, then I would talk to your boyfriend, but if this is just some silly drunken thing, then I don't see the point of thinking of them differently or asking your boyfriend to change his relationship with them. Ops response, I totally get where you are coming from, but to reiterate, and I'm sorry if this wasn't clear in my original post, he's only really friends with M. The other girls are M's friends, and he knows them quite well because they all went to high school together, but he isn't close with the other 3 girls by any means. He's probably seen each of them less than 5 times in the 3 years that we've been dating. I've only met each of them a couple times, but we follow each other on social media. I don't want to be controlling of him by any means, so I will never demand he not attend an outing, but I don't think I am damaging his social life too much by wanting him to slightly distance himself from these 3 women. As again, they are not really that close in the first place, and I only ever received an apology from M because they, the 3 other girls and my boyfriend, aren't the best of friends in the first place, and because the other girls did not apologize, I don't really feel like I'm doing too much harm by simply preferring he not hang out with them. I've also expressed this bit to Nick, and again, he understands. It's difficult to be comfortable with your boyfriend hanging out with 3 women who asked to see his woodpecker and then never acknowledged it nor apologized. And besides, where we live, COVID is still very much a problem, so I doubt I'll have to worry about bumping into them at parties anytime soon. Also, I have not asked him to distance himself from M. Although the situation made me thoroughly uncomfortable, it was not enough to warrant ruining their whole friendship that started before I even met Nick. M apologized, and I believe she's sorry. These other 3 did not apologize and don't have much of a friendship with my boyfriend worth salvaging anyways. Commenter 4, this is probably because I'm really old and a hermit, but seeing people 5 times in 3 years would be an achievement for me. I have a really good friend from university, and the last time I saw him, his wife was pregnant. We recently met up, and the baby is now walking and talking. My point being that you can't measure friendship by how often you see people. From what you've said, it sounds like they are friends. They've known each other a long time. They also have M as a common factor, which would potentially make them closer. Does he class them as friends? I've been in relationships where I've had to change my behaviors through no fault of my own, so I really would caution you to not let this one incident get in the way of your boyfriend's friendships and social life. It seems like you have a good, healthy relationship with good communication, so there is no reason for you not to trust him. Ops response, that is a fair point, but I can't help but feel as though if they really were his friends, they would at least say something about it. Maybe I'm expecting too much out of them, but I feel like at least a text to my boyfriend saying, "Hey, sorry about last night" would have been more than enough. Drunk or sober, intentional or accidental, they crossed a line. M apologized, more than once, for this, but none of the other girls did. I feel like it may be worth mentioning that my boyfriend agrees with me in a sense. He openly said he thinks it was crappy of them to not say anything about it, knowing they caused a bit of drama and made me and my boyfriend quite uncomfortable. Keep in mind, it was all 4 of them saying it, not just M. He told me he has no problem taking a step back, as the whole incident made him feel as though they did not have much respect for me, seeing as how they did not apologize to me or my boyfriend. Commenter 5 was about to comment something along these lines. It was just a drunken incident for which Op has gotten multiple apologies after the fact. Op is definitely making this out to be a bigger deal than it actually is. Op's response, I got an apology from one of the 4 girls involved, but thanks for your input. Commenter 6, yeah, agree. Can't believe she wants an apology from every single one of them, let alone wants to stop him seeing his friends. Overreaction much. Op's response, gosh, people sure do love offering opinions on things they know next to nothing about. These 3 other girls are not his friends. They share a mutual friend. And my boyfriend fully said he has no problem distancing himself from these girls, as they quite literally harassed him and did not apologize. To be perfectly clear, I am not asking for an apology on my end. I think they should have at least said sorry to my boyfriend for acting the way they did. They didn't, and my boyfriend feels fully comfortable minimizing contact with them for that reason. Commenter 7, we didn't need an update. This was exactly what anyone with half a brain would know that it was. Young drunk people thinking they're being funny. I'm surprised it warranted one Reddit post, much less 2. Commenter 8, this is either fake, the person seems genuine, but the deeper you look into comments, it seems like it might not be real, but it could be, or the person is controlling. Insecure boyfriend asks him to stop hanging with girls that were along for the ride. She demands an apology from everyone. It's obviously a joke that she took way too seriously. Op's response, glad you're taking the time out of your day to seriously overanalyze my post, but I can promise you 2 things. This is real, and if I were the controlling woman you are making me out to be, I'd demand he cut off contact with all 4 of them immediately. I have not demanded anything of him. I've simply voiced my concerns. Also, let me ask you this, if the roles were reversed and I was a man saying I didn't feel comfortable because my girlfriend of 3 years got a FaceTime from 4 dudes asking to see her private parts, would you be reacting the way you are now? Probably not, and you'd also probably have no problem with me wanting my significant other to distance themselves from these people. Additionally, these girls were not along for the ride. As I said, he's seen them maybe a total of 5 times in the 3 years we've been dating. They're friends of a friend that he knew through high school. No apology from the girls was demanded, just thought it might be a nice thing to do after they demanded to see my boyfriend's woodpecker several times. Commenter 9, yes, I agree your feelings are valid, but I don't think you deciding that your boyfriend not hang out with his friends given your way is a good thing. Just because you don't feel comfortable with the dynamics of their friendship doesn't give you the right to try to control who he can hang out with and be friends with. You are in a relationship with Nick. It's his actions that should matter the most to you. As long as any of his friends don't disrespect you, why should he stop hanging out or having fun with them? Why do you care what his friends do? Ops response: if you read some of my other replies, it was not my decision. It would make me uncomfortable if he wanted to still see these girls, but he himself said that he does not feel the need to remain in contact with the other 3 girls. They were not close friends in the first place, and at the end of the day, they harassed him and did not apologize to him for it. I feel like a lot of people are misunderstanding. I do not feel like I need an apology from these women. I feel like my boyfriend deserves one. And the fact that these girls did not realize that was enough for my boyfriend to decide he didn't need to remain in contact with them. I should have mentioned that in my initial post. I didn't realize so many people would take issue with me expressing my desire for him not to hang out with these women. But it was ultimately my boyfriend who decided that. I just happened to already be thinking it. We're on the same page a lot more than I seem to think we are sometimes. My husband excluded our daughter from a Six Flags trip with her triplet brothers, calling it a boys' trip. Then when I took her for a girls' day, he got mad and said she doesn't deserve special treatment, but months later he's demanding custody of only the boys in our divorce. I, 43F, have triplets, Mark, Liam, and Abby, 14, with my husband Josh, 45M. Last Friday, Josh decided to bring Mark and Liam on a spontaneous trip to Six Flags. I don't like amusement parks, so I wasn't bothered by not being invited. Abby asked to go as well, but Mark and Liam said it was a boys' trip and that she would ruin the vibe. Abby was upset because she felt left out, and I felt bad for her, so I decided we'd have a day out. On Saturday, we went to Cheesecake Factory, our favorite restaurant, a local spa, and I let her have a mini shopping spree at the mall that only came out to about $150. I paid for it all since I got a hefty bonus and didn't know what else to spend it on. She felt better after, and we even had a heartfelt mother-daughter moment at Build-A-Bear where we made each other bears. We also had brunch on Sunday, although it wasn't very costly. The boys came home last night, and Abby was excited to tell Josh all about what we did over the weekend. He got mad and confronted me about it, saying I shouldn't have done that. I asked why, because he refused to let Abby go in the first place, and he said it was a boys' trip, and that I shouldn't get her used to special treatment for not being involved in anything. I asked why it bothered him so much since I know he'd do it for our sons, but he won't tell me why it bothers him so much. He ended up even trying to take her bear, but I wouldn't let him. He's being cold to me at Abby now, and I'm at a loss. Relevant comments. Has Ops' husband acted like that before? Ops' response: he's never acted this way before, which is really confusing me. Commenter 1: this is alarming behavior, to be honest. If they're allowed boys' trips, why are girls' trips not allowed? Unless he can give a better explanation, the only reason he's against this is because he wanted her to feel excluded. So why does he insist his daughter feel excluded? Does he hate her or something? Is this the first time he's treated her as less than when it comes to all the kids? Ops' response: he refuses to explain why and just says that it's not right and won't explain further. I don't know if he hates her, but I am wondering now and wondering why would he treat her this way? There have been times before where he'd take the boys somewhere extravagant and take Abby somewhere less than exciting after, like taking our sons camping for the weekend and taking Abby to Denny's to make it up, but she always seemed to appreciate it, so I thought he put thought into it. Now I'm wondering if she was an afterthought to him. Commenter 1: his refusal to explain is an explanation. He wants her to feel like a second-class citizen. You note that you also were not invited, but it didn't bother you because it was conveniently something you're not into. Are you also treated as a second-class citizen, but it just conveniently happens to be things you're not interested in? Does he treat you to a lesser experience as a way of making up for the times you're excluded? I'm wondering if it's a he hates his daughter thing or if this is a sexism thing. Ops' response: I've never felt like I was being treated like a second-class citizen by him or Mark and Liam. If anything, they treat me like I'm one of the wonders of the world. Usually, if he plans trips, I'm the first one he has involved, even before we tell the kids. He just insisted this time that it was a boys' trip. Did anyone else meet up with Josh, Mark, and Liam? How did the kids get along with each other? Ops' response: as far as I know, they didn't bring anyone or meet anyone, no. Liam, Mark, and Abby usually get along and at worst deal with typical sibling rivalry, but it's never been as bad as this. Commenter 2: NTA, but I don't get your husband's reaction? Was he possibly going to do a daddy-daughter day and now feels he can't, but why wouldn't he tell you? And trying to take her bear? That's the equivalent of saying you don't deserve anything because you don't have a penis. I don't know. I think this goes deep and is worth digging into. 14 is such a hard age. Ops' response: I asked him if he was going to take her anywhere before he left for Six Flags, actually, and he just said no. He seemed frustrated, but I figured he was just focused on packing, so I never pushed it further. Does Op have her own one-on-one with each of her children? Ops' response: Mark and I go to Olive Garden together, and Liam isn't much of a restaurant person, so we have macaroni and cheese nights if it's just me and him. I try to spend time individually with all of them. I take Mark to the arcade and Liam to the museums he wants to visit. I promise I don't just focus on Abby. Commenter 3, in my opinion, it sounds like he was trying to punish her for something. The punishment didn't work because you let her have fun. That's what his actions say to me. This was supposed to be a punishment. But it's something he is probably rightfully ashamed of because it wasn't presented as the punishment it was supposed to be. NTA, whether or not my theory is correct. He could just be sexist. Ops response, I have no idea what she'd be punished for. She's a good kid and looks up to her dad, so I know she wouldn't want to disappoint him. Commenter 4, does your husband have a sister that got more attention than him? Ops response, no, he was an only child. Op on if her husband's mental health is okay. Ops response, as far as I'm aware, yes. Unless he's hiding it from me, I don't think there's anything going on with him mental health-wise. Is there any chance that Josh doesn't think Abby is his? Even if Abby is a triplet? Ops response, I hope he doesn't think Abby isn't his. Having triplets with different fathers isn't really possible. I do know that after they were born, though, for a while he made a joke like, I almost won the jackpot but was one bar off and lost everything. I asked him what it meant one time, and he never said it again. Now I'm wondering if it was a sexist joke. Is Ops' name on the title of the house? Can she kick Josh out? Ops response, he inherited it from his grandmother before we got married/moved in together, so I wasn't on the title. I guess I just never thought about it. Update, 3 months later. It's been a while since I made my first post, and enough time has passed that I figured I would update. Firstly, I want to clear some things up. The boys' trip was not just one day. It was from Friday to Tuesday. I saw multiple people say it was just a day trip, so I wanted to clear that up. The question everyone is asking, why did I defend Josh? I wish I had an answer better than I was in denial. I didn't want to think that Josh was horrible because I truly loved him at the time. I don't anymore. At the time though, I was scared to accept that he was a bad person. The update, I took the kids, and we went to my sister's house. Mark and Liam protested, but I told them it wasn't their choice to make. I told Josh that we were leaving for a while, and he said, fine, as long as I can keep the boys with me. We had an argument about it, and it escalated to the point where police had to intervene. He didn't get physical, but he was verbally aggressive towards all of us, and they had to calm him down. I think that was the moment I realized I couldn't do it anymore and decided it was over for us. I was able to force him into family therapy with the help of his family. They were appalled by his behavior and didn't understand what was happening either. I wish I could tell you all that we came to a big revelation and finally understood everything, but unfortunately that didn't happen. The therapist asked Abby to speak, and she asked Josh directly why he didn't let her go on the trip and why he got upset that she spent the day with me. He refused to speak and just walked out of the session. He blocked both me and my daughter, and the last thing I heard from him was him texting Liam and telling him to tell me that he expects custody of both the boys, and not Abby, if we divorce. I still don't understand what's going on with him, and neither does his family. I also talked to all the kids separately. Abby said that nothing happened between the two of them and that she was confused as to why he hated her. Liam and Mark said that he told them that they should leave Abby home because it was a father-son's trip and insisted that the trip was going to have a certain dynamic that Abby would ruin. He convinced them to not want her on the trip, and they obliged because he said he was going to cancel it if she came along. As for what happened on the trip, they just said that they spent pretty much all their time at Six Flags, and the worst thing that happened was they didn't have sunscreen. As of right now, we're still living with my sister. Mark and Liam are still sharing a room and got used to it. Abby is still shaken up from the situation, and sometimes I catch her blaming herself for all of this, but I make sure to remind her that it's not her fault. All three are on a wait list for individual therapy right now, and I'm considering it for myself, but for now I'm focusing on them. I'm looking to see what my options are for housing, and as much as I would love to keep our home, I don't know if I can and am looking into other houses/apartments as backup. I'm hoping the divorce process goes smoothly, but I can see Josh dragging it out as long as possible. I'm monitoring Mark and Liam's text messages in case Josh says anything or tries pitting them against me or Abby. He still won't talk to Abby or me, which I am fine with as of now. I know Abby misses her dad, but I think even she realizes that she's better off without him. That's basically it for now. I'm not sure if this is the end of everything or if I'll be dealing with a lot more with the divorce. In any case, I think my kids and I will be fine. Thanks to everyone on the original thread for giving me advice and helping to pull off the rose-tinted glasses. I dread to think about what would have happened if I never came here and stayed with Josh. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, where do the boys land in all of this? Are they seeing their dad as unreasonable, or are they sympathetic to him? Are they making Abby feel supported? I feel sad for everyone except your husband. Ops response, I'm not entirely sure how they feel about their dad. I have tried to talk about it with them a couple times, but both have said they don't want to talk about it. Abby has almost stopped interacting with them entirely, which the family therapist suggested might be out of guilt. They don't completely avoid each other, but Abby keeps to herself a lot more now, and now that she's back in school, she spends most of her day doing extra work and studying, and I think Mark and Liam have just given up on trying to get her to hang out with them. We're working on it in family therapy, but I worry that the boys might subconsciously blame her for everything, and that's why they've accepted her not talking to them. Commenter 2. I think you need to get ready to pay for several motions and hearings to get a psych evaluation of your ex ordered by the court, and then the psych evaluation needs to figure out why he hates his daughter and whether he is able to parent any of the children. If he refuses to cooperate, then you have a decent chance of very much the majority of custody. You should talk strategy with your attorney, but I would consider going for full custody of all 3 children initially and settling for joint custody, but really you have primary custody, and he gets supervised visitation for the first year or so. Something is medically wrong with your husband's brain. Ops response: I'm definitely going for full custody or at least nothing more than supervised visits from him. Psych eval would be a good idea. I'll talk to my attorney about that. Considering his own family doesn't agree with his behavior or know what's going on with him, and we have the family therapy incident as proof, I hope that can be enough to get a psych evaluation or at least prove he isn't fit to be around them alone. Commenter 3. Is it possible he somehow believes Abby isn't his? Very strange behavior. Either that or he thought after having 2 boys he'd have another one and got disappointed? Ops response: I'm leaning towards the latter, but I feel there's more to it than just that based off the fact that his own family doesn't know why he's doing this and him refusing to say why exactly he doesn't like her. Commenter 4. You may want to check up on the boys' online activity and get a gauge on their attitudes about certain things, like women and feminism and gay people and stuff like that, because it sounds like your husband is actually a raging misogynist who only values men. You can't control what sticks with your kids, but you can at least attempt to intervene on this, and try to make sure they're not getting radicalized. Ops response: I've been tracking their online activity heavily since this. So far I haven't seen anything questionable, but I am being very cautious. I'm checking Abby's too since I'm not ruling out her ending up in any bad online spaces. Aren't the kids triplets? Ops response: Yes, they're triplets. I don't think, or at least don't want to believe, he's stupid enough to believe that she's not his. Was Josh like that with Abby from when she was a baby/toddler? Ops response: Not to the extreme it is now. The worst I can think of off the top of my head when she was a baby was him joking about all 3 of our kids' birth being a failed jackpot because of Abby. He only ever made the joke once, though, and seemed mostly normal about her. My boyfriend started calling my sister at 4 a.m. and going on secret bar dates with her after helping her move. Then when I confronted them they both lied to my face until I dropped that I already knew about their friend dates from my brother. Posted by you/no_inspection_2557. Using a random old account because this isn't the stuff I usually post on my main. This whole thing spans over a few months, so stay with me on this. It is kind of long. I, 20F, and my boyfriend, 29M, I will call him Ryan, have been together for about a year and a half now, and up until recently, I always trusted him, maybe blindly and naively looking back on it. I started losing that trust a few months ago when an ex of his, I will call her Anna, found me on Instagram and DM'd me what was basically the dreaded "hey girly" text. I knew about Anna because they were pretty serious in college, and he and his mom had both told me stories about her. I was told by Ryan that they ended their long-term relationship because they wanted different things with life. He said she wanted to settle down and he wasn't ready. I believed him, but Anna told me that they actually broke up because after 4 years together and talking about marriage, she found out he had been cheating on her almost the whole time with no remorse. Apparently they had rekindled sometime about a year before, and Anna thought he had grown as a person, so they were considering meeting up and possibly getting back together until he randomly ghosted her. She found my account through his and pieced together by our photos that I was the reason he ghosted her. She provided multiple screenshots, and the timestamps are all during the same time frame me and him started talking. He was talking to us both and entertaining us both up until the same day he asked me to make things official. I don't know why she didn't tell me sooner or if she had just found out, but I never asked even now because I don't know if I even want to know more. I thanked her, and I did confront him with this almost immediately. He was honest, but I think that was only because I had the proof right there in front of us. He admitted that he was talking to both of us and another girl because he was single then and he had the right to. When I pointed out that I told him I wasn't talking to anyone else very early on in our talking stage and he could have told me then, or better yet, stop talking to these other women if he thought we were so serious, he got very defensive and said that I was making this out to be something it wasn't and said I was acting like he was a cheater. The fact that he brought up cheating first is telling to me now, even though I didn't think of it in the moment. I know he did not technically cheat on me, but it still feels disrespectful that he not only did it but didn't even think to tell me throughout our whole relationship. This opened my eyes to some massive red flags that just seemed to keep popping up, and eventually they were all I could see about him. I still love him despite how stupid that sounds. Even now, as I am typing this, I still hope I am so very wrong, even though I do not think I am, but I need other opinions because I feel crazy. My sister, 25F, who I will call Jane, just went through a nasty breakup 3 months ago and had to move back home with my parents to get back on her feet. Instead of hiring a moving company and wasting that money, she just asked our brother, 23M, to use his truck and have the family help her move. Of course we did, but I felt like we needed some more help, so I stupidly invited Ryan to come and help us. Ryan had never met my sister before then, but as soon as they started talking, I felt like a third wheel. They have more in common, which I should have expected with them being closer in age than me and him. I ignored it at first and tried to convince myself I was glad they were getting along, but the way he looked at her when we left later that night, and the way she said goodbye like there was more behind the words, filled me with jealousy. It wasn't even a full week later that it started getting weirder. Ryan made a comment in the middle of a date night about how mature my sister is, which if you talk to this woman at all, anyone can tell she is the opposite of mature, so I know this was some type of dig because I have always been self-conscious of our age gap. I have even said the words "I wish I was more mature" to him before. My mood was ruined after this because it made no sense to me why he was even thinking of Jane, and I was already upset and on edge, so I tried to end our night early, but he was following me around his apartment and yelling at me that I was acting insecure and didn't trust him. I let it slip that I hadn't trusted him for a while, and he asked me what the point of our relationship was if I cannot trust him. After some back and forth of me saying he needed to work to regain my trust and him saying I was blaming him for stuff he can't change, I ended up leaving because he would not stop, and I wanted to sleep. I went to my parents' place because they were closer, and it was late already, so I crashed there. My mom, of course, was curious why, and I broke down and explained everything to her, minus the Jane details because I knew she would be listening, and she was. I was a crying mess by the end, but my mom said she thought I was being paranoid and jumping to conclusions based on his past. I called Ryan, and to his credit, he did pick up quickly. I told him I was sorry, but now I feel like a pushover because looking back on it, I was not the one who needed to apologize. Jane even came down and comforted me herself, which is rare because she usually only cares for herself. I should have seen this as a sign, but I was too caught up on thinking my sister finally cared about me. For a while, everything was okay after. When I got back to his place, he apologized for yelling and said he hated seeing me leave and even asked me to move in with him. I hadn't decided yet, but I was stupidly considering saying yes. Everything felt too good to be true, and I was tired of feeling crazy, so I just started trying to accept that I may have paranoia issues when everything was basically confirmed for me. In the middle of the night, like a month and a half after Jane moved back, almost 4 in the morning, Ryan was on the phone with her. I caught him in his living room basically whispering into his phone. I was already suspicious and angry before I even knew who it was and asked him instead of doing the smart thing and listening into whatever they were talking about, because I still do not know what their late-night conversations were about. He didn't even try and hide it. He admitted to me that he and Jane had been talking for weeks and were becoming close friends. He said he didn't tell me because he knew how I would react and that he was worried I would think the worst. Hearing him say that felt so demeaning because it told me he knew how I would feel and what it would look like, but did it anyway. I was too angry to even have a conversation with him, so I locked myself in the bedroom until it was light out, ignoring him and Jane, who spammed my phone with explanations. As soon as I could, I left his apartment with as much of my stuff as I could carry. I vented to my mom about this on the phone just to find out that it was my own mother who gave Ryan's phone number to my sister that night I crashed at their house because she apparently wanted to get to know him better. My mom keeps saying that she is being a good sister and looking out for me by making sure he is good enough, but I do not believe it. The timing is too weird. She finds out my boyfriend has a history of cheating, and that's when she wants his number? If she truly was just trying to make sure he was good for me, she would not have felt the need to go behind my back to get Ryan's number, and would she not have done that in the beginning? And she did not do that with either of my previous relationships. For some context about how my mom acts towards Jane, my sister has always been spoiled rotten. She is my parents' favorite and didn't hear the word no from them if they could help it. In my parents' eyes, my mom's especially, she can do no wrong. Even though Jane is one of the rudest people I know, my mom still sees her as her baby. My mom keeps trying to get me to accept that she is just going through a hard time and needs a good friend like Ryan who takes care of her, but that just makes me more livid because why should my boyfriend be responsible for the heavy lifting of my sister's life? She is a grown adult who could go to therapy for her problems. She shouldn't need to call my boyfriend about them in the middle of the night. Last week was my final straw. I found out through my brother that Ryan and Jane have been regularly meeting up at bars for weeks now, even after the big fight about them calling in the night, going on what Jane calls friend dates. The cherry on top is that she specifically told my brother not to tell me. He told me almost immediately, and I finally broke. There is no good excuse for my boyfriend to be regularly seeing my sister behind my back, so I finally confronted them. I waited at my apartment and called them both to come, and the looks on their faces when they realized they were both there made my stomach churn. I didn't mention knowing about their little dates because I wanted to see if they would dig themselves into a hole, and that is exactly what they did. They both said they barely interact off the phone, and when they did, it wasn't planned. It just happened. I let them say their whole spiel before simply dropping, "So you ended up at the same bar multiple weekends in a row for friend dates on accident?" When I used her own words, I saw on her face that she knew I knew. They tried to say it was nothing weird, and they both adamantly denied anything happening during those friend dates, but I feel it in my gut that they are lying about that too since they can so easily lie to me about everything else. Ryan said they were just hanging out as friends, but once they lied to my face about them, I knew they were more than friendly hangouts. I have no hard evidence of anything going on past these dates, and even if nothing physical has happened, he is at least emotionally cheating on me with her. They let me feel like a crazy paranoid girlfriend, trying to make me feel like I was seeing things while manipulating me and him having the nerve to ask me to move in with him while doing this. I have not spoken to either of them or my mom since because I can't help but think my mom knew. What I keep thinking of that hurts most is that had Anna not told me he had a past of being a cheater, I would probably be thinking he's such a nice guy, helping and befriending my sister, and they all would have let me stay in the dark. They have not stopped trying to contact me, and I have gotten multiple voicemails from my mom that I am sure are defending them, so I can't even bring myself to listen to them. I have no idea what I am supposed to do now or how to go about this. I didn't technically break it off with Ryan, and I do not know how to. I fully believe he was trying to trap me in his life by asking me to move in, and now I am honestly a little scared of what else he could try to keep me around. My brother said he would gladly break it to him for me, but I don't know if that is the mature thing to do, and I keep having to beat myself up mentally for missing him. Am I jumping to conclusions like my mom thinks, or does it seem like he is emotionally cheating with my own sister? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, everyone but your brother lied to you. Dump him, take a long break from your family, but lean a bit on your brother for support. NTA. Commenter 2, honey, why on earth are you with this man? He's showing zero interest in being receptive to your concerns and in maintaining an element of trust and openness. Even if there is nothing unsavory between him and your sister, do you really want to be with someone who sneaks behind your back and humiliates you? The one thing that's still uncertain is whether he's physically or emotionally involved with her. The sneaking around is factual. It doesn't matter what they do together. What matters is that neither of them have your back, respect you, or care about maintaining a proper, honest relationship with you, deflecting and belittling all your concerns. Is this the kind of dynamic you want to waste your 20s on? Cut your losses and move on. Also, I get that not all age gaps are inherently problematic, but the fact that he'd be dating someone a decade his junior and acting like that is sketchy as heck. Just saying. High chance of him going after younger girls and telling them how mature they are because someone with less lived experience is easier to lie to, belittle, and manipulate. Commenter 3, dump that loser. He is too old for you anyway. Go no contact with your mom and sister. If they didn't cheat, they were leading up to it. Either way, the trust is broken. If you can't say anything to him, get your brother to go and do it. Your brother will probably be able to sniff out what a liar him and your sister are without bias. Update 1, 4 days later. Trying this again because for some reason it was taken down by an auto mod the first time. Putting this on a new Ada post because I'm not sure how people usually update these things. If that's wrong, please let me know. Anyway, my brother said I should update this now, so here it is. I decided to cut ties with Ryan, and I have gone no contact with my sister and my mom. The day after I posted my initial Ada, I took some of you guys' advice, and I broke it off with Ryan through a careful text that said, more or less, I do not believe nothing happened between you and my sister, and I won't stay in a relationship with someone who would break my trust like that. Even if nothing happened, you lied to me about seeing her, went behind my back to be with her, and hurt me all for someone you barely know, for someone I am supposed to be able to trust. I do not want you to text or call me, and I do not want to see you again. My brother will be coming to get anything of mine you still have when he can. I wanted the text to be direct and fast so he couldn't try to twist my words, but he still responded saying he only wanted to be with me, was sorry he hurt me, and that he didn't mean to break my trust. So I silenced his contact and put my phone on Do Not Disturb for now, but I know he has still been texting. I just refuse to even look at them. Some comments said not to block him fully just in case he goes too far and I need documentation, so I am following that advice until I think I am in the clear. My sister showed up at my apartment unannounced after this, and I am positive he told her about my text. I talked to her outside because I wanted to see if I could get more information out of her but didn't want her in my apartment. So while she was begging me to forgive her, I said I would if she told me the truth. And I was pretty much right. She confessed that they both talked about being attracted to each other, and about what they would do together if I wasn't in the picture on those late night phone calls. The farthest it went was talking about getting a hotel room for a weekend to act on this, which she claims Ryan shot down, but I do not believe that. She said nothing physical ever happened, and they went on those friend dates to live out a fantasy they were never gonna act on, which I think is nonsense. She said she was the one pushing for them to go further, but he never crossed the line, but I do not care. They were leading up to cheating physically if they haven't already, and in my eyes, already did cheat. They were basically having inappropriate conversations or phone intimacy or whatever while I was asleep in the next room, and her trying to justify that makes me feel sick. I told her I was likely not going to talk to her ever again, and she went from begging to being angry and calling me a liar almost immediately, so I just went back up to my apartment to avoid doing something I would regret. I also finally listened to my mom's voicemails, and they were in fact defending Jane. I called her, told her what Jane admitted, and asked if she knew. She said she didn't know and thought they really were just friends but still thinks I am being too hard on Jane. She thinks I should be more angry at Ryan since he made the commitment to me and Jane will be my sister for life. I believe her that she didn't know about everything, but I can't even find the words to describe how I feel about her expecting me to just forgive Jane. I also do not believe she told the full story, but I have no idea how I would find out more while also avoiding them like the plague like I want to. I have not spoken to them since, but they have pretty much brought the whole family into this to try and convince me to reconsider. I could tell they were just repeating what my mom or Jane told them, but I still made it clear to them that I would also be going no contact with anyone who tried to convince me to talk to them before I am ready, and my brother helped back me up on this. My brother has been very supportive in all of this and is probably all that is going to get me through this. He plans to go to Ryan's tomorrow to get some stuff I left there, and he is actually going to be staying with me because I do have a spare key to my apartment at Ryan's place. We are also both ready to call the cops if he tries to do so much as keep one thing from me. My brother was ready to fight him, but I told him not to because I don't want him getting in trouble for my relationship problems. Especially since I blame myself for not noticing this sooner. Some of these comments were the harsh kick I needed to realize I needed to stop doubting myself here and that I was acting into the exact parts of myself he manipulated and maybe sought out when getting with me in the first place. Other comments were some great advice that really helped me, and I really appreciate those especially. For those of you pointing out how great my brother is, he has always been one of the best people I know and is my best friend. He really is an amazing guy to everyone, not just me. Our sister has kind of always been our biggest bully, so he knows how she can be, and even he is surprised she went this far. He also agrees with me they might be more together than they're saying. He never liked or trusted Ryan and didn't like us dating because of the age gap long before I realized he is a piece of garbage, and I should have considered that a while ago. I do not understand why or how I was so blind. I showed him this post earlier today because he frequents Reddit, and was likely going to see it eventually. He read through the comments, and I actually had to stop him from responding to some of the ruder ones he thought were uncalled for, but I am even grateful for a lot of the harsh comments too because they definitely made me stop second-guessing myself and made me realize I was letting this man make me act like an idiot. Before I wrap this up, I also wanted to say just because a lot of the comments mentioned it, I do recognize how weird the age gap was. I know it does not make a big difference, but I will be 21 in December and Ryan has only been 29 for almost 2 months now. Our relationship did not seem or feel creepy in the start, but I have only dated 2 people before Ryan, and they were both the same age as me, so I know I missed the signs. I never thought I would be in a relationship with that big of an age gap until it happened, and I didn't even expect it to last as long as it did in the beginning. I plan to not date for a while and just focus on getting past all the anger and everything I am still feeling, and whenever I do start dating, it will not be with someone that much older, and I will definitely be more cautious no matter the age. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I am so sorry. I read your first post, and I could feel your pain. I feel it more deeply now. Your brother really is amazing. Your mother really is awful. There aren't words for how awful Jane and Ryan are. Jane is far and away the biggest scumbag of the two. She was your sister. Stick to your brother. I love that man so much. Please tell him how wonderful he is. I would never forgive your sister, and your mother would have to change her tune massively before I would forgive her. As for the family flying monkeys, take control of the narrative. They've probably been sold a distorted version of what happened. Tell your truth and then state your boundaries and see how things fall. I bet you money it hasn't been unnoticed what your mom and sister have always been like. Ops response, I'm sure they were told some other story, but I did tell them my side of the story when I said I would go no contact with them too if they pushed the idea, and I have not heard from them, so I don't know what side they're taking if either. My sister has always been a master of twisting people's words, so I am honestly trying to talk as little about it with anyone other than my brother and Reddit. Commenter 1. What you do now will affect your family for years. I honestly recommend you at least message each family member individually or as a group, reiterating what happened and asking them how they would react. Repeat your no contact threat and then see what people say. If they have any insight, then they're hopefully already questioning what they've been told. But you are on a hill I would die on. Ops response: me and my brother texted the extended family my mom and Jane brought into this about the situation, and they were told a watered down nonsense story. When they told me to reconsider, it was because Jane had told them I was assuming what happened and wouldn't let her explain. I don't think my mom had anything to do with coming up with the lie, but she definitely let them believe it. Now there is a giant back and forth going on that I am doing my best to stay out of for my own sake, but my brother is making sure my feelings get heard and that my sister can't lie more. Commenter 2: about the only thing I can add to what others have said is the observation you don't mention your father. Is he alive? If so, from your silence, I would guess that he is either staying out of this or that he enables your mother and sister on a routine basis. Ops response: my dad has always been on a short leash for my mom. I have never been close with my dad, and then I moved out practically on my 18th birthday because that is what he wanted, so it's a strained relationship. He hasn't said anything, but I am not surprised with that because we never really talk past birthday texts and holidays. I'm sure he is on their side whether he thinks what they did was right or not because he's worse at standing up for himself than I am. Update 2 days later. I'm gonna update this even though it is kind of anticlimactic. My brother was able to get my things from Ryan pretty easily, but he did try to keep my key by saying he didn't know where it was. It has been in the same place since I started staying over, but he got it from him after some threats. That confirmed to me that I was right to be scared he would do something if I was alone. He tried to get my brother to pass on another apology that was basically the exact same nonsense he has said at every other time, so nothing new there, and me and my brother finally had a good laugh at how dense he is, and we really needed that. My mom and Jane are both blocked. Ryan is not yet because I am still worried I will need to go to the cops with the text he has sent after I told him to stay away. I explained this in a comment on my first update, but I want to say it here too. The extended family that tried to get me to talk to Jane were lied to. Jane told them I was assuming and wouldn't let her explain herself, but me and my brother made sure they knew the truth, and now everything has blown up. They are not directly defending me, but I don't expect them to. I'm just happy they know the truth. Jane texted my brother to tell me her and Ryan have not talked since then, and she deleted his number to get me back in her life. But if that is true, I think it is more because everyone except my parents see her for who she is now. Also, that should have already happened if nothing was going on between them. They stayed in contact the whole week I was trying to figure out if I was crazy, and that alone is disrespectful. My brother agreed to help me snoop for more evidence at some point when we are ready, but we are both going to be taking a giant step back from this whole thing for now because I do not want my brother to be suffocated with them trying to contact me through him. We are gonna ignore it all weekend as if it is not happening and just do stuff that makes us happy since it is clear we are all we've got. If there is more to add to this, I will come back to this account and add it, but as of now, I have nothing more. Relevant comments. Commenter 1: if I may ask, what things are Ryan saying that you might need to get cops involved? I'm assuming the generic "you're mine even if you don't consent, you're not leaving/breaking up with me," and violent threats? I only ask because that info is just a bit out of the blue. I mean, him lying about the key says all we needed to know. Ops response: I don't think he has crossed any lines that make me want to go to the cops yet. I'm just keeping that option there because I read it in a few comments warning me to do this because of the situation. I don't know the full extent of his text because I have not actually opened his contacts since I silenced it just for my own mental health, but when I open the Messages app, I can still see some of whatever the most recent thing he sent is, and it got more aggressive and went from starting like "Can we talk? Can we meet? I want to see you," to stuff like "This can't happen this way, this can't end this way, and I need you over and over since my brother got my stuff," which really creeps me out. Also, just the fact that he kept texting me after I told him not to is unsettling. Commenter 1: yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry. It makes sense though. He got to have his cake and eat it too, and now that he can't, he's panicking. I can't imagine why for the life of me your sister would blow up your relationship this way, even worse that your ex chose your sister of all people to cheat with. But I totally understand exes and terrible excuses. My first ex cheated on me with his ex. He hooked up with her the day before he asked us to be official, and his exact words were, "I wanted to get the wild behavior out before getting serious," then continued to mess around with her the entirety of our relationship. The best part? He texted me for years after we broke up asking to still hook up or go out while he was actively dating other women. Some men are truly scum. Ops response: my sister has always been a very selfish person, but I never would have thought this would happen. The sad thing is that now because of them, I'm going to be wondering, is he cheating or would he cheat? With everyone. I'm gonna need to take some time to find out how to love and trust again because I can't even see how I am ever gonna be okay trusting someone like that ever again. Commenter 2, good update. I'm glad you're thinking about your brother. I asked you to do that in a comment on your last update. I think you're wise not to block Ryan in case you need evidence of anything in the future. Jane assuring you her and Ryan haven't been speaking and she's deleted his number is nonsense. You can't trust she's telling the truth. Even if it's true, it's too little too late. Tokenistic actions can't undo her calculated and sustained betrayal. Why don't you expect your wider family to directly defend you now that they know the truth? They were quick enough to directly defend Jane. Poor show on their part. No mention of your treacherous mom. Has she been silent? Kind of says it all. Op's response, I didn't expect them to defend me because it has always been just Jane for them. She was the golden kid and the first grandbaby on both sides. They treat my brother this way too, so I just wasn't surprised. It seems like they were more mad at her for lying than doing what she did. My mom has been more quiet on it, but me and my brother have also been completely ignoring them and playing our favorite video games together, so if she has said something new, we have not seen it and will not see it until at least Monday. Commenter 3, your brother is amazing. Don't talk to your sister, ex, or mom anymore. They knew what they were doing, and there's no excuse. That's it, it's done. If you need to get a restraining order if you feel unsafe, then so be it. You have a solution. Work towards it. You don't need the drama in your life still when you already were just traumatized. Commenter 4, your sister is a backstabbing cow. How could she meet up with your boyfriend and start an almost physical affair? She's insecure and jealous of you. Your boyfriend apologizing now, but he should have thought about that before getting involved with her. And your mother is awful. They add no value to your life, so definitely cut them off. Your brother is great. Hope you are able to move on at some point and start living life again. You're young, so you'll be fine. Onwards and upwards.
My brother's friend kept hitting on my wife and touching her for selfies, so when I asked my brother to tell him to stop, he said his friend is just playful and my wife should have shut him down sooner if she had a problem. Posted by you/over supermarket 200. Yesterday, my wife told me that she feels uncomfortable around my brother's friend, and I need to talk to my brother. I said I wanted to talk to my brother or confront his friend, but she said she'll manage, and I shouldn't interfere because I might lash out. She said that I was right and I should do what I want to, but I should be polite. I came back from work just a few hours ago, and the first thing I did was to call my brother. I asked him to keep his friend away from my wife. He asked me, did his friend make me mad? I asked him if he's dumb. Do you not see that your friend is being flirty? He said that his friend is playful. He's extroverted while we are introverted, and we should just get along because my wife was also friendly with him. My brother's friend on every occasion tries to talk to my wife, and he makes stupid jokes to make her laugh. Yesterday when we went to my brother's on my niece's birthday, his friend grabbed my wife's shoulder and tried to take a selfie with her. My wife said no and she came to me. Not just this, he also comments on pics my wife uploads. I explained everything to my brother, but he said his friend is just playful and fun to be around. I said he should ask his friend to stay away from my wife, and if he doesn't, then we won't attend any family celebration if his friend is invited. He said we are overreacting, and my wife should have shut him down early on if she had a problem with him. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I think that it sounds like he hasn't done anything that's overtly romantic or inappropriate or anything too insane yet. I also can't really tell if it's that bad from anything you've said. Maybe he's being extra creepy. I don't know. But if he's making you and your wife uncomfortable, it's completely reasonable to want him to stop, but I think he probably deserves a calm conversation rather than being immediately banned from everything and told to stay away. There's a more civil and less dramatic way to go about it. So I don't know, not necessarily a jerk move, but there's certainly better ways to go about it without escalating it too much. Op's response, should we have just waited for him to make any romantic or inappropriate moves? What better ways to go about it towards my brother's friend? He is not my friend, and if I confront him, which I wanted to, by the way, I would have been rude to him. It's my brother's responsibility to talk to his friend and make him understand, but he doesn't want to. Commenter 1, I'm not saying wait till it gets to that point at all. I'm saying it's worth a conversation. Even if it's your brother doing it, I feel like it can be more of a hey, back off, you're making them uncomfortable rather than a full-on ban from ever doing anything with the family or interacting with you. Unless he really has done something worthy of that much of a reaction. Op's response, but he did? He's being friendly with my wife. He always tries to have a conversation with my wife, and he would make jokes as if his pathetic jokes would impress my wife. He even put his hands on her and tried to take a selfie with her. Would you be fine with this? I asked my brother to stop his friend and his behavior. He's his friend, after all, and my brother is like it's normal, it's no big deal, and if my wife had a problem with his friend, she should have shut him down. Yes, it is, and he should talk to his friend. Commenter 2, okay, it's not your brother's responsibility. She's your wife. If my husband left it to someone else to defend me or keep some creep away from me, I'd have a major issue with my husband. Ops response: what I meant by it's my brother's responsibility is that it's his friend, and it's his responsibility to talk to him. Yes, she's mine, and I am not leaving it up to someone else to defend her or keep a creepy person away. If she had let me do what I wanted to instead of telling me that she would handle it herself, then we wouldn't be in this mess, but she asked me to be polite, and I was being polite as my wife asked. Commenter 3, your brother is not listening. Go directly to the horse's butt. Hey! Stop talking to my wife. Don't touch her. She doesn't like it. I don't like it. Be friendly and playful somewhere else. NTA. Ops response: I thought that my brother would talk to his friend and tell him to stay away from his sister-in-law, but he would rather blame us and say that I am overreacting and my wife shouldn't have become friendly with his friend and should have shut him down, like we ever wanted to get close to his friend. If he doesn't listen to me and ask his friend to stay away from my wife, then we might as well just stay away from them all. Update, 6 days later. My brother told me that his friend was just being playful with my wife, and my wife shouldn't have encouraged his friend and should have shut him down when his friend was harassing her. I decided to talk to his best friend directly. I called him, and I introduced myself. I said that we don't like him getting close with my wife, and it's best that he stays away from her on occasions. He said he is sorry and didn't mean to hurt me, and my wife never had a problem with it. I said, but you did, and I am now speaking for my wife, and you should stay away from us. He followed up with yes, he will. My brother, my terrible brother, his friend told him, and my terrible brother said that I shouldn't have talked to his friend and he did nothing wrong. He only tried to talk to my wife, make her laugh, and touched her shoulder for a selfie. I told my brother that it's vile, and we don't want his best friend near us. We argued, and I ended up telling him that if his friend is invited to our family gatherings or occasions, then we will leave. This whole thing became a family drama, and in the end, my parents and my other siblings told my brother that his friend isn't invited, and my brother is upset. He says it's all my fault for making a huge deal about a selfie and small jokes. We are both happy with my family's decision, and my wife said I have good siblings minus my brother. We were planning on skipping every occasion where his friend was invited anyway, but I don't get my brother's reaction. His friend is harassing his sister-in-law, and he is fine with it? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, attention and tasteless jokes just to make her laugh. Men who don't get that will not hear you and will always minimize and defend their juvenile behavior. The difference about this post, that is actually refreshing, is that friends and family agree with Op and not the immature offender. Op's response: it goes without a doubt that my brother's friend crossed the line. He doesn't even need to get a no from my wife. It's common sense, and my brother? He's a different breed. I even started doubting a bit whether he's my brother or not. Maybe he was switched or something. My family will side with us. We are family minus my brother to me, and we will take our family's side instead of a harasser and his accomplice, my brother. His friend grabbed my wife's shoulder and all that, so most women in my family relate to it, my mom and my sisters and my sister-in-law, so they are siding with my wife. Commenter 2, NTA. You have every right to ask someone to stop if your wife was uncomfortable. Commenter 3, yeah, so you haven't experienced this, and it's awesome for you to be supporting your wife, but a lot of women just get harassed because men think it's fun to do, and everyone around is like your brother. It's why a major movement started 11 years ago. It's really common to hear, well, I've never seen him do it. No kidding, Sherlock. He does it to women in vulnerable situations. So the why is because he can get away with it and maybe even gets cheered on by his friends. So let this inform you that women fend this stuff off starting in elementary school, and it only starts to taper off when menopause hits and they become perceived as less attractive, though if we're talking about actual assault, that's through life and, see Marilyn Monroe, after life has ended. I'm glad you're standing up for your wife. Just know it's not just her. It's not all men, but it's nearly always men, and it is all women and girls. Commenter 4, NTA. Your wife told you she wasn't comfortable with what your brother's friend was doing. When he tried to take a selfie with her, she told him no. That's a pretty clear indication that she had a problem with it and wasn't encouraging it. Tell your brother that your wife told his friend no, or better yet, have your wife tell him herself and tell him she wasn't encouraging it and ask what the heck his problem is. Maybe do it around your other siblings and have them pile on. My wife stopped talking to me for 2 days because I refused to build a backyard aquarium with sharks, then admitted she was testing how far I'd go for us and would have let me abuse animals just to prove my devotion to her. Posted by you/deleted. Throwaway account for personal reasons. To start off, my wife and I have been together for 5 years, and things were going pretty great until recent events. We met during speed dating and both quickly took a liking to each other. We both have great jobs and plan on having kids pretty soon, maybe within the next 2 to 3 years. Also, we don't disagree on many things and rarely argue, sometimes of course. So my wife and I just bought a house in Florida, and she is crazy about anything aquatic. I'm talking whales, fish, lobsters. She just loves all things of the sea. One of the first things that she told me about herself on our first official date was that she loved the seals. I'm not quite sure what this was supposed to mean. Was it some type of Save the Seals slogan you might hear for pandas? Anyways, that didn't really strike me as too odd since I am an animal lover myself. In our first apartment, we had a quaint fish tank that housed around 10 fish, but she always wanted more fish in that darn tank. I said, look, we can't have any more fish in that tank. They need their space, she agreed, and the issue has not been brought up since, until now. As I said above, we just recently bought a house in Florida. One of the most striking features that we love about it is the giant pool. It isn't the greatest looking pool, but it is definitely large. One of the first things she mentions after we purchase the place is how cool it would be to have our own aquarium. I go on to tell her that it is not a wise idea for us to have an aquarium for various reasons. It did not seem to make her extremely angry, but I could tell that she was a bit annoyed and frustrated about the whole ordeal. A few days later, she brings it up to me again, except this time she had a legitimate plan all written out. I was taken aback. She used Word to type up a detailed plan on how we could get this aquarium to work, bullet points and all. It went over the costs, the types of aquatic creatures we would house in the aquarium, what type of contractors and licenses we need to pull it off. The craziest part, she wants to use the pool. I told her that I thought it was really sweet that her love for aquatic creatures has given her the idea to have our own aquarium in our pool, but wasn't willing to spend nearly $20,000 to do so, nor would I do it regardless of the cost. The most messed up part is that she wants sharks in a separate pool that we would have to build. Why the heck would anyone want giant sharks in their backyard? She told me that this was one of her dreams ever since we had met, that we would own a pool and start up some type of backyard aquarium nonsense. Her first sign was apparently you said you love the seals too. So now I am thinking in my head that I married somebody so that they could have a potential aquarium partner? She has now gone as far as saying that she will leave me if I don't agree to this. I don't even know what to do at this point. She claims that I am crushing her dreams. I am just so confused about all of this. We have been great for 5 going on 6 years, and she wants to leave me because I won't agree to having an aquarium and building a separate pool for sharks? Is it even wise to try and work this out anymore? I feel like I am being put into a corner right now and cannot do anything about it. She won't even pick up my phone calls. Should I cave and build the aquarium? I need your help, Reddit. Relevant comments. Op1 responding to a deleted comment about this being animal abuse. Op's response, that's a pretty good comparison, and what you said about animal abuse is one of the many reasons I told her this was not going to work. It's one of the reasons I'm having such a hard time grasping this. If she loves these beings so much, why would she want to go about abusing them in that manner? I actually brought this up to her, and she said I can't believe you don't think I'd properly care for them. After that, nothing has been said on that specific reason. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, Backyard Sharks would be a great band name. She is bananas. You can try to negotiate an aquarium plan which isn't ridiculous. You can get her to talk to marine professionals about the logistics of her plan so she sees how it won't work, but honestly if she's threatening to leave you because you don't want a swimming pool full of sharks, I don't think anyone would blame you for taking her up on that offer. We're all joking around about how insane this plan is because it is pretty hilariously insane, but on a serious note, how is her mental health? Because the only people I've known who have said anything on the level of let's fill our pool with sharks have been people who genuinely have serious mental health conditions. This sounds like at the very least an obsession. Could you encourage her to see a professional? You might need to do it under the guise of suggesting individual therapy alongside marriage counseling. That she has always loved fish but never made a suggestion on this scale before may indicate some sort of recent change in her thinking, and to be honest, I feel like the fact she thinks this is reasonable and realistic is bordering on delusion. Commenter 2, first off, you can't build a freaking aquarium in your freaking backyard. The zoning laws alone would be a nightmare. She may have a plan, but is she a marine biologist who will know how to keep the pH levels, salt levels, the basic mechanics of what chemicals are safe for the animals? What's she going to do? Keep sharks. Even tiny sharks will eat all the other fish and need the dark because that's where they live. Secondly, there are shows dedicated to showing what goes into building one of these massive projects. They are usually done for companies that have some money to burn. Go watch any episode of Tanked on Animal Planet, and you'll get an idea. Third, I knew a family that invested in an indoor aquarium, one that took up a wall in their basement. They had tanks, repeat tanks, to recycle the water. It was beautiful, but holy heck, it was expensive. Fourth, do not give in to her crazy dream. There are people whose business is in fish, who love fish, but know their limits when it comes to taking care of them. A divorce or couples counseling would be a combination cheaper than the insanity she is proposing. Commenter 3, is no one going to say that Op's wife may be mentally ill? This is not a normal request. It's bananas. Commenter 4, I'm a psychiatrist, and I was thinking she is either mentally ill or just really not very bright. Commenter 5, I can see the headlines now. Florida man killed in backyard shark attack. Update 1 and 2, 1 day later. Small update, hello again everyone. Thank you so much for all of your responses. I never would have thought that I would receive so much good advice from all of you over such a weird issue. So, things are a little better now, I guess, not really, as I left a voicemail saying that there could be some way for us to make a compromise, something that would not be harming these beings, a proper way to care for them. It seems that now she is suddenly open to the idea of doing this, after 2 whole days of not speaking to me. Reddit, you will love her reasoning for this. She has told me that she wanted to test how far I would go for us. I'm very curious why she would propose such a fantastical and cruel idea to see if I would simply do it. I admit, for a good portion of our marriage, I have been a classic pushover, Bending to her will on things I would rather not do if it was truly up to me. I feel like somewhere along the way, my opinions and reasoning have lost value in her eyes and have lost value in my own eyes. This is just something that I could not allow, and I think it royally made her angry simply because I would not do it. Basically, she would have let this happen if I would have been willing to, but she made it sound more crazy to see how far I would take it to help her live her dream. I think I have lost myself, Reddit. This feels even worse than her not speaking to me for 2 days over this whole bizarre ordeal. A lot of you have said that she is nuts. I'm starting to believe it after this stuff. I'm not quite sure I should be with someone that is willing to test me over something that would cause great harm to other living things just to see if I would go through with it. I feel like I've been manipulated this whole time, like it's some sham marriage or something, so she could live a lavish dream. I don't really know what to do at this point. We sure as heck aren't going to build an aquarium. I am leaning towards telling her to go get counseling, or us getting counseling together, or just trying to settle this in a civil manner because I do not feel like being tested again. I feel that it would surely happen again. I actually have no doubt in my mind knowing how manipulative people continue this behavior. Thank you again everyone, from the bottom of my heart. Maybe I will post an update if you want in a few days. Small update too, my wife and I have talked heavily about it since I posted this update, and she has decided to go to counseling. Lately she says that she has been having growing obsessions for things, almost this type of level, but has been bottling it up inside. She took me not agreeing with this as a personal attack against her. She has also not really felt like herself lately, and I have taken notice of that. Apparently she has been trying to self-diagnose by reading online, which I have heard is not a good way to go about mental health. Her job is extremely stressful and taxing, and this seems to have been some type of outlet. No agreement has been reached on an alternative to the aquarium. I'm starting to doubt she even wanted this whole thing to go through to begin with. It's worrisome. I am not really sure if my wife is in her right mind at the moment because this is such extreme behavior, and she has never acted like this. I do love her greatly though and will support her 100% through counseling. I do feel bad about all of this in a way, like I should have noticed something was going on, but I truly did not see this coming. We both live extremely busy lives, which is not an excuse, but I feel is a contributing factor to my possible negligence.
My boyfriend revealed he has an arranged marriage with another woman since they were teenagers, and now he's decided to marry her instead of staying with me, but the best part is they're moving to my suburbs so I get to constantly see them together after September. Posted by you/Onumi. My boyfriend is from Zimbabwe, and when he was 16 and she was 13, he was betrothed to marry a girl from the town he grew up in. He has only met her a handful of times. Since then, he has gone overseas to study, which is where he met me. I'm totally devoted to him. He is the best and kindest man I've ever met, and we make each other very happy. I'm starting to worry about him becoming depressed because of the impossible expectations his family have of him to study, get married, send money back home, and look after his younger siblings. I've come to accept that I will almost certainly have to let him go to marry this other woman, but I'm having a hard time working out how I can support him and make him happy, and if I'm honest, encourage him to stay with me. I just wanted to ask Reddit if anyone has had a similar experience with an intercultural relationship. Do I have a hope in heck? Edit, pretty amazed at how many people have replied. I'm still reading everything, but I do genuinely appreciate how many people have given their frank opinion, whatever that may be. Also, does anyone know where I can buy a sword? Edit, have been asked to put our ages in the original post. I am 23 and he is 26, nearly 27. Also, he has a permanent visa and is not from a rural village. He grew up in a middle-class mining town where his father is an engineer. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you need to have an honest heart-to-heart with this man. You need to tell him your fears and your expectations for your relationship. If he is going to leave for her, then you two need to separate now, instead of dragging it on. If he is going to be with you, then he needs to talk with his family and let them know that you are his love, and to cut the nonsense. Good luck, friend. Ops response, we've had so many of these discussions and tried several times to separate. It's become clear that, while the two of us still care so much for each other, cutting ties just doesn't work. I don't know how to assert my expectations because I don't really have any other than that he is good and loyal to me. Arranged marriage? It's hard to know who he is being disloyal to. To a deleted comment. Ops response, he told me about his arranged marriage about 1.5 years into our relationship. It took me another 6 months to fully understand what he was telling me, and since then I've been struggling with the moral implications as well as the practical side of being in a relationship that isn't likely to be approved of by his family. We were unsuccessful in breaking up because there was never a moment where we questioned whether we are happy together. Separation seemed like the logical thing to do to avoid further pain, but it failed. As far as him being dishonest with his family, well, you may be right, but I don't think it's that simple. I don't fully understand the culture, but it's nothing like what I grew up with. The best way I can describe it is that it seems similar to family dynamics in the 1950s, where the dad is the head of the household and doesn't have a very emotional connection with the kids, the mom is someone who worries about him and he feels he has to protect, and his older brothers are like quasi-father figures, while he has responsibility for his younger brothers. Op explains to another commenter. When I said it took 6 months, what I was trying to imply is that it took me 6 months to really understand the gravity of the situation and to really understand that there is a strong possibility that love will not conquer all in our case. Commenter 2, secondly, it is that simple. He needs to choose you or his culture. I'm not usually a fan of ultimatums, but this kind of seems unavoidable. I'm sorry, but you are being very weak, and at some point you need to stop letting him control your relationship, because that's what is going on. Op's response, I guess the main problem is that I'm not willing to force him to choose between his culture and me. His culture is what shaped him into the man that he is now, and I love him for that. Why would I demand that he ignore it? Ideally, there is a middle ground where we can be together and he doesn't lose a vital part of his social network. Any suggestions? Commenter 3, as an African myself, I can tell you that we are told it's better to marry and date Africans, but if we don't, it's not the end of the world. Being in an intercultural/interracial relationship, your biggest battle will be with his family, and he needs to step up and tell them what he wants, which is you. Op's response, how can I say to him that I am worried about the pressure he is under and how it's affecting him negatively, then turn around and demand that he humiliate his family by breaking off this arrangement? I feel stuck between asserting what I want and also looking after him. Commenter 4, maybe I missed it in your op, but what does he want? I'd take it from there. Op's response, he is stuck between wanting to be with me and the reality of the humiliation that he will bring on his family, who he loves very much, by breaking an arranged marriage. He will have to betray somebody in either case, and I think, and I can't blame him for, leaning towards keeping his family happy. His friends and family/her friends and family. Op's response, yes, he has met my family and friends. Yes, I've met his friends here. I've also met his younger brother and his older brother and sister. We've traveled overseas to meet his best friend and best friend's fiancé. That being said, the older brother and sister were hostile, by asking me accusatory questions, why are you at his house so late at night, shouldn't you be home by now, or simply barely acknowledging me. I feel that this is just a taste of the hostility I'll face if we stay together. Update, almost 2 months later. Thanks to everyone for your honest advice. I appreciated that most people were, if not kind, at least upfront. A few people asked for an update once the situation has been resolved, so here it is. He's decided he has no choice but to marry the girl he is betrothed to. He hopes we can remain friends and keep in touch. He will be going back home to marry her in September, after which he will return here with his new bride to start married life together. The good news is that they will be living in the same suburb as me, so the chances of me bumping into them are high. Editor's note, Op clarified in the comments this is sarcasm. How shall I move on and avoid spending the next year sitting in the dark drinking gin? Edit, it's way past my bedtime. Thanks again to everyone that took the time to respond, and sorry to anyone that I didn't get the chance to reply to. Night night. Edit, I see people are still here. Good morning to you all. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, can you ask him for the sake of his feelings for you to move to a different suburb? It is not going to matter to the new girl where she lives, so he at least should do one last thing right by you. Op's response, the reason he is moving to the area is to finish his master's. The college he wants to go to happens to be about 5 minutes away from my house, and the city I live in isn't all that big. Commenter 2, just talk about it with someone you can share with. I tried dealing with it by myself when my girlfriend of 7 years left me when I found out she had been cheating on me. I thought I was over her, and so when I tried to date someone again, a year later, I realized I was still messed up. Thankfully, I ended up dating a girl who became my best friend, and so I could talk about everything with her. Now I feel great, probably the best I have ever felt. Op's response, thanks, shall try to do the same. But tell me, did you feel embarrassed to talk to your friends about your situation? The reason I ask is because I feel ashamed about the whole thing, and even though I don't believe my friends would judge me, I feel like an idiot for believing things might work out. The idea of discussing that idiocy with anyone who knows me is really repellent at the moment. Same commenter, I honestly could not talk about this with any of my friends. I really only have male friends. It wasn't until I became friends with this other girl, who was going through a breakup too, that I could finally talk about all the things that bothered me. And I felt a little embarrassed talking about it, but when I realized she wouldn't judge me, I was able to open up. You just need to find someone that you are comfortable sharing with. Op's response, thanks, sound advice. I've just started at a new university, so at least my chances of meeting new people are pretty good. It would have been a shame if my only option was to sidle up to people at the bus stop. Commenter 3, how do people do this? How do you leave someone you shared your life with for 3 years? How could you marry someone you don't even know? How do you make it work with someone of a completely different upbringing? Assuming he grew up in North America and her in Zimbabwe. Who is that scared of their parents that they are willing to throw it all away to please them? These stories shock me. Always. Ops response: I asked him very similar questions, and the answers were along the lines of, I have to choose between you and my entire family. If I stayed with you, they would be humiliated and will never fully accept you. Also, any misfortunes that we might experience in the future, for example, a miscarriage, will be directly attributed to the fact that I betrayed my family and you are a heathen and this is our punishment from God. He has spoken to her a few times and can only hope for the best. She comes from a good Christian family and has been trained since she was young to be a good wife. He said that he will regret it for the rest of his life if he can't find happiness with her, but this is the decision he has to make. He only came here to study a few years ago when he was in his early 20s, so they have had a similar upbringing. The major difference being that he has experienced years in a totally different, secular culture and can see the value of it. She has never left her hometown except for short stays with relatives in other cities. She is still a virgin, etc., etc., etc. It's not that he is scared of them. It's that he feels guilty because he feels that he is betraying them. Also, this goes beyond his parents to his extended family, and family is very important to him culturally. The prospect of not having his family is more or less unthinkable for him. I don't know if I feel more sorry for him or myself. I guess it's probably me, because Disney. Commenter 4, the fact that he felt the need to mention that she has been trained to be a good wife is kind of indicative of the respect he might have had for you if you had ended up marrying him. Ops response: that was me paraphrasing, perhaps slightly bitterly, not a direct quote. He was saying that she has had a sheltered upbringing, is very religious, and has been waiting for the day she gets married for her whole life. He didn't say it in a condescending she's a good little woman way or even say that those qualities are universally valued. By the standards of his hometown, however, she is a good candidate. On moving. Ops response: the wedding is overseas, so thankfully mutual friends attending is not an issue. I can't move at the moment though. I've got a 2-year lease. More importantly, I've just started a course that I love, and my uni offers one of the best programs available in my field. I can't sacrifice that at the moment because it's really the major reason that I haven't locked myself in my room with a stack of DVDs and several casks of wine. To a longer comment saying she's not mad enough, he didn't fight it, and she should move. Ops response: just a couple of things to clear up. I've explained above why I don't want to move. I have rental and university commitments that are important and positive, respectively. He did tell his parents about me. He said that the extent of their response is don't even think about it. Apparently few words were spoken, but they made themselves very clear. Whether this can be considered fighting for the relationship, I'm still unsure. I do know that for him to even bring it up with his parents was a big deal for him. When he told me about it, he seemed upset with himself. He said something like it was a short conversation that they cut off almost immediately. I may live to regret that I didn't have the balls to say more. I'm not mad because I can see that he isn't happy and that he feels trapped. I still care for him and can't bring myself to write him off just because I don't get what I want. I can see why you imagine him to be manipulative, but I think this is just one of those things in life that suck for all involved. Was the future wife the person who called you? Ops response: the ID of the caller remains a mystery. The call seemed to come from inside the country, which would indicate that it wasn't her. I'll never know because, understandably, he doesn't want his future wife to know about us. Asking her if she made the phone call would be fruitless if it was her and devastating if it wasn't. In any case, if I get another call, I'll politely insist that they identify themselves properly, lest I ask the police to identify them. Shan't be harassed. Keeping in touch. Ops response: part of me wants to think that we will keep in touch and try to look out for each other from a distance. The danger is that I think I'll always feel that he's really mine and that I have a more legitimate claim to him than his wife. That's why we need to stay away from each other, especially in the first couple of years. It wouldn't be fair to anyone. Where Op is and whether they will live there long term. Ops response: not in the US, in Australia. And no. She will come here while he finishes his masters. Then they will go back to Africa. Op the next day. We still see each other a couple of days a week. He does shift work, so that minimizes our opportunities for spending too much time together. We've agreed to make the most of our time together before September. I'm sure people will criticize me for it, but we've tried to separate completely, and it makes us both miserable. It's going to suck when the time to properly say goodbye rolls around. It's nice just to have a sound night's sleep snuggled up to someone. Comment: 9 years later. I have my phone on silent because a baby is sleeping on me. Even without sound, I woke the babe from silently shaking with laughter. Worth it. To a commenter. Commenter: I sure do miss babies. Ops response: yep. Never used to get it, But can say hand on heart now, best thing I ever did.
My kid's mom has 4 children by 3 different fathers and I pay the most child support, so when I bring gifts for my son I give them to all the kids, but now one dad is upset his daughter compared him to me and wishes I was her father instead. Posted by you/street_rub 2034. I am 32M, and 8 years ago, from a short fling, I have a son. My son's mother was a single mother of 2 at the time and has had 1 more kid after then. My son is 7. It was a messy ordeal at first, and I was convinced he wasn't my kid, but DNA test, yada yada, and it was proved he was my kid. She didn't sue me for child support, as she didn't have the funds, but I was not gonna let my son grow up without money, so we have an agreement. I pay her around 3-4K a month. I work sales and get a bonus yearly, so I pay more during the holiday season. I make mid 100K range, so it is more than what the court would have ordered, but I want to be fair. She has said sometimes she uses my money on her other kids, and that is whatever. All this to say, I think I'm pretty fair. Whenever I go bring a meal to my kid or give him a console, a Switch 2 recently, I tell him to share it with his siblings, or I bring them a meal too so they can all eat together. I even give them all presents for their birthday, so they don't feel left out when I only give presents to my kid. I am not a holier than thou guy. I just want him to have a good relationship with his siblings, and if money and gifts allow that, I am okay with it. Last thing I want is his siblings to resent him for favoritism. Once his mom and I are gone, they will be his only family, which is why I treat them well and even let my money being used for his other siblings slide. His sister has a father who tries his best. I will call him Mark, 36M. Recently, he reached out to me and said when I bring gifts for my son, he would prefer it if my son did not share them, and if I could stop giving gifts to his daughter. So, apparently, his daughter, 13, is now comparing him to me and is saying that I give her better gifts or whatever and see them more. She apparently said she wishes I was her dad? I told Mark that I will see what I can do, but now I feel kind of bad. Mark is the only other father who is genuinely trying, from what I can tell, and maybe I set the standards too high. My son's mother made the mistake of telling his daughter that I also fund some of their lifestyle, since I pay the most in child support. I feel bad about all this. The girl seemed kind of sweet, so I am surprised she would say things like this to her dad. She helps my son with his homework and is a good older sister to him, so I feel like I have been treating her as she treats my kid. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't know why my son's mother brought financial information to her kids, and now I don't know what to do about Mark. I don't want to change how I treat my son's siblings because I don't want him to have a bad relationship with them. My parents treated my younger brother better than me, and I have a not so great relationship with him now because of that, and I just don't want the same for my kid. So am I the jerk for going above and beyond, just for the sake of my son being treated better by his siblings at the cost of Mark and his daughter's relationship? Edit, seeing comments about making a trust fund and college stuff for my son. Just wanted to put this out there. I also made a comment explaining, he does have a trust and a 529 plan. His mother is not aware of these, but he does have these, and money is going here aside from the money I give her. I was helped through college by my folks, and I plan on doing the same for him. Also, I own the apartment I live in, and he will be receiving it. He is also included in my parents' will as well, with a separate trust they have given him, in which I will be the guarantor until he is 25. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA I think it's lovely that you include the other kids. Perhaps tone down what you spend on all of them, take the excess you would have spent and put it in a trust fund for your son. This way you are still gifting your son, but the ones everyone else sees is more in line with someone who has a smaller income. The rest is going to a trust for his future. Something he will very much appreciate in a few years, and possibly his whole life. Also, still buy for the other kids, but make things less expensive. You're doing enough giving her so much every month as that really helps her keep a good roof over all their heads in a safe neighborhood. Ops response, thank you. I will take it into consideration. My son does already have a trust, and the money I give his mother is not included in that. He has a trust and a 529 plan, separate from the money I give. I just haven't told his mother yet because, to be very frank, I believe if she knew I was putting money in there, she would ask for more monthly, and that may take me over my monthly limit. I also want to start my own business, so I have been trying to put money aside for that as well, and I know it seems unrealistic, but I want to do everything without compromising on anything for now, but we will see. Commenter 2, deleted comment ops response? Get help, please. Commenter 3, NTA, but I do think it's insane you're paying her that much in child support. My ex makes multiples of what you make and pays half that, and I have primary custody. It is wonderful that you are taking care of your child, but it isn't your job to buy groceries for the whole house, and your ex didn't need a lawyer to take you or her other baby daddies to court. She can file herself and hold each of them accountable. If you want to be there for your kid and not create these imbalances, I suggest paying child support according to the state guidelines and then taking on a larger percentage of the split for other things like medical and extracurriculars, etc. Then with the leftover money, I would start a 529 account for your son to pay for college so he isn't left with loans, or start a separate trust fund for him so that he can buy a house and start a business as a young adult. Ops response, I made an edit about the 529 and trust comments. He is fine in that aspect. I can afford to pay her this much for now, which is why I am doing it. I own the place I live in right now, so I don't pay rent, and the income I listed is only from my job. I have other income streams, real estate and ETFs mostly, so I think it will be fine. Granted, it's nowhere as much as my salary, but I have more than enough to get by. I have more money. It's just not liquid. My son's mother is quite unable to hold down a job. I made a mistake having my son with her, but now that my son is here, I can't let that be an excuse when I'm able to afford to give them that much. I love my kid. I do not regret my son at all. If I let her take me to court, our custody agreement right now is not set in stone, and my son spends some time over the summer and holidays at my house or with my folks. I am not gonna risk anything. I don't complain about his mother to him, ever, but she can be really vindictive if her needs are not met. I reap what I sow, and if putting up with her until my kid is 18 is the best thing for him, I will do what I need to do. The way I see it, this is the price I pay for not thinking about the consequences of my actions. Commenter 3's reply, respectfully, you need a lawyer and to pursue custody based off of what you just said here. Why are you letting someone incapable of holding a job and who is vindictive who is using you for money have primary custody of your kid? Why haven't you fought for 50-50 at the minimum? She has no money, no job, 4 kids by 3 different fathers, and you have suitable housing, reliable income, and seem to have a decent head on your shoulders. You could easily win primary custody and at a minimum would be granted 50-50. At this point, I'd have to say you are a jerk for not fighting for custody of your kid and instead just throwing money at the situation. Lawyer, now. Op's response, she is vindictive to me and her partners, but she is a great mother to her kids. I cannot deny that. I get what you are saying, but if push ever came to shove, my kid would choose his mom over me. All the kids love her. They give her a hard time, but they love her. She makes them handmade gifts from scratch for their birthday, takes time to know each kid's strengths/weaknesses and make sure they get what they need to pursue their strengths, etc. My son has an older brother with a deadbeat father, but the kid is pretty good at tennis, and she will argue with the deadbeat and threaten him and make sure her kid has enough money to practice tennis. And he is a state-level player. My own son was bullied in school and decided to hit his bully and got in trouble. She believed him and went down there and sorted it out. She could have easily just accepted something and left it, like my folks did to me growing up. But she fought for my son because she believed him and wanted to do right by him. She is a lift the car to save my kid woman. I agree she has her flaws, and I hate the way she treats me. She can't hold down a job, and yeah, maybe I could win a custody case after a lot of time, stress, and effort. But despite how much I can't stand her, she is a good mother, and I can recognize that. I just gotta put up with her until my kid is 18, and then my kid and I can have a separate relationship, and he can have a separate relationship with his mother. It would have been easier for me legally and morally if she was a terrible mom, but, thankfully, for my son's sake at least, she is a good, maybe even fantastic, mother. Relevant comments. Commenter 4, NTA, but Mark has a valid complaint. Can you work with him? Find a middle ground where he feels comfortable? You've explained yourself well here, so you could do the same with Mark. I'm sure his daughter's words stabbed him through the heart. The jerk here is your ex. She needs to be held accountable for the harm she's done by running her mouth about money to her children. You have a ton of leverage here. Use it for the greater good and make her clean up her mess. This is a great spot for you and Mark to stand united for the good of all the children. Edited to add, perhaps lean into experiences over gifts with the other children. I'm thinking a double the dad's day, where you and Mark take all the kids to dinner and a movie, skating, paintball, whatever you can come up with. Kids really want your time more than anything else. I was hurt as a child by the attention given my stepsister after my father remarried. It came from her grandparents, but my father ignored it, and though I'm 65 now, it's still one of my most painful memories. You are a good man for doing what you're doing. A bit of a tweak can really turn the situation from a mild negative to a resounding positive for all concerned. Commenter 5, yeah, I feel a parent meeting is in order between Mark, Op, and Mom to get to the bottom of this. What Op is doing is amazing and will ensure all those kids prosper, and Mom needs to be reminded to not bite the hand that feeds. Mark is in a lose-lose if Mom is yapping constantly, which will put strain on a family and in turn cause problems for Op's kid. Commenter 6, I really commend you for your actions and the reasons for them. Mark needs to understand cutting off your generosity at this point will only damage their relationship. He may not be able to match your financial contributions, but he can certainly put as much time and effort into connecting with his daughter, in person or not. He should be thankful for your subsidies. Keep up the great work, Dad. NTA. Commenter 7, I came to say the same thing. Mark can give her gifts that really mean something, and that is his time. Time that he's actively engaging with her and doing things. Gifts are fine and dandy, but many people remember places, moments, ritual activities, etc. that we did with a person. The switches and gifts will fade, and Op will be the person that added positive things to the kids' lives. Mark can enrich his daughter's life with him being present. I do hope Op understands this too and takes his son out one-on-one for bonding time too. Commenter 8, NTA, but Mark is a bit misguided though well-intentioned. It's obvious you both care about all the children, perhaps obviously giving preference to yours. I'd recommend talking to him, your ex, and coming to an agreement and talking all of you to his daughter. You can even take an activity, all of you together. In a way, it seems he needs help being closer, but the sort of guy that would be rather proud to openly ask. It is an odd family arrangement, but at the end of the day, the children are what matters. I am in a similar situation. I have 2 children, and the moms have another child each, and I try to keep all of them in consideration. Update, 21 days later. Tried posting on the subreddit. Didn't work, so it's here. Likely won't update again. Picking up where I left off, as everyone suggested, I had a face-to-face with Mark. I told him that our kids are really gonna only have each other once all of us and their mother passes away, and while I understand where he was coming from, I felt it unwise. Mark agreed and confessed that he made that initial call to me in a fit of anger/hurt at his own daughter and their mother. I actually respect Mark a lot. The dude is a former gangbanger turned around, found God recently, and opened his own hardware repair store. It's just, as with any new business, he was struggling since it had only been 17 or so months since he opened his store. So he scaled back the money he was giving their mother, and she took it out on him by telling his daughter our financial information. He apologized for being out of line and offered to pay for the meal, and I took him up on that. He said he would have a word with his daughter about respect and asked me if I could tell their mother to not divulge finances and put pressure on her. He also said he always appreciated that I treated the kids similarly and asked if I would be okay if he did like mini circuits and other small electronics projects with my kid. Since the last time he visited his daughter and bought her a circuit set, my son seemed to like it. I know nothing about hardware, and it's probably a good skill to have, so I'm happy someone can teach him. I guess it's his way of returning the gesture. So after that conversation, a little over 2 weeks ago, I went to their house and spent the usual time with my son. My son loves Chick-fil-A. Got them all Chick-fil-A. Afterwards, I pulled their mother aside and told her everything essentially. As usual, anytime I try to have a conversation with her, it resulted in her yelling and throwing stuff at me. She said I did not have a right to dictate what I could and could not tell her daughter, who wasn't even my kid. I tried arguing that finances that are related to me should be private, out of respect for me, but she didn't budge. Everything with her either blows up into an argument, or she tries to offer something else to pacify me. I was really exhausted that day, so nothing came of trying to talk to her. I just told her she shouldn't expect support if she can't respect my boundaries, but she mocked me saying stuff like I know how to get you to pay, don't even try. I reconvened with Mark over the phone, explained what happened, and politely told him I tried my best. He thanked me for trying and said he would have his own talk with her. Sorry it wasn't a happy update. It's so exhausting dealing with her sometimes.
My boyfriend let his newly out-date best friend keep sleeping over even after he confessed romantic feelings. Then when I brought up how weird that was, his friend went on a drunken rant about how I'm a controlling gold digger, and that my boyfriend should be with someone in his tax bracket. Posted by you/docs know better than us. My boyfriend, 28M, and I, 32F, have been together for 3 years. He is insanely social, and I am more of a stay-in and do crafts kind of person, but it works. Recently our schedules have been pretty opposite, and we usually only see each other 3 days a week. He has a best friend, Thomas, 33M, who is recently going through a divorce with a woman and has been spending a lot of time with him. I have always gotten the vibe that Thomas was queer in some form just by the way he talks about men. He recently came out to my boyfriend and told him it's the real reason for his divorce. My boyfriend is very straight and doesn't really know a lot of gay people, but I have a ton of queer friends and told him to be extra sensitive and treat Thomas like he is no different. When my boyfriend told me about Thomas, I told him that I was proud of him for living his true life, but hopefully the soon-to-be ex-wife is doing okay. They have been spending a lot of time together, and Thomas frequently stays over at his place because he works in the city but lives like 45 minutes away. They work together, so obviously I understood the convenience factor, and I was happy they were having fun. My boyfriend left out a major part of Thomas coming out, in my opinion, that Thomas also said he's had a crush on my boyfriend since they met and has feelings for him. I asked him when he told him that, and he said around a month ago. I know my boyfriend wouldn't cheat, and I am very confident he doesn't have feelings for men in general. But the thought of someone crushing on him, drinking with him, and sleeping over doesn't feel great to me. I don't ever want to be the type of partner that isolates someone from a friend, but I want to set a boundary. I'm not sure what that boundary needs to be because based on my initial reaction, my boyfriend said he will just stop hanging out with Thomas, and I said I am not asking him to do that. I explained to him that if I had someone who had a crush on me sleep over regularly, he would feel weird about that, and he agreed. I really don't know how to handle the situation and feel like I almost sound homophobic setting boundaries after Thomas just came out. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, if nothing else, it's not healthy to spend this much time with someone you fancy who is in a relationship / where it will never happen. Ops response, this was my thought too. It definitely doesn't feel like Thomas respects our relationship right now. Commenter 2, this is just basic relationship boundaries. You don't have people sleeping over who are sexually interested openly in you or your partner unless you are into that. Commenter 3, going to echo this. My good friend came out to me and then a few weeks later told me he was into me. I am not gay or bi. I was also in a relationship at the time. I had to have a frank discussion with him. I asked him if we could be friends or if that would be too hard. He didn't think we could be friends, so we drifted apart for a while. Later, after he had come out to everyone and was actively dating, we connected, and he told me that he knew I was safe, and he confused that safety with mutual attraction. He also told me that while I am his type, he overstepped and apologized. We're now good friends. Setting boundaries isn't a bad thing. It can be healthy. Ops response: that's interesting and something I was taking into account as well since Thomas is going through a lot of changes right now. My boyfriend is insanely kind and a great listener, so maybe Thomas is confusing some of his romantic feelings with safety. Commenter 4: I get the impulse on a boundary, but it's not your place. It's his. Tell him you're uncomfortable, sure, but don't also set the rules. See what rule he sets and then talk about it. The rules will cause a wedge if you set them, but he'll thank you for supporting him if he sets the same rule for himself. Respect your partner's autonomy even though it's challenging here. Ops response: thank you for this. One thing I love about our relationship is we don't try to control each other and respect each other's lives outside of one another. I think my boyfriend can be a bit of a people pleaser and just laughed and said sorry. I am not into dudes when Thomas confessed his feelings. I hope he has a deeper discussion with Thomas about these feelings he has and what that means for their friendship moving forward. Commenter 5: how could that be his best friend and he didn't know he was gay all this time? Ops response: I think Thomas played the straight guy for a long time. He's been married to a woman for like 8 years, so I guess it could have been overlooked. Update: 3 days later. A few of you asked for an update, so here it goes. Some of you thought my boyfriend was secretly gay, some of you thought I was a controlling paranoid jerk, but the majority of you told me I just need to have a long talk with my boyfriend, and that is what I did. I work at a cafe a few blocks away from my boyfriend's place, and luckily they let me have an hour-long break, so I got my boyfriend a breakfast sandwich and told him we really need to talk about Thomas. He responded with yes, we definitely do. I told him that I know he is not a cheater, and I don't think anything would happen between the two of them, but Thomas always sleeping over when I am unavailable is making me uncomfortable. He told me Thomas was making him uncomfortable too, and he just hasn't taken the time to process all of this. He told me that he had a story from his childhood that he was deeply ashamed of. Basically, his good childhood friend came out to him freshman year and also said he had feelings for him. He responded very badly and told him to never talk to him again. He said his friend ended up quitting sports and getting severely depressed, and when he tried to apologize after high school, the friend told him he does not accept it. My boyfriend had tears in his eyes telling me this and said that he will never forgive himself for acting so cruel. He then broke down the exact conversation he had with Thomas. He said he was telling Thomas about a fun day we had at this local fair and how on the Ferris wheel he was looking at me and realized he wants to spend the rest of his life with me. He said Thomas gave him a strange look and told him he needed to tell him something. Thomas told him that the reason he is getting divorced is because he is gay and was never attracted to his wife. That's when he proceeded to tell my boyfriend that he is insanely attracted to him and he's his exact type of man. My boyfriend said he tried to respond basically opposite of his freshman self and just thanked him for being honest and open about himself. My boyfriend told me he realizes he should have told him explicitly that he doesn't feel the same, but figured he would know that based on the way he talks about me. One thing I had completely forgotten about is that Thomas is technically his boss now. I remember us all celebrating his promotion but didn't put it together that he was his boss now. My boyfriend told me he felt pressure to still let him crash all the time at his place because of his divorce, and he tried to just pretend he didn't admit having feelings for him for the sake of their friendship. My boyfriend then had a talk with Thomas, and it didn't go well. He told Thomas that he would never have those feelings for him, and the sleepovers feel kind of weird now. Thomas blamed me and started calling me a controlling abusive partner, but my boyfriend shut it down and told him that this was all coming from him, and he should just start looking for his own apartment in the city. Later that night I got a phone call from Thomas. I could tell he had been drinking a lot, but I hoped he was calling to apologize or at least compromise. That was not the case. He started off by saying that my boyfriend could do so much better than me and that I am just a scrappy gold digger. My boyfriend and Thomas work in finance, and I work at a cafe, so yes, my boyfriend makes a lot more money than me, but I still pay my own way in life. Thomas went on to say my boyfriend should be with someone in the same tax bracket as him and then told me you're really not as pretty as you think and you dress like a poor person. It made me angry, so I told him he sounded like a snob jerk, and he's only saying this because my boyfriend basically rejected him. He then told me that if he would have made a move at the right time, he could have convinced my boyfriend to cheat, which I found insanely creepy. He then started going off on a misogynistic rant about how women are just trying to trap all the attractive men, and we are all horrible, blah blah blah. I ended up hanging up on him. I immediately called my boyfriend, and he was furious. I actually have never heard my boyfriend so mad, but he told me that Thomas is a creepy weirdo, and he feels so gross that he was best friends with him for years. I told him he might want to have a talk with HR just to be safe so that Thomas doesn't retaliate and that the whole thing is insanely inappropriate, especially because it's his boss. I feel so bad for my boyfriend because he's lost his best friend, and now his job will be weird at the very least. The thing about my boyfriend is he loves his job and takes it very seriously. At first I felt like part of this was my fault, but after reflecting, I'm happy I brought it to light because it sounded like Thomas was basically planning to assault my boyfriend after a drunken night. My boyfriend has been sad today and took the day off, and I really wish I could fix things. I think he's nervous about work, and I don't blame him, but it breaks my heart seeing him like this. We did take my dog to the beach, and my dog is such a goof, and my boyfriend was laughing a lot, so that was good. Thank you everyone for all the advice, and I really wish things didn't play out this way. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, girl, I'm so happy for you because, like a lot of us said, the whole sleeping over thing was the perfect opportunity for something inappropriate to happen between them, whether your boyfriend consented or not. Letting someone who admitted having feelings for him sleep at his house, with alcohol involved, is the perfect recipe for something bad to happen. Thomas is a predator. He doesn't deserve the kindness you guys showed him when he came out. You guys need to check on his ex-wife. I feel so bad for her. Plus, she might be of help when, not if, but when Thomas starts messing with your boyfriend's job. Ops response, thank you. I'm also happy that nothing happened in those regards, but it breaks my heart seeing my boyfriend so sad and nervous. My boyfriend is genuinely one of the kindest people I have ever met, and he says he feels like such an idiot now. They were best friends for like 5 years, so he has a lot to process, and I am honestly super worried what work is going to be like for him on Monday. Commenter 2, did you record the call when Thomas called you? Please save every single text and record every single conversation you have with him from now on. He thought he could guilt and pressure, with him being his boss and all, your boyfriend into being intimate with him. That's disgusting behavior. Ops response, I didn't record the call, and I really wish that I did. I genuinely assumed he was going to apologize, and it all just took me off guard. Thomas has blocked us on everything, so there really isn't much evidence of his gross behavior. Op needs to tell her boyfriend to get a lawyer. Op's response, he's going to talk to his uncle tomorrow who is a lawyer and ask him what he should do. We are both pretty clueless about what steps we need to take moving forward. Commenter 3, this is a weirdly comforting update, actually, because it just proves that men can be jealous, controlling jerks regardless of their sexuality. Glad you guys dodged this bullet.
My wife overheard me tell my brother-in-law, thank God our daughter is looking more like her mom because my masculine features on a teenage girl would make her life suck, so now I'm sleeping on the couch for apparently calling our kid ugly. Posted by you/idiot. Data. The title sounds bad, but hear me out. My, 37M, wife, 38F, and I have a 9-year-old daughter, and my wife is also 7 months pregnant with our son. When our daughter was younger, she looked a lot like me, but as she aged, she started to look more and more like her mom. Please note that I have very, very manly features. I was having a beer with my brother-in-law in my backyard while our daughters played inside the house. We were getting a bit tipsy. It's fine since his wife can drive. We got to talking about kids and how I wanted my son to take after me. He brought up the fact that our daughter started out like my clone, and I said yeah, thank God she's slowly starting to look more and more like her mom. Can you imagine this? I point at my face, on a teenage girl? Her life would suck. Well, my wife was within earshot because she was bringing us food. She dumped it in front of us and called me a jerk for saying our daughter is ugly. She walked back to the house crying, and when I chased after her, she told me to stay away. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law left shortly after, and I did all the cleanup myself and put my daughter to bed. I wasn't super drunk, just a bit tipsy. When I went to sleep, my wife was still awake, and she pretty much exiled me to the couch because apparently I think our daughter is ugly. I tried to apologize for that, but she wasn't having it. She's pregnant, so I didn't want to stress her out. I spent an uncomfortable night on the couch, and now my back hurts like heck. My wife and daughter are still asleep as I'm typing this. I don't think I did anything wrong, but am I the jerk? Is this her hormones, or am I really callous for saying something like that? Edit, just to clarify, no food was wasted. By dumping it in front of us, I meant she angrily put it on the table and stormed off. She's not a monster. Relevant comments. Ops response to a deleted commenter. I actually like how I look, which is why I would love for my son to look like me. It's just that my features aren't really ideal for a girl. Thanks for your insight though. I'll keep that in mind. Commenter, nah, but you really shouldn't comment on your daughter's attractiveness for the next 10 years or so. You think your pregnant wife is hormonal and getting overly emotional, how do you think your daughter is going to be in 3 or 4 years? At 9, it's probably not a big deal, but at 12, if she overheard you, she could fixate on it for a long time. Just keep that in mind for the future. And you're not the jerk, but apologize to your wife. She's hormonal and overreacting, but this is not the hill you want to die on. Ops response, downvoted, oh yeah, I'm more than willing to swallow my pride in this scenario. Being wrong but being able to sleep on a bed and have intimacy with my wife is so much better than being right and sleeping on the couch. Commenter 1, drunk husband plus pregnant wife equals misunderstandings. Commenter 2, agreed, nah. Commenter 3, yes and no. It is clear that you didn't intend to insult your daughter. However, it's easy to say things when intoxicated, even tipsy, that sound all right in your head but come out not quite right. I recommend waiting until she cools off and apologizing to your wife. Making it clear you love your daughter and were making a bad attempt at humor. Maybe take your daughter and her out to ice cream if they enjoy that. Just be kind and make an effort not to say things that are insensitive. It's a good habit to have in life anyway. 1 out of 5 on the jerk scale. Commenter 4, forget that. I count my blessings every time someone says my children look like my wife. Commenter 5, NTA. When your wife calms down, explain the context, like you did on here. I don't even think you really called your daughter ugly, just made a joke about her growing up looking like you. Commenter 6, I don't think she's a jerk either, just hormonal and misunderstood. Commenter 7, Uda. Don't say stuff like that. Just don't do it. I know people who overheard their parents talking about their weight/appearance as kids, and it messed them up for years with self-esteem and eating disorders. Like, you were tipsy enough that you didn't notice your wife was close enough to overhear you. How could you ever be sure that your daughter won't, or even hasn't by now if you say this sort of thing often, overhear you saying stuff like this at some point? You'd just be teaching her that she's judged on her appearance alone. And it's terrible. So shut your big mouth when it comes to talking about how attractive or unattractive your kid is. Commenter 8, I'm sad I had to scroll this far for this. Imagine if Op's daughter's first memory of a man having an opinion on her body and looks was overhearing her father say this stuff. He's a jerk for saying something hurtful and judgmental about his daughter's looks. He doesn't need to comment on her looks, and he doesn't need to worry about if she's pretty or not to other men because he doesn't need to look at her like that. Update, 1 day later. Okay, I just want to clarify a few things. I have no self-confidence issues or anything. I think my looks are well above average for a guy, but I have really hard features and a resting angry face, so it really wouldn't look very good on a girl. Trust me, I know. My sister looks like me. My daughter has grown to resemble my wife a lot more than me, with my wife's softer features except she has a resting unpleasant face, which hopefully scares off the boys. Just kidding. I know every dad says it, but my daughter is beautiful. Also, this is the first time my wife has actually kicked me out of bed after being together for over a decade. It's unlike her, so this was definitely a one-time thing. Also, what's the issue some people have with my wife serving me food? We have a very healthy relationship. I take care of her, she takes care of me. Isn't that how it's supposed to go? Don't sell me on the whole power dynamic nonsense. That ain't for me. So on to the real update. After reading a few of the comments, I decided to make things right and apologize. She was still asleep, so I took our daughter to pick up some of her favorite waffles in our local diner and got her usual order there. My daughter and I set it all up, and I woke my wife up with breakfast in bed. She still looked like she wanted to stab me, but she lightened up a bit when she saw the food. I sent my daughter out to watch Netflix, and my wife and I had a talk about what happened. I laid it on thick, as one Redditor suggested. I told her how I meant I had very masculine features that I'm glad our daughter grew out of. How I was so happy she's starting to take after the most beautiful woman in the world. This is true. Apparently, my wife thought I was calling her and our daughter ugly. No idea where that came from, but okay. I explained it all and how it went down. She had the pretending to be mad face that can melt anyone's heart as she stuffed her face with food. I kissed her on the forehead and promised to make it up to her today, which was yesterday. I ended up taking them both out for lunch, ordered takeout for dinner, and ate a boatload of ice cream that night while watching movies together with our kid. Cherry on top? I actually got to sleep on a bed cuddling with the love of my life. Best night in a long time. Was I wrong? Was she wrong? Well, to be honest, none of that really matters anymore. It's behind us. Something like this isn't the hill I want to die on, and I'd rather sleep on a bed with my lovely wife than keep my pride intact sleeping on the death couch fighting back pain. Thanks guys. I can't believe an Ida post turned into a relationship advice post.
My boyfriend promised my dad he'd propose by August but kept planning random trips instead of an engagement. Then on our anniversary he gave me a bracelet and said maybe in 2 to 3 weeks, so I ended our 6-year relationship right there. Posted by you/no_research_8672. Hi everyone. I'm just looking for honest advice, especially from women who've been in long-term relationships and reached this point of what now? My boyfriend and I have been together for almost 6 years. Our anniversary is tomorrow, and I'm starting to feel incredibly anxious. I'm 31, turning 32 this year, and he's about to turn 29. We've had some big life shifts over the years, not necessarily ups and downs, but changes that have impacted where we are now. Last year on our 5-year anniversary, he did acknowledge the day. He brought home some flowers and a card, but it was toward the evening. It didn't feel personal or intentional. When I asked him why he didn't really plan anything, he said that he felt it would be embarrassing to celebrate being a 5-year girlfriend. His words, not mine. He said he only wanted to celebrate with a proposal, that he didn't want to go all out for an anniversary if it wasn't going to include that. But shortly after, I found out he had just been laid off from his job around that same time. A few weeks later, we moved out of the apartment we'd been living in together for 3 years and moved back in with our parents, separately, with a plan to save money and move our life forward. That was a year ago. We've now both been at home for a year, and we've talked a lot about our future, marriage, kids, homeownership. All of it. And here's the part that's bothering me now. A few months ago in July, my dad happened to see him as he was arriving at my house. They spoke briefly, and my dad asked him in a respectful, non-pressuring way, "You've been around a long time. When are you planning to propose to my daughter?" My boyfriend told him confidently, "Before the end of next month." Meaning before the end of August. My dad is usually chill and doesn't get into stuff like this, but he just decided to ask him. We're now at the end of August. Our anniversary is tomorrow, Friday. And August ends this Sunday. And I haven't seen or heard anything that suggests he's actually planning to follow through. He hasn't mentioned a dinner reservation. No hints, no dress nice, no don't make plans. Just regular daily interaction. And I've been intentionally avoiding dropping hints because I want the proposal to feel real and special, not like something I poked or pressured him into. This morning, I tested the waters and sent him a link to an art walk event happening this weekend in Destin, about 2 hours away from us. I framed it as something I was interested in doing, didn't mention proposals or anything like that. He replied enthusiastically and even said he could get us an Airbnb from Saturday through Monday so we can make a weekend of it. And while that might sound like initiative, it's making me feel uneasy. Because to me, that confirms he didn't have any actual plans already in place. If he did, he would have had to decline or rework the weekend, not just say yeah, let's go, and suggest a spontaneous trip. This has happened before. On Valentine's Day earlier this year, he said he had something special planned, and when I found out what it was tickets to Universal Studios and Disney World. A big gesture, sure. But what I really wanted was progress. The proposal. Not just another trip or experience to distract from what really matters to me. To be clear, he's told me recently that his savings are looking really good. That stuck with me. If finances are in order and the relationship is steady, what's the holdup? I've already made up my mind that I won't accept a proposal that comes after September 1st, not because I'm trying to give an ultimatum, but because it simply won't feel special anymore. It would feel late. Like I had to wait him into it, and I can't accept that. I'm at a point in life where I want to build something, a home, a family, a future. And I can't keep dragging my heart through these kinds of almost moments just to keep the peace. So I'm asking, am I being unreasonable? Would you wait past the deadline he set for himself? Or would you take his inaction as the answer? Update 1, the next day. Hey, I know some of y'all were asking for an update from my previous post, but it was locked by the mods. I'm getting ready for dinner as I type this, but honestly, a part of me feels like I'm not going to be proposed to tonight. And that's a hard pill to swallow. In the last post, I mentioned that he told me, verbatim, that I would not be his girlfriend by our next anniversary. He said he would 1000% be proposing by then. And he told my dad the same thing. So this wasn't something I imagined or hinted about. It came directly from him. Now fast forward to today. He sent me a sweet good morning text, booked me a massage for 5 p.m., and made dinner reservations at one of our favorite restaurants for 8:30 p.m. But the restaurant closes at 9 p.m. That already raised an eyebrow for me. I asked him if he meant 7:30 instead, and he just said, "Nah, but I can move it up earlier if you want." That response, and the fact that he only called the restaurant earlier today, made things feel more casual than I expected. I guess I'm just sitting here asking myself, would it be unreasonable for me to leave him if he doesn't propose tonight? Yes, there are a few days left in August, but if you tell someone you're going to do something by a certain date, and they plan their heart around that timeline, are they wrong for walking away when it doesn't happen? I'm trying not to spiral. I know there's still a dinner to go to. But deep down, I'm preparing myself to be let down, and trying to figure out what comes next if I am. Update, he handed me a David Yurman bracelet that I've been wanting for months now. He's being pretty quiet at dinner. Update 2, the next day. A few of you asked for an update, so here it is. Our anniversary was yesterday. He planned a dinner at one of our favorite restaurants, and earlier in the day, he told me he had booked a massage for me and that we had 8:30 reservations. When he got to my house, he had a big bouquet of flowers and the David Yurman bracelet I'd been wanting. But the way he gave it to me felt strange. It was off. He didn't look me in the eye. He just passed the bag to me quickly before heading to the bathroom to change. I said thank you, but a part of me knew in that moment, when he gave me that expensive bracelet like that I wouldn't be getting a proposal that night. He kept telling me I looked beautiful and amazing, and that he liked the color I was wearing. I put effort into looking good for our anniversary, and I know I looked good. But when I looked at him, there was a sadness or disappointment in his eyes. Something felt off. I think he was picking up on how quiet I had gotten after he gave me the bracelet. When we got to the restaurant, he tried making small talk, but I wasn't really going. I was just mirroring his energy because something in me could tell he wasn't fully present. Eventually, I asked him why he was so quiet, and I brought up the bracelet. He immediately defended himself, saying he was just on his way to change clothes and didn't mean anything by how he gave it to me. I told him it just didn't feel special. Then I asked him directly, "Are you proposing tonight?" He looked disappointed and said, "No." That's when I told him to cancel the food order because I was ready to leave, and I got up and walked out. When we got in the car, I told him I felt like this was over. I said if I stayed, I'd just be wasting more time. I asked when he planned to propose, and he started fumbling over his words and said something like maybe in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I told him he had until today, and that was it for me. The car ride home was quiet. When we got close to the house, I didn't say much. I got out and went inside. A few minutes later, I noticed he had turned his location off. I texted him shortly after and told him to come get the dog and his things. He came back, picked everything up, and we ended up having one final conversation before he left. I told him flat out I'm getting older, I'm in my early 30s, and I've been clear that I'm ready to move forward with my life. He gave me his word, and he even gave my father his word that he would propose by the end of this month. Now all of a sudden, when I asked directly, he tells me probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I asked him what difference a few weeks would even make. He said I was wrong to assume he doesn't want to marry me or that he doesn't love me. He said that he loves me more than he loves himself. He said he hates that it looks like he doesn't want to marry me because that's not the case. And then he brought up something that caught me off guard. He said years ago, I mentioned that one of my cousins got proposed to with a $10,000 ring, and ever since then, he thought that was what I expected and felt like that's honestly what I deserve after waiting so long. I had only mentioned the price of the ring to say how over the top it was, not to encourage him. I've always told him I don't need a ring that expensive, and he knows that. I'm not materialistic like that. I told him I'm not falling for that excuse. I never asked for a $10,000 ring, and he knows that. What I was really thinking is, yes, we hit some financial struggles last year. He lost his job for a month, we moved back in with our parents, and we've been living there ever since. Our plan was to move out this year. I've been patient. But none of that changes the fact that he's had time to plan, time to save since we live at home with our parents, and he hasn't. Before he left, I'll admit I was really upset. I called him a liar. And when I did, he said something like, "If that's what you think of me, then let's just both be done because there's nothing I can say at this point." And then I told him to leave. Since then, he hasn't reached out. It's been 12 hours, and I haven't heard a word from him. I'm pretty sure he's already deleted all of my pictures. I turned my location off too. So now I'm just here. Sitting with it. I lost my mom to cancer last year. My dad is getting older. And no, I'm not trying to live for my parents. But it hurts deeply knowing my mom will never get to see me get married or have kids. I spent 6 years with this man. 6 years of my life. And now it's just done. I booked an appointment with my old therapist. I haven't seen her in almost a year, but I need help working through this. Right now, I just feel numb. Please be nice to me because I am shattered.
My corporate job was draining me, so I planned to quit and travel for 6 months, but my manager convinced me to do a 3-month sabbatical instead, and now I'm back at work wishing I had just fully quit like I wanted. Posted by you can be happy now. As the title says, I, 33M, am quitting my corporate job tomorrow in order to travel for about 6 months. I am based in Europe where notice periods are normally 3 months, so it will take a while until I can start my trip, around March next year. I am lucky to have no debt and have saved enough to survive without income for 6 months. My plan will be traveling, working on my personal project on the go, and collecting life experiences and memories. I am terrified of the idea of looking for a job after coming back from the trip. I hate interviews, and I'm fully aware that it might be hard to find something comparable to what I have now given the current economy, but I am still convinced that this is the right thing to do since I work in data analytics with a fair amount of work experience, and companies need data analytics expertise nowadays to make sense of their data. Plus, I feel like this is the last chance I can do something like this, as my life will surely get complicated after my return with marriage, children plans, taking care of aging parents, etc. I've been dreaming of doing it since forever, so I guess I just want to share and get the encouragement from the community. Update, I did quit. Well, at least, I did inform my manager. We'll send my resignation letter later this week. I will still work until February 2025, and my trip will start in mid-March. I am heading to South America. Relevant comments. Can OP take a leave of absence or sabbatical? OP's response, my company/manager is not fond of it. Commenter 1, do it. I'm 50M, and and I'm taking my second leave of absence from work to travel. I took a year off in 2015, and next year I'll be taking 7 months off. I would like to share a couple of pearls of wisdom I learned when I came back from my first long-term trip. Don't be concerned about the gap in your resume. Potential employers may ask about it, and just be ready to describe the experiences you learned on your trip. Don't forget to mention things like languages learned, being able to interact with people of different backgrounds and cultures, and soft skills like time management and organization. Do factor in some days to rest. At first, you'll be excited by all the new experiences, new locations, and new people you'll be meeting. After a couple of weeks or months, you may experience something called traveler's burnout. It's perfectly normal to not want to do anything. Be ready to hunker down in your hotel or hostel and take time for yourself. I disagree, this will be your last time to take a long-term trip. If you have plans like marriage or raising a family or starting your own business, they should take priority. You just don't know if you'll have the opportunity to do it again in the future. I'm saying this from personal experience. Lastly, expect your close friends and family to be exactly the same when you come back. You'll have lived 1,000 lifetimes on your trip, but they will still have been doing their regular life routine. They may ask you how your trip was and what your favorite moment was, but don't be surprised if that's all they ask you. Don't take offense. It just means your life goals and theirs went in different directions. Ops response: thank you for your sharing. It is very helpful and reassuring to hear. Indeed, I really don't know if this opportunity will happen again in the future, or if I will still have the same experiences. Where were you on your first trip, and where are you planning to go next? Would you recommend listing the gap on my CV as career break or just not mentioning it at all until they ask? Commenter 2, recruiters have different views on career breaks, and it's not uncommon to see them listed on resumes for reasons like personal sabbaticals or parental leave. If a recruiter believes that spending a few months traveling suggests a lack of commitment to your career, that might indicate the company isn't the right fit for you. The key is to be aware of the potential risks, such as a challenging job market or recruiters who may not value world travelers, and have a clear plan for managing them. For example, you could explain that you've saved enough to cover travel and living expenses for 6 months to a year without income. If you're ready to face possible rejections but remain committed to finding the right job afterward, go for it. Personally, I believe that traveling in your 20s or 30s can have a very different impact on your life compared to doing so in retirement, when you're in your 60s or 80s. Ops response: thanks for your inputs. Totally agreed. I wouldn't want to work for a company who doesn't value personal development and growth opportunities outside of the corporate life. Plus, I will spend time on my personal projects, i.e., developing my freelance business while traveling, so I am not exactly just having fun, rather giving myself a headspace and freedom to realize this plan. Which different impacts would you think of? Commenter 3, genuine question, but if anyone has any advice on how to do this? Like, what do you plan to do, hang around and meet people? And how will you fund it? Ops response: I have planned for this trip for 4 years, I guess? I saved up approximately 5% of my monthly income for this trip. Commenter 4, when you return, you will not hate interviews anymore. Your whole journey will consist of interviews with new people. Where are you from? Where are you going? What did you do? What are the plans for the future? Tell me more about yourself? Etc., etc. Update, nearly 10 months later. I made this post around November last year, and unexpectedly received many useful advice from you guys. So I thought I should give an update on how it went. English is not my first language. Many of you said I should ask my employer for a sabbatical instead. Having anxiety about not being able to find a job afterwards, although I had mentally checked out from this job, I decided to give it a try. Surprisingly, my manager was okay with it, only under the condition that I would be gone for max 3 months instead of 6 months. I never took off work for any period longer than 2 weeks, so I agreed. Then I went for 3 months, and I had the absolute best time of my life. I visited several countries, stayed in hostels, met new people, tried new things, and saw a lot of new places that I could only dream about previously. It was truly an unforgettable and life-changing experience. I felt like I was young again and lived the life I wanted. I did not get paid, so I needed to travel on my savings, and I felt absolutely privileged for being able to afford that, but it was also because I did my financial planning properly. I saved for 4 years. Coming back was of mixed feelings. On the one hand, it was great to see friends and sleep on my own bed again. On the other hand, the first few days returning to work was hard, as you could imagine. However, seeing the world has shown me different aspects of life that I can focus on, so right now I'm trying to balance between work and life and hoping that I will be able to do another trip in the future. My main takeaways. I had a lot of random thoughts before my trip as to whether it was a good decision. However, planning the logistics and preparing for it were exciting. During my travel, I never regretted my decision for a single second. If any, I regretted not doing it sooner or longer. 3 months are actually not that long. Before I knew it, it was already over. Fully quitting or doing a sabbatical has its own pros and cons. I personally would not say one option is better than the other. It helped me stay calm as I knew I would have a financial safety net to come back, but deep down, I know I wanted something else. Having a return ticket booked made those last days dreadful, especially when I went to a place where many people travel for an extended period. It was also distracting to think about what I actually wanted in life because I was not forced to think about it, if it makes any sense to you. Overall, my experience was more an extended vacation rather than a trip of a lifetime to reinvent myself. I am nevertheless glad that I was able to recharge myself a little bit, so hopefully I will be able to continue my corporate job for some more time until it is drained out again. The best part for me was to meet amazing fellow travelers that I still stay in touch with. Some people are still on the road until today, so I can still daydream about my time through their photos. So would I recommend it? Totally. Would I do it again? Sure, in a heartbeat. I met also people older than me, so I do not think age is a constraint anymore. I promise myself that next time, I will go on a full year travel and never look back. But now it is time to refill that bank account first. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I understand the appeal of long-term travel. It must be amazing to disconnect for 1 year and travel around the world. I am a little bit jealous of the people who have the time and money to afford it. However, as someone who grew up poor, I need financial stability. I know the world's economy is a mess right now, so that makes me think not twice, but more like 10 times before doing that. I was laid off in September 2023 and took part of my severance. They gave me more than the law mandated to travel. I visited Portugal, Curacao, Turkey, and Chile. It was an amazing experience, but it wasn't voluntary, and I had additional money that I would never have gotten if I had resigned. Some of my best trips have been 1-week intercontinental trips, Portugal and South Africa. Some people may say it's crazy to go for 1 week, and maybe it is, but I had a great time both of those times. Ops response, I grew up in a poor country, and I totally understood what you're saying. For me, the most important thing is careful planning and, well, knowing your priorities. As I mentioned, I felt absolutely privileged because of my background for being able to do this trip. Where did Op go? Op's response, South America, Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, and Chile. Op on making the transition back to reality after the traveling. Op's response, it was absolutely terrible to come back, but you gotta push through it. This phase is anyway temporary, so you need to remind yourself that it can just get better from here. Going through the photos or connecting with the people you met, who probably are on the same boat, really helps. Op on the budget/spending amount. Op's response, I spent around 8.5k euros/3 months, closer to 10k USD, including everything. I am not the luxury type of traveler, but I did not save every single penny. The biggest part was probably one multi-day expensive hike, almost 1k euros, 1,175 US dollars. Commenter 2, planning to do this next year, so please share any tips or tricks you learned from the road. Fortunate enough to have saved a bit of money plus have a pension from my first job, so I think I can stay on the road for quite a while if I manage my expenses properly. Have also thought about asking for a sabbatical rather than just quitting. Not sure I'd want to return anyway, so maybe it's a moot point. Op's response, if you can be flexible, do not plan everything up front. Allow yourself to have that flexibility because you will be inspired by others' experiences. Editor's note, Op has made an appearance here in this Boru thread. I have received his permission to post his response for all to see. Op's response, hi, I am the Op of this update. As a longtime lurker of this Boru sub, I never thought I would make it here. Imagine the feeling. I opened Reddit this morning, and the first thing I saw was this post. I had a really good time reading your comments. Yes, I went through every single comment. Some comments validated my feelings, some joked on or questioned my decision. It made me rethink my decision from a few different perspectives. Nevertheless, I am not here to defend myself at all. I can only give you a bit more information/context. Financial planning. I started saving for this trip 5 years ago, 4 years when I made the first post. It was a separate savings account that I had put on the side for any extended break that I might need in the unforeseeable future, if it makes sense to you. When I started saving, I had absolutely no idea of when, where, for how long I would want to go, or how much I would need. I just understand myself enough to guess in advance that I would definitely need this money to travel extensively at some point. So last year when I did the math, I realized that I could do a long trip that I ended up doing. I do have other savings accounts for emergency as well as long-term investment that were not impacted by this trip at all, so let's say I was able to distribute the expense of this trip across the last 5 years' expense. Also, let's not forget about unemployment benefits that I would have been eligible for upon return without jobs. Duration. I was initially planning to eat up the other savings accounts as well to afford 6 months, so the cost was also a decisive factor to shorten it to 3 months. Honestly, before this trip, I had never taken any vacation longer than 2 weeks, neither had the people in my network. Therefore, I thought 3 months were already a very long time. I agree with some comments who said that 6 months would have been best, but I did have some personal constraints that I don't want to mention explicitly here, which made any period longer than 3 months not ideal at that time. After effect. When I made my decision, I was nervous and unsure whether it was correct or not. However, I said it, and I am going to say it again. It was the best time of my life, so yes, it was one of the best decisions I made. It felt risky because I truly had to step out of my comfort zone and my daily routine to do something I never did before. For those who think an extended travel is not necessary, unfortunately I cannot convince you to change your mind until you experience it yourself. I can only tell you it was a trip of a lifetime for me, a trip that changed my way to see the world and even myself, something I will continue cherishing for a very long time. Other Redditors who did the same also confirmed the impact it had on them. Finally, I am not saying this is the absolute right thing for everyone. Each of us has our own priorities and obligations in life to make trade-offs with. I do understand that. I am truly glad I managed to maneuver to find a solution that worked for me. I grew up in a poor country without the golden spoon as well as those passport privileges, so I guess I just have that recklessness in my blood to take such a risk. I think I've been sharing too much. I hope my friends won't recognize me.
My boyfriend got mad and called me boring for having a healthy sleep schedule and threatened to break up because I wouldn't stay awake till dawn to watch him play video games. Then I found out he was hooking up with his best friend while I was overseas, and also I'm gay. Posted by you/conversation 162020. Sorry for the length and if this is a bit all over the place. I wasn't sure what information was relevant. Tom and I, both 21, have been together since we were 17, and right now we live together with my dad. I've recently been trying to sort out my sleep schedule so that on the days when I work, it's easier for me to get out of bed, and I can get up early enough to cycle to work. On weekdays, I normally get up at around 5, and if I'm working, I will leave at 6, and on my days off, I will go for a walk and do some exercise. In the evenings, I try to have a shower and get ready for bed around 9 p.m. so I can go to bed by 9:30 p.m. I enjoy doing this as it makes me feel more rested, more productive, and generally healthier. He is a night owl and doesn't go to bed until anywhere between 2:30 and 4 a.m. every night. This means he doesn't wake up until 10 a.m. at the earliest. His sleeping habits don't bother me, and while it would be nice to go to bed together, I'm happy with the way things are, especially as we both only work 2 or 3 days a week, so this leaves us with plenty of time to spend together during the week. If his sleeping pattern is working for him, that's all that matters. I don't think it's my place to try and change it. He, however, does have a habit of making me feel bad when I tell him I'm going to bed. We have a large room to ourselves, and all our consoles, his computer, our TV, etc. are in our bedroom. I ask him to go upstairs, there's another TV and he keeps his laptop up there too, for half an hour while I try to sleep, and after I'm asleep, he can come back downstairs and game or do whatever as long as he leaves the main lights off and keeps the sound off. Normally when I ask him to do this, he will sulk, and last night he told me he doesn't think he can be with someone like this and that sleeping like this has made me incredibly boring. I would happily compromise with him and stay up later on the weekends to go out or stay in and spend time together, but he works Friday and Saturday nights until 12 or 1 a.m. And actually, I do stay up that late anyway because he doesn't drive, and so I drop him to work and pick him up. Whenever we get back after his shift, he still asks me to stay up with him. Last weekend I thought we reached a good solution for the nights he works. I said I would cook for him so when he came back, he didn't have to spend time making food, and we could watch an episode of a TV show before I go to bed. That's all I can do before I can't stay up any longer. He seemed happy with that solution, but we haven't tried it yet, so I don't know if that'll work. I don't know what to do. He really seems angry at me, and I don't know why. I don't think it's asking a lot for him to leave our room while I'm trying to sleep, and the only couple days I would be willing to stay up later, he's already working. I don't think this is something to break up over because I feel that eventually we will both have jobs that are more similar in hours, but I don't know what else I can do to make him happy with our current situation. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, is he living with you at your dad's house for free? You said you drive him everywhere? Does he contribute anything to this situation, or does he just use you for basically everything and then complain about it? Ops response, we both pay $50 per week each. The driving issue is something that really bothers me, and no matter how much I ask him to learn, he doesn't seem to care. Commenter 2, I know that driving wasn't the main issue you're looking for advice on, but seriously, if you're the one who has to drive him everywhere, it's not really his choice to not care. You should tell him straight up that you're willing to teach him, and as long as he's making strides towards learning how to drive and getting his license, you'll keep driving him to / from work until he can drive himself. But if he doesn't care and puts no effort into learning how to drive, you'll stop being his chauffeur. If he works that late, it sounds like he probably doesn't have another option. Unless you live in a big city, public transit usually doesn't run that late in my experience, and taking a taxi / Uber would be crazy expensive in the long run. Stop allowing him to be apathetic. Ops response, I have told him that before. I know it takes time to learn how to drive. Where we are, you need to log 100 hours before taking a practical exam, and to be honest, I was really slow to get my license, but his learner's permit expires in November, and he's nowhere near being done. Anyway, I tell him I won't drive him, but I can't really make him walk home that late in the evening. I feel too bad. Edit, I talked to him this afternoon when he woke up, and he seemed to not want to fight about the sleeping thing anymore, so that's good, I guess. Regardless, this post got way more attention than I expected, and there's a few people who think he's taking advantage of me. He earns more than I do, so it's not like he is using me for money, and with regard to driving, he either goes with his stepdad who works odd hours or my dad, and we've just had a family passing, so he feels bad asking my dad right now. Also, I think if I flat out refuse to drive him to work, he will start saying he never wanted a manual car and that's why it's taking him so long to learn. Anyway, we both need to grow up. I've tried talking to him previously about his goals and future plans, but he never really has anything to say. Any tips for talking to him about this? I worry he'll start thinking of me as some kind of killjoy nagging girlfriend if I push it too hard. Update, 2.5 years later. So my original post is years old now, and I wouldn't say it was that popular, but I was looking at my post history and can't believe I posted that. It seems like a lifetime ago. My boyfriend was a man-child who hardly worked and expected me to cook for him, drive him around, and stay awake to watch his endlessly boring life from the sidelines. I refused to accept the fact I needed to grow up and leave him. I was completely oblivious to all the problems in our relationship, and I refused to leave Tom even though it was very clearly the right thing to do. I broke up with him maybe 6 months after I posted, but we got back together even though I was moving to another country to teach English for a few months. While I was away, he hardly ever spoke to me, never asked me how I was, and grew increasingly disrespectful to me. I came back home early because I felt bad leaving him for so long. We had plans to move overseas together, but he was getting cold feet, saying he didn't want to leave his best friend. I broke up with him again and decided to move overseas by myself. It was terrifying to be alone after being with Tom for so long, but it was 100% the right decision. Turns out he had started sleeping with his best friend while I was overseas teaching English. Also, turns out I'm a lesbian, so there's that. Tom still lives at my dad's place and works the same job. I've just bought my first flat, and I'm having a wonderful time living overseas and being truly independent. I have grown so much in the last few years and done things I could never imagine doing while I was stuck in a dead-end relationship. I know now that being alone is so much better than being with someone who doesn't love you. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, so proud of you. All of that plus moving to a different country? That's really great, and I hope you're much happier now. Ops response, thanks so much. It was scary at first to be alone and really daunting to move countries by myself when that was something we'd always planned together, but I feel immeasurably happier now. Commenter 2, congrats. Don't you think it's a bit odd that he still lives with your dad? Ops response, thanks. It's definitely a bit weird. Things ended really badly between me and him, and I asked my dad to get Tom to move out, but he wouldn't do it. He does pay more rent now, so I guess my dad doesn't want to give that up. It was disappointing at the time that my dad didn't stick up for me, I guess, but I'm over that now. I'm just happy to be living my life for me now. Commenter 2, good for you. It's weird on Tom's part that he would even want to live there. If someone broke up with me, it would hurt to live in their parents' house where we used to live together. It sounds like you have a lot more going for you than he does. Ops response, yeah, it's very strange. When we broke up at first, it was really amicable, and I said we could both continue to stay there since I was moving away, and I thought it was kind to give him time to find a new place and all that. But things turned to garbage after I found out he was sleeping with his best friend while we were together. I moved into my mom's place because I couldn't stand to be around him, but he just stayed at my dad's the whole time. He even said he felt so bad about hurting me, not bad enough to move out though. I probably sound quite bitter about it still, but it doesn't cross my mind that often. It would just be nice to understand why he thinks it's a normal thing to do. My best friend since birth called me crying saying her boyfriend with a heart condition stopped breathing after a seizure, so I rushed home through dangerous streets at night freaking out, but it turned out to all just be a drunk dare, and she won't even apologize properly. Posted by you/accomplished oil 2967. I, 21F, have a cousin/BFF, 22F. Recently while I was at the club, I got a call from her basically in a state of panic. She had called me because her boyfriend had passed out after having a seizure, and she didn't know what to do. Her boyfriend has some sort of heart condition, so I was freaking out. I couldn't hear that well because of the music, but I could hear her crying and having a panic attack. I told her to calm down and call 911, then to call me back when they get there. I currently am living in another state 20 hours away, so there's not much I could do. But since she was freaking out, I left my friends and walked back to my apartment at 1 a.m., calling anyone that was near her to go check on her. On my way back, I got harassed twice. Normally I would never put myself in that situation, but I couldn't just stay at the party. I called her back, no answer. At this point, I'm freaking out. I get to my apartment. I call back, and her boyfriend picks up the phone, and I was confused. I asked if he was okay, and he said yeah. Then I asked for my cousin, and he put her on, and when I asked her what happened, she told me it was just a dare/prank. When I tell you I broke out into tears. I was so mad that I told her off and hung up. She keeps texting and calling, but I don't respond. I'm really upset with her. Something like that isn't a funny prank. Update, 10 hours later, thank you all for your comments. Right now I'm still not talking to her, but I don't think I can do this forever. She has been someone that's always with me since I was born, literally, so it hurt more what she did. Apparently they were at a party, her and her boyfriend, so that's when she got dared. I'm pretty sure she was drunk. But I was also drunk, so that doesn't mix well. Relevant comments. Commenter, NTA, but you should probably tell her boyfriend what she did. She's using his medical condition as a joke. I don't think he'll find that as funny as she did. Ops response, they were together at a party when she called me, so he knows what happened. Update, 1.5 months later. It's been about a month and a half since my last post, and a few things have happened. First, I want to thank everyone who commented. It really made me think about our relationship and the things that led up to that night. Since then, I have kept low contact like some of you all suggested. It has put things into perspective. Now the update. After the initial incident, my cousin didn't message me for 3 weeks. At first, I thought she expected me to reach out first or something. She didn't message me until the Monday before Thanksgiving. We were both going to be in town. When she messaged me, the only thing she asked was if I was still mad, and I replied yes. In which she messaged, "All right, great talk." After reading this, I then responded back with a long message asking how she expected me to forgive her when she couldn't even message me to apologize sober. We got into a heated argument in which she said that although she is sorry and it was a bad joke, what she did was still a joke. After that message, I stopped texting back. That made me even more mad that she couldn't be accountable for her actions. Come Thanksgiving Day, she comes over to my house without telling me and is chatting with my parents, and I'm silent. After half an hour, she gets up to leave, and my mom followed her. When my mom got back, she was upset with me because apparently she was going to spend Thanksgiving with me this year so she wouldn't be bored at her house. I told my mom that I didn't want to be near her, especially since we hadn't resolved our issues. My mom told me I shouldn't hold a grudge against her anymore, but I can't. She broke my trust. We haven't spoken since. Now the adults in my family think I'm the jerk. Relevant comments. Ops response to a deleted comment. If I'm being frank, honesty and trust are really big for me. Like my nephew lied to me about something once, and our relationship has never been the same. So this situation has put me through the ringer. I've cried and had a whole therapy session about it, and I still don't know whether I can ever see her the same way again. And it made it even worse that she defended it by saying it was a joke. Commenter, what did your cousin tell your family? I doubt that she told the truth because it's hard to believe they would think you're the jerk here. And still NTA. Ops response, I don't know what she told them. All I know is our parents didn't know we weren't talking until Thanksgiving Day because when my mom told me she was in town, I was like, "Hey," and then I proceeded to tell her what happened. Commenter, you are 21. You are an adult in your family. Adult enough to choose your own company and tell everyone else to mind their own business. Ops response, I know I'm 21, but I come from a Hispanic family, so I can be 45 and still not be an adult in their eyes. But I understand your point. Honestly, it's hard because for them, even if a family member did you wrong, you can't just not see them as family. So they have a hard time understanding that just because we're family doesn't mean I have to tolerate this behavior. When asked if she told her mom. Ops response, I told my mom all of this kind of. Like because she speaks Spanish, it was hard to convey my emotions about it since it's not my first language, and I started to tear up talking about it, so I cut the conversation short. My family is really into forgiving and forgetting because of the sake of family, so it's hard for her to understand why I don't forgive her, and I also like a secret life from my family. So if I tell them everything, they are more likely going to be upset at me being out at 1 a.m. than what she did. It's complicated to say the least. Commenter, is this typically the way she behaves? If so, definitely NTA. If this was a one-time thing and she had given a real and sincere apology, I would say you were kind of the jerk. But since she's given no real apology and only excused her actions, then NTA. Ops response, the thing is she has never been like this, and we have had conversations in the past about how if people don't give you a real apology, then you shouldn't forgive them, but she is doing the same thing. When I texted her, I told her I expected a sober apology since drunk her thought it would be funny to call me, sober her should take responsibility, but she said she was sober because she sobered up after the second call. I told her how she made me feel. How I had to have a therapy session about it, how I was crying in my room for a whole week because I didn't know what to do. She was my best friend, like since birth. I consider her a sister, so I didn't know what to do. I'm 20 hours away from home, and I'm having a hard time with it, which she knows. I want to forgive her so bad, but I can't when she can't even acknowledge she was in the wrong and that it was and will never be a joke. My boyfriend made spring rolls with shrimp even though I'm deathly allergic, told me to taste them without warning me, then ditched me at the hospital to go drinking with friends, but when I confronted him he said I wouldn't be annoying him anymore if I was gone. Posted by you/odd_atmosphere_744. Hi everyone, I need some advice because I'm going through a situation that's overwhelming me. I'm 24 years old. I've been in a relationship for 3 years. I've lived with my boyfriend for a year, and for the past few weeks, it's been a bit of a fight after a fight, especially since I started a night job, a job I studied for 6 years, and he always knew I would do this job. He doesn't like it because we see each other less, and I sleep during the day while he's working. But that's not even the point. I'm allergic to seafood. The other night we were invited to a friend's house for a party where everyone had to bring a dish. My boyfriend brought back some spring rolls. I was with my family. I went straight to him. I asked him if he made them. He said yes. I tasted them, and I immediately tasted them, and I could tell there were shrimp in them. I asked him, and he replied, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you." Luckily, my friend, who is allergic to peanuts, had an epinephrine pen and gave it to me, but it wasn't enough. My throat started to swell. The ambulance came, and I ended up in the hospital on an IV drip. When I came to, my best friend and parents were there. I asked where my boyfriend was. There was an awkward silence, and they told me he went out for a drink with some friends. He said we'd call him when you left. It really made me angry. My best friend even told me he seemed completely oblivious to the whole thing. When I got home, we had an argument about his behavior. In a fit of anger, I said, "Did you try to hurt me or something?" And he replied, "Too bad it failed. At least you wouldn't be annoying me." I went to my room to cry, letting out my hatred from the evening. We haven't spoken for 2 days. The atmosphere is icy, not even an apology, nothing. I tell myself I'm going to leave him, that there's nothing left to save, but I have this doubt in the back of my mind. I talked to my mother, who told me that every relationship goes through problems. But now we're talking about a problem that sent me to the hospital, and I find it really strange. He never eats seafood, so why put it in the dish? Maybe I'm being paranoid? What do you think? Am I being dramatic, or is his behavior serious? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. So, let me start by saying I'm sorry for what's happening to you, but I'm gonna go on with, what the heck is this question? First of all, that it's an accident after 3 years together is serious. Without your friend, you might be gone. Then what he tells you after? But seriously, love yourself and dump him. Ops response, thank you for this response. In fact, with everything that has happened, in my head I tell myself that maybe it's me who is being dramatic. That I need to take a step back, etc. In short, I'm a little overwhelmed by the situation, but I'm going to leave him, and that's it. Commenter 1, nah, there's nothing to save here. And excuse me, but your mom's completely out of it too. It's impossible to downplay what he did and said, and her attitude when you're in the hospital. Commenter 2, the guy made the spring rolls himself, put in something you're allergic to on purpose, tells you, I quote, taste it. You wake up, he's not there. Did he want to harm you? If we were in the USA, you could have sued him for endangering you. You should even seriously consider it. This guy doesn't want what's best for you. Get away from this person ASAP. Who knows what he'll offer you next time? Ditch him. Commenter 3, so, obviously, it's really serious, and it seems like he's doing it on purpose. I just want to point out that adrenaline pens, EpiPens, aren't enough. They're used to buy you time, but you still have to go to the hospital after using one. Anyway, ditch him, block him, don't see him alone if you have to get your stuff back. Ops response, yeah, I found out when I finished up at the hospital, unfortunately. The doctor told me that if I'd combined the pills and the pen, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad. Mini update, same day. Thanks to everyone for your answers. I'm at work right now, but I took the time to read you, and you're confirming what I already knew deep down. Tomorrow, I'm going to get my stuff while he's at work, and I'm going to go live with my sister while I find an apartment. And yes, my mother isn't a great role model. She has a very old-fashioned mentality and downplays these kinds of situations a lot. Thanks again for your advice and messages. It gave me the courage to make a real decision, even if it stresses me out, but hey, I'll go with my brother to get my stuff just in case. You never know. Update, 1 day later. A quick update from this morning. I finished work at 8 a.m., and a friend came with me to pick up my things. Normally, my boyfriend was supposed to be at work, but unfortunately, he was there. He told me he was sick and asked what I was doing. I calmly told him I was coming to pick up my things and that it was over, that our relationship had to end. He just looked at me and asked my friend to leave so we could talk about how it was his place, and we didn't want him there. I refused, reminding him that the apartment is also in my name. There are 2 of us on the lease, so if I wanted, he had the right to stay. For an hour, I emptied my things while listening to him call me every name under the sun, my friend and I. He repeatedly told him to speak with his mouth, but hey, we were up against a wall. I grabbed everything and left. I'm going to get legal advice to clarify some things because, to answer those who asked, yes, he knew perfectly well that I was severely allergic. To every restaurant, I spent time reading the ingredients, asking questions, etc. For those who ask if it was in his character, no, he was always gentle and caring, so it's very hard to understand what could have happened. But hey, human beings are complex, and I have to remind myself not to dwell on my situation. Yes, I say that to reassure myself. Thank you again to everyone for your messages and support. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you did the right thing leaving, and also getting someone to go with you, and having a witness to the insults, plus your friend who saw him give you the shrimp spring rolls. Hang in there, block him everywhere, and don't feel bad about the apartment stuff and everything. The sooner you cut all ties, the better it is for you. Commenter 2, no, he's always been sweet and caring, so it's really hard to understand what could have happened. This part is even more freaky. I think a little investigation on him by the authorities would be in order. The sweet personalities but capable of that are the worst. My boyfriend lectured me about being lazy for resting during chronic illness flare-ups and called me undisciplined for sleeping when my body literally couldn't function, so I told him I didn't sign up to date a discount dad and he lost his mind. Posted by u/dry_butterscotch414. Hi Reddit. Throwaway because I don't want this linked to my main. I, 18F, have been dating my boyfriend, let's call him Jake, 24M, for a little under a year. At first, things were really good. He seemed emotionally stable, mature, grounded, all the things I thought I wanted after dealing with a lot of chaotic guys my own age. We met through mutual friends and clicked pretty quickly. He said he liked how mature I was and how together I seemed for my age, which felt nice to hear, especially since I came out of a very abusive household. I won't lie, I felt flattered at first. I thought we had an understanding that yes, I'm younger, but I'm still an equal in this relationship. But over the months, that dynamic has really started to shift, and now I'm not sure I'm being treated like a partner at all. For some background, I've been diagnosed with endometriosis and POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Both conditions affect my daily life in big ways. I deal with chronic fatigue, dizziness, and a lot of pain. There are days when I physically can't get out of bed without struggling, and managing my symptoms takes a lot of mental energy on top of everything else. Jake knows this. I was upfront about it from the beginning. And at first, he was really kind and supportive. But over time, he started acting like he knows better than me how I should be living my life. It started small, comments about how much I sleep or how I manage my symptoms, but now it's like I can't do anything without some kind of lecture or judgment. Some examples: if I sleep in to manage a flare-up, that's not healthy. You need structure or you'll never be independent. If I get food delivered on a day I'm too fatigued to cook, you're wasting money and being lazy. If I cancel plans because of pain, you'll never build resilience if you give in every time. Even if I lie down after standing too long and feel dizzy, a POTS symptom, he tells me I should push through because resting too much makes it worse. He also makes comments about my outfits being too revealing or not appropriate, and when I tell him I don't want unsolicited advice, he says he's just trying to help me grow or teach me how to be an adult. But I am an adult, just one managing 2 chronic illnesses on top of everything else. Things came to a head last week. I was having a rough few days, a bad endo flare, zero energy, and could barely sit upright for long. He came over and saw that I'd been resting most of the day and immediately launched into another long-winded talk about discipline and life habits and how I need to stop relying on rest as a crutch. I'd had enough. So I said, not even shouting, just tired, I didn't agree to date a discount dad. If I wanted someone to supervise my life and tell me how I'm failing, I'd move back in with my parents. He went completely silent. Left my apartment and didn't talk to me for 2 days. When he finally did, he said I crossed a line, that he was just trying to help, and that I had no idea how hard it is to support someone who won't even try. I was honestly stunned. Now his friends are messaging me saying I'm selfish and too immature to handle a relationship with a real adult. His mom, yes, his actual mother, messaged me saying she's disappointed and that Jake has always been the kind of guy who lifts women up. I just want to be clear, I do try. Every day is hard with these conditions. I work, I cook when I can, I handle my appointments, I advocate for myself in medical systems that constantly brush me off. I don't think I need to be raised by a man who thinks being 6 years older makes him my life coach. I care about him, but I also feel like I've been slowly shoved into the role of student or child in this relationship, and I'm starting to wonder if that was his intention from the beginning. Edit: Hey guys, just want to say I am from Australia where the legal age to do almost anything is 18. Relevant comments. Op responds to a downvoted comment regarding communication keys, trying new things, and managing health issues. Op's response: my main issue with the clothing comments is that what I wear isn't actually revealing at all. Most of the time, I wear really baggy wax jeans with a fitted shirt, but even then it usually doesn't show any skin. I tend to wear a lot of long-sleeved sports-style tops. The only time I'm in anything more relaxed is when I'm at home, just wearing a t-shirt and underwear, and that's only ever around him, no one else. As for my health, my flare-ups really aren't frequent. In the last 6 months, there've only been 2 times where things were bad enough that I couldn't properly move for a day or so. On a day-to-day basis, you wouldn't even know anything's wrong. I have full days of work and study, and then I come home and rest. That's usually when he calls me lazy. We've communicated about all of this more than enough. We've been together for almost a year. In fact, tomorrow would mark a full year, and I've spent that time trying to explain how I feel and why the way he treats me isn't okay. But most of those conversations have ended in huge arguments, with him screaming at me and accusing me of making up my illnesses. He's told me more than once that if he had what I have, he'd be completely fine, and that I'm exaggerating everything. He's even said that there's nothing wrong with me, that I just think the world revolves around me, and that I need to stop pretending to be in pain. If those comments had never been made, I might have been able to understand his frustration or at least see it from his side. But after hearing things like that repeatedly, it just feels like he's being controlling. Across this entire year of us being together, there's probably only been about 1 full week total where I've completely stayed in bed. I know my limits. I've had POTS since I was 10 and was diagnosed with endometriosis 2 years after my first period. I've lived with these conditions for most of my life, and I know how to manage them. What I don't need is someone telling me they don't exist or that I'm using them as excuses to avoid being productive, when I on a daily basis work 10-hour shifts and then also study a diploma. How old was Op when she met her partner, as there is an age gap? Op's response: I was freshly 18 when we met, and he didn't know how old I was till about 3 weeks into speaking. To be completely honest, I thought he was closer to my age, as he very much looked like it and acted like it. I am 19 in about a month. I'm not trying to stand up for him with the comment I'm about to make, but I can definitely say I do look and act a lot older than what I am. I get it quite a lot from a load of different people and a lot of different professions. I can honestly see how he made the mistake of thinking I could be older than what I was, especially because my friend group is also between 20 and 23. Commenter 1, NTA. Dude's 24 dating an 18-year-old with chronic illness and thinks he's your life coach. The age gap plus his behavior screams control issues. You managing 2 serious conditions while working isn't lazy, it's impressive as heck. Also, his mom messaging you is weird and crossing boundaries. Run. Op's response: I definitely do think his mom messaging me was weird, and I do fully believe that he completely twisted the situation to her because his mother and I have had a really good bond up until then. Op clarifies why she was having this relationship with a 24-year-old guy. Op's response: I get the point you're trying to make, and trust me, I'm not here to defend someone who's made me feel this terrible, but I want to clear some things up. This relationship was not illegal. When we met, I was 18, and he was 23. He's 24 now, and I'm turning 19 very soon. I'm legally an adult and have been living as one for a long time. I finished school at 15, moved out at 14, and have worked full-time since I was 16. I've been independent for years and had to grow up a lot faster than most people my age. I know some people take issue with age gaps, and that's fair, but where I live, and for the life I've lived, our age difference wasn't seen as strange. It's actually one of the more normal ones I've come across. I personally stayed with him because everyone my age felt immature, directionless, or just flat out not on my level. At the time, being with someone older seemed like the smarter, more stable choice. And honestly, the age gap still isn't a red flag to me. He is. The way he acted. The way he treated me. That's the actual issue. When I mention him not knowing my age straight away or me usually being around older people, it wasn't to defend him. It was to explain how I saw things at the time. When he did find out my age, he chose to stay. That part? 100% on him. And now, after seeing the way he's treated me, how he's spoken to me, how he's lashed out, how he tried to hit me while I was crying, I've broken up with him. I know now that this wasn't okay. I've read every single DM and comment. I'm starting to reply to them now, and honestly, a lot of what people have said gave me clarity I didn't expect. It helped me understand what I was rationalizing or minimizing. You're right that he had choices. And so did I. I chose to stay longer than I should have, but I've chosen to leave now, and that's what matters most to me. Update, same day, 3 hours later. Hey. I didn't expect the post to get the kind of attention it did. I watched it go from about 200 upvotes down to 1, and honestly I'm still not sure why, but I really want to thank everyone who commented or messaged me privately. I've read everything. I'm slowly replying when I have the energy. You've all given me so much insight, some of it really hit, stuff I hadn't even thought about until now. Just, thank you. It means a lot. I wasn't planning to update this soon, but things have gotten way worse within the last 3 hours, and I feel like I need to talk about it. Especially after what just happened. So I've been really sick the last few days. Like, properly sick. I was diagnosed with a bone sinus infection, and it's knocked me flat. I've had constant fevers, stabbing pain in my face and head, nausea, dizziness. I can't keep much food down, and on top of that, my POTS symptoms have been way worse than usual. I've mostly just been in bed, barely functioning, just trying to rest and not pass out. Because of all that, I had to call in sick to work these last 2 days. I work with food, and there was just no way I could safely be around customers or food prep like this. I can barely even stand upright. It didn't feel like I had a choice. This afternoon I got a call from work telling me I was fired. No warnings or anything, just said they needed someone more reliable and they can't keep me on if I can't show up. I get it, I guess, but it still crushed me. I've always tried to show up. I've never taken advantage of sick days or anything. It felt like everything hit at once. I've only taken about 4 sick days in the entire 2 years I've worked for this company. Jake came over not long after. I told him what happened. Told him I lost my job, that I'm sick, that I might need to go to the hospital because I'm starting to feel seriously not okay, and his response was basically, well, maybe if you took better care of yourself, this wouldn't happen. Then he said something like, you still could have gone in. People push through being sick all the time. I tried to explain that it's not like a cold. This is a bone infection. I literally couldn't walk from the bed to the kitchen earlier without fainting, and I work with food. He just kept brushing it off like I was being dramatic. He told me I'm always sick and I never fight through it. That turned into a full-blown fight. He started yelling, full volume screaming, pacing the room while I was just sitting there crying and asking him to stop. I was already feeling like absolute garbage, and I couldn't even get a word in without him talking over me. At one point I tried to speak, and he got up close, and he raised his hand like he was about to hit me. He didn't, but he looked like he wanted to. And that scared me more than anything he's ever said. That was it for me. I ended it. We're done. I broke up with him then and there. Told him to get out, that I'm not doing this anymore. I don't care how sick I am or how hard things get from here. I'd rather be completely alone than sit there sobbing while the person who's supposed to care about me screams at me for being unwell. Right now I'm still in bed. Fever's high, heart rate's not great, and honestly I think I'm going to the hospital soon. Something feels off in my body, and I don't want to wait until it's too late. With POTS and now this infection, it feels like everything is just piling on top of me. I'm genuinely scared, not just emotionally but physically. My body feels like it's breaking down. Though I wanted to take the time to write this update, I am using text-to-speech, so I am so sorry if it's a bit jumbled. I'm tired of begging someone to believe me when I say I'm in pain. I'm tired of being talked down to, managed, lectured, and guilt-tripped when I literally need help. I didn't ask to be sick. I didn't ask for endo, or POTS, or a sinus infection that knocked me flat. I've done everything I can to keep pushing through, but it was never enough for him. But it's over. I'm scared, and sick, and jobless, but I'm also finally out. And that has to mean something. If you've made it this far, thank you again. Your comments gave me the courage to stop waiting for someone else to change and finally start choosing myself. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, thank God you broke up with him. He was grooming you and definitely emotionally abusive through manipulation tactics and attempting to control you. I hope you get better soon. Removing an abusive partner from your life will help remove a lot of the stress you're feeling and accelerate your healing. You may be able to report your workplace for wrongful termination, as long as you properly called in sick and provided medical records/doctor's note, of course depending on which country you're located in. Ops response, I definitely am gonna be reporting my old workplace. My manager wasn't the best person in general, and there's a lot that she did that wasn't okay. Where I'm from, if you get wrongly terminated from a job, if you go through Fair Work, there's about a 70% chance you can get a $10K payout. Commenter 2, call your trusted friends and tell them what's happened and if one of them can take you to the hospital. Make sure when you come back home you are not alone. Change the locks to your door. Block his number and any of his friends, mom, etc. Focus on your health. You can always get another job. With your health issues, can't you get some type of help from the government? Ops response, I did end up calling a friend to take me to the hospital, and I told him everything that happened. I also have another close friend staying at mine until I'm back, just to make sure he doesn't try to go there or anything. And for my health issues, I can go onto a disability payment. I'm eligible for that, but taking that payment means I'll no longer be able to work unless I do cash-in-hand work that I don't tell the government about. And I would definitely say that working is one of my favorite things. I'm studying to be a mortician, so it would absolutely break my heart if I could no longer do that. Op explains her family health history. Op's response: bone sinus infections in my family are very common things. They are never really bad, and they only just take some antibiotics to clear up. I got scans done and stuff, and it was only a very slight infection, hence why I was just given antibiotics and told to rest. Considering you're a nurse and you haven't heard of bone sinus infections really concerns me. Op on getting unemployment. Op's response: we have something called Centrelink. I'm really not sure if that's in America. I don't pay much attention to what's over there. But applying for an unemployment and job seeker payment is incredibly easy. You also keep that payment whilst you're working until you're receiving a certain amount of money for your job. Commenter 3: I'm proud of you, and I'm praying for you. I hope you feel better quickly. You're right to listen to your body. Go to the hospital first. Next, focus on unemployment benefits. You should be able to Google it for your state and apply online to get the ball rolling. I'm so happy you lost your abusive jerk boyfriend. You need to take care of yourself mentally so you can take care of yourself physically so you can take care of yourself financially. You're doing everything right, and Reddit is rooting for you. Just a dude note, something tells me your loser ex lives with his mom. Am I right? Op's response: thank you so much for your comment. I did go to the hospital, and I have applied for unemployment and job seeker. And surprisingly, he doesn't live with his mom. He lives by himself. He works in the mines. Update 2, nearly 2 months later. Hey everyone, back again with another update. Last time I was here, I was sick, jobless, fresh out of a bad relationship, and honestly convinced I'd peaked at being a human potato sack. But things have flipped around a lot faster than I thought, and I finally get to share a happy update instead of a sad rant. Health stuff first. I went to the hospital. Cheers to everyone who pushed me to stop being stubborn. The sinus infection was grim, but antibiotics sorted it. Now I don't wake up every day feeling like my skull's in a vice. POTS and endo are still the forever companions from heck, but with the infection gone, my baseline feels way more manageable. Cooked myself a proper dinner the other day without needing a nap halfway through, which for me is like running a marathon. My friends have been absolute legends. One mate accidentally bought me 6 kilograms of potatoes instead of one when grabbing groceries for me, so I'm now the proud owner of Potato Mountain 2025. Another mate sat with me in the hospital waiting room, and we entertained ourselves by giving all the vending machine snacks aggressive ratings. Chocolate got a 10/10, those weird dried out muffins got a -3. It made something scary feel kind of funny. I've also joined an online support group for chronic illness, and honestly it's been life-changing. They just get it straight away, no judgment, no lectures. Plus, the memes are painfully accurate. If you can't laugh at your broken body, what can you do? Money/work side, getting fired still stung, but I've got Centrelink set up now. Not rolling in riches, but I can breathe. Applying for casual jobs closer to home, found one literally down the street, so we'll see. In the meantime, I've been selling random stuff online. Marketplace buyers are a different breed of human. Someone actually tried to haggle on something I listed for free. Like, mate, what's your endgame? Mental health. I started seeing a counselor. Best decision ever. I'm learning how to stop feeling guilty for resting and how to say no without apologizing like it's a crime. She calls it boundaries. I call it telling people to rack off nicely and finally not letting idiots make me feel bad for having a nap. Now the juicy part, the new guy. Honestly, I didn't think I'd be here already, but I've started seeing someone new. We've known each other for ages, and it just kind of shifted into something a bit more romantic. We're just taking things slow, but honestly it's been really lovely. He's sweet, he listens, and he doesn't treat me like I'm broken or a child. We went out for a walk the other day, and he brought snacks in case I got dizzy, and not in a patronizing way, just thoughtful. Feels weird in the best way to not be constantly bracing myself for criticism. I can tell him how I feel without being talked over, corrected, or treated like a child. Honestly feels like I've stumbled into some alternate universe where partners are nice and don't yell at you for having a nap. Little wins, found a GP who actually takes my POTS seriously, miracle worker, figured out pacing better so I don't crash as hard, and I splurged on a blanket that's basically the love child of a cloud and a marshmallow. 10/10 would recommend. And Jake? Blocked, deleted, history. No drama, no closure talks, no nothing. Just blissful silence. It's amazing how much mental space you get back when you're not constantly bracing for a lecture. So yeah, life isn't magically perfect, but it's lighter, happier, and way less potato sacky. I'm safe, laughing again, and excited about what's next. And to everyone who backed me when I was stuck in that mess, thank you. You gave me courage to leave and reminded me I wasn't asking too much by just wanting kindness. If you're stuck where I was, being spoken down to, made to feel like a burden, or treated like you need a babysitter, Please know you deserve better. So many people reached out to me saying they were in the same sort of situation as me, and reading what I wrote made them some form of closure or validation that they're not the only ones, and that's honestly been so special for me to hear. I'm so glad my story is able to bring people some form of peace. But seriously, if I can leave and end up with potato mountains and snack-carrying sweethearts, you can too. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, anyone else want to bet Jake called her job and told them she was faking it, and that's why she got fired? Glad to see you got out of the toxic relationship and on the mend towards better things. Ops response, honestly, maybe. But my work environment was incredibly toxic, and stuff like that, without being fired, has happened there before. I honestly kind of knew it was coming because my manager did not believe I was ever truly sick when I was. Once she came to my house and woke me up because I called into work. I answered the door in my pajamas, an oversized shirt, was pale as a ghost, hair everywhere, nose running and eyes red, and she told me I used to be a nurse. I know when people are sick, and you are not. You either come to work every day, or you don't have a job, then went back to my workplace and told everyone I was fine, was getting dressed up, and was going into the city. Commenter 2, good to hear that. With a new guy, be vigilant also within yourself also and take it easy. Sometimes a bad relationship can mess with your heart, leave scars, and trigger false alarms with a good relationship. I remember once comparing and questioning the relaxed, gentle attraction with a new date to a bubbly, euphoric, and volatile feeling that my ex gave me. Ultimately, I have some responsibility for sabotaging that new relationship due to lingering baggage. In the end, every choice has its own package of strengths and weaknesses. Ops response, yeah, I definitely am being careful, hence why we are being so slow and just taking it one step at a time. I don't want to sabotage something so great. Commenter 3, this is a wonderful update from another chronically ill peep. Despite being in my 30s, I just today began therapy to deal with being disabled and how to be kind to myself and give myself permission to rest and not push myself past my limits. So here's to being compassionate to ourselves. Good luck with your guy. He sounds awesome. You deserve awesome after that jerk abused you like that. Ops response, therapy has genuinely been the biggest help. I'm glad you're on that path too. And thank you so much. He's a sweetheart, and I'm happy to have him by my side. Commenter 4, having a doctor that listens to you makes all the difference. My sister's lupus was a nightmare for her until she finally got with her current doctor, and I swear we would marry that woman if we could. So happy you are starting to find your rhythm.